weapon. The pain coming through the metal weapon into its hand was too much to bear. Rep tried desperately to pull his sword from the ground as Zalan rushed forward. Rather than try and retrieve its weapon, the Bosnok headbutted Rep, sending him flying back into the grass just as Zalan closed the gap and swung his sword. The Bosnok twisted its head quickly and caught the sword with his horns, but Zalan was getting used to using his lightning when his sword failed, and struck it in the eyes with another jolt of power. The Bosnok roared in pain long enough for Zalan to free his blade from the Bosnok's horn and cut off the Bosnok's right arm at the shoulder. The Bosnok looked down at its detached arm in shock and then fell to its knees, holding the other arm up in surrender as it looked pleadingly at Zalan. "Nice try," Zalan said confidently, then kicked the Bosnok over and stabbed it multiple times in the chest to ensure it was dead. He beamed at his first success and then turned around to see if he could be of any assistance to the others. Rather than the pandemonium that was going on moments before, he saw that the battle was over. Fran and Gorb had cut off the heads of all the Bosnoks they faced, and Yelsa had managed to get an arrow in both of the Bosnoks' heads, even at such close quarters. Zalan smiled at his companions, raising his arms. "We did it!" he shouted proudly, only for them to reply by staring at him in abject horror. Chapter 25. Outburst. Zawin looked between his four companions in confusion as they continued to watch him carefully, like something dangerous was creeping from within him. Rep looked like he was trying to calm the others down with his eyes alone. Zawin turned around to make sure that the Bosnik was dead, then looked to Fran, desperate to break the strange silence. "Good fight, right?" Zalan asked her. She looked away from him, discomfort written starkly on her face. She turned her whole body around, focusing on putting out the fire she started in the den before any serious structural damage took place. "What's going on? What happened?" Zalan asked. "Were you blinded in battle? Are your eyes harmed?" Yelsa asked. "Is that all?" "No, I'm fine. We won without any big injuries," Zalan smiled, only for it not to be reciprocated. Another moment of silence passed between them. "Did you see the Bosnok before you killed it?" Gorb asked. "Yeah, how else would I hit it?" Zalan asked. "You saw the motion it made," Gorb pressed. "Like, saw it raise a hand at me? Sure, right before I killed it," Zalan said. "It is fine," Rep said immediately, addressing the others, but was bulldozed by their visceral responses. "What is wrong with you?" Yelsa snapped. "Such evil," Gorb breathed. Fran shook her head solemnly. "What? What are you talking about?" Zalan asked, growing angry over the lack of answers. "The Bosnik was surrendering. It held its hand up and asked for mercy, and you killed it," Gorb said. "So what? I wasn't going to suddenly drop my weapon against it. It had just tried to stab me with a horn," Zalan replied. "But it surrendered," Yelsa protested. "So what?" Zalan repeated louder, throwing his arms open. "The thing was trying to kill me and Rep, but as soon as I have the opportunity to stop it, you want me to go easy? Look at all the ones you killed." "We killed them because we had no choice. None of ours surrendered," Fran said. "And we did not shove our blade into their chests repeatedly. We delivered quick and painless deaths after our intrusion," Yelsa added. "Intrusion? They came outside to attack us. I would have been perfectly happy not fighting them at all if they stayed in their home," Zalan said scornfully. "Yes, that is true," Rep said, still trying to get a hold of the situation, but was again ignored. "So what? I was supposed to let it gore me with a horn or something?" Zalan asked. "It surrendered. If you were scared of it attacking you, a swift cut of the head would end the confrontation. You killed it with such brutality. You tortured it when it asked for leniency," Yelsa said. "He did not know," Rep said. How can he not know what a surrendering Bosnok looks like? Gorb challenged. Rep opened his mouth to answer, but Zallen exploded. Because you never told me. You didn't tell me anything about these creatures, or how they acted, or if they were intelligent. You don't tell me anything until it's too late, and then you blame me for not knowing. You were all so proud of me when I killed a bunch of roaches, but apparently there's no equivalence to all monsters? You put these accusations on me when I'm pretty sure you're the ones at fault for leaving me in the dark and expecting me to pick up all these things. The others, Rep included, stared at him with wide eyes, the outburst stunning them all. Gorb cleared his throat and spoke gravely. Rep, you told us he could be trusted, Gorb said. And he can, Rep insisted. His mind is at odds with itself. He purports to know nothing of the land, changes his emotions on a whim, and even releases vehement emotion to his allies, Gorb said. I'm right here, Zallen snapped. Are you? Gorb opposed immediately. Your mind has not yet drifted back to its old world and left us to pick up your ignorances? Gorb, Rep said, at a loss for words. Oh, so first you think I flow too well with your plans, but as soon as I give you a real opinion, then there's something wrong with me, Zallen said, stomping his way to close the gap between himself and Gorb. There has always been something wrong with you, if you were capable of this act, Gorb replied boldly. Enough! Fran shouted violently, slashing the frenzy of anger away and giving the group a chance to look at her before continuing. The Bosnoks were not at fault. They were awoken to see foreign invaders with weapons at their door, Fran said loudly. You did that! Zallen screamed, feeling like he was the only sane one around. You were the one that literally intruded on their home. Exactly. And I take the blame in all this, Fran said. Another look of shame cast over her. Zallen realized for the first time that she had shown no excitement in the battle. None of them did. He was the only one happy to see his improvements in battle. The others were reeling from what was taken to be a massacre from their perspective. Self-defense, sure, but an unnecessary fight. After the fight, he was trying to celebrate an act that none of them were glad to have committed. When he thought about it like that, there was no wonder they looked at him with so much mortification. We should try to get him to understand, Gorb began, then blinked in shock as Fran slapped his chest with the flat of her sword to silence him. I take the blame. Anything you wish to reprimand Zallen on should instead be directed to me, Fran ordered. You did not kill a surrendering... Yelsa tried to get a word in, but was cut off by a glare from Fran. I take all the blame. We have been treating Zallen like a lovable fool, but I believe he sincerely is lost to the knowledge of this world. He has told us several times that he is ignorant, and I still placed him in this situation, Fran said, looking at Zallen. Zallen just nodded in reply, feeling like he was understood for the first time in this discussion. I am certain he did not mean any real harm, Rep said on Zallen's behalf. I really didn't, Zallen agreed. In reality, he didn't think it mattered. It was a dream world monster, and it was trying to kill him and his friend. There wasn't a real consequence to taking out the monster, whether it was by the head or the chest. Oh, come now. Zallen was able to attain an elemental power while knowing nothing of the world? Yelsa asked. He had help. Fran lowered her sword from Gorb's chest and put it back in her sheath. You do not find it suspect that he has had a surprisingly small amount of questions regarding what a dragon is? Gorb asked skeptically. I kinda know about those already, Zallen admitted abashedly. Your answers never make sense, Yelsa sighed. Because we have not made the effort to understand, Fran said. Look at him. He looked like how I remember myself when I was first learning to wield a sword. He does not know the etiquette of battle. He barely knows how to hold his weapon or carry himself. The 4 others looked down at the sword in Zalan's hand. Zalan realized, with some embarrassment, that he was the only one with his weapon still out, the others having sheathed it soon after the battle. He clumsily placed it away, needing 2 tries to get it to slide in the sheath. "I see your point," Gorb finally said to Fran. "So, are we to treat him like a toddling child until we teach him everything he should already know?" Yelsa asked Fran, cracking her knuckles nervously. "I would rather not be treated like a kid," Zalan said. "Indeed," Fran said, her wry smile finally making an appearance. "A child is far too advanced. Treat him like an infant who has not yet learned that fire is hot." Zalan would have normally felt embarrassed, but he was so relieved that someone was smiling at him that he smiled back.
He couldn't help but reciprocate her energy.
"You doing okay? You sound way smarter than usual," Zalan smirked, trying to keep up the levity. In the back of his mind, he remembered Gorb's accusation that his emotions were out of balance, and his movement from rage to jokes felt in line. He quickly ignored that sinking feeling in his stomach. Fran raised an eyebrow and continued her smile. "Oh, so at first you thought I was reckless, but now that I have taken responsibility for my actions, something is wrong with me?" Fran teased, matching the cadence in which Zalan asked his similar question earlier. Gorb scoffed, amused by the exchange, then nodded to himself and began making his way to the path. Fran skipped along behind him. Yelsa shrugged and followed as Zalan turned to Rep. "Is it bad to ask if we should search for an artifact in their den?" Zalan whispered. "Bad idea. We had to kill them, but we do not have to steal from them," Rep advised, patting Zalan's back and lightly guiding him back to the path with the rest of the group. Zalan suppressed a smile, happy to have Rep. "So, even if I hit one point, it will feel like I zapped all of it, given that it's made of metal." Rep widened his eyes, his eyebrow twitching in wonder as he tried to put the idea together. "Where did you learn that?" Rep asked. "Back in my world, I studied physics at a university," Zalan replied. "I see," Rep considered. "You have had this knowledge for that long, yet you still cannot imbue the metal of your blade with lightning." Rep was being facetious, but it actually elicited a strong reaction from Zalan. "That's what I've been saying. It should be way easier," Zalan agreed. Rep chuckled as the group saw the river and town becoming clear on the horizon, the journey to the castle growing closer to completion.
Chapter 26. Poppyville.
Rep explained to Zalan that the town they were approaching was called Poppyville, named after the flowers that were surrounding it. Zalan couldn't tell any one flower from another. He accepted that there were probably a lot of poppy flowers amongst the differently colored flowers surrounding the city. It was a beautiful entrance, lined with multicolored complementary gardens that invited travelers within. Though there was a small wall surrounding the outside of the city, similar to Oriton, there were vines spotted with flowers all across it, like the wall was partly alive. The city had a small moat running around it, not large enough to stop any serious invaders, but Zalan quickly deduced it was used as irrigation for the flowers in and around the city. As they approached the gates of Poppyville, Zalan noticed that the guards had roses emblazoned on their tunics. 2 men leaned over to look down at them. "Business?" one of them asked cordially. "Passing through," Gorb replied, equally relaxed. "Where to?" the guard continued. "The castle of Dokran," Gorb said. "Artifact hunting?" the guard asked. "Yes." The other guard looked over the group skeptically. "Are you aware there is a dragon up there? Flies over us occasionally. It is rather large," the guard asked. "We are indeed aware," Gorb nodded. 4 of us are elementally powered. "And all of you are above level 5, I hope, to take on your average dragon," the guard said. The comment gave Gorb pause. Fran was the only one in their party over level 5. Why does that matter? Gorb asked. A dragon is far too powerful for any group weaker. Even a few level 7 travelers we spoke to struggled to flee with their lives and limbs, and they did not even make it to the dragon, the guard replied. Come off it, Aldrich, the first guard scoffed. We do not need to interrogate their abilities or plans after the city, only their intent. Bah, fine.
You're too serious, Egbert. Aldrich crossed his arms. What is the word out there? Any trouble? We saw smoke some time ago. We had a run-in with Bosnox, Fran said. The den? The den, Fran nodded. And you fought or fled? Fought, Fran said, though there wasn't any pleasure in her response. Aldrich looked them over once more, a new appreciation in their observations. Not so much as a scratch after a fight with a Bosnock den. Maybe your group can take on a dragon, Aldrich mused. What did I just say about evaluating their abilities? Egbert asked. Fine, fine, Aldrich waved him off, rolling his eyes. Anything else worth reporting? Nearby dangers we should be on the lookout for. The mind of madness passed through the forest beyond the meadow when we were on our way through, Gorb said. What way was it headed? Aldrich asked seriously, his companion immediately tensing up. To the east, away from the city, Gorb replied. The two guards relaxed greatly. Did it hit any of you? Egbert asked, curious. The four looked to Zallen and waited for him to answer. Zallen didn't want to share, but the looks from his companions were very clear to the guards. I am sorry you had to see it, Aldrich said sincerely. Then he snapped his fingers loudly. This group is fine. Open the gate. The gate pulled open for the 5 of them, and Zallen marveled at the energy of the city. The excitement was almost tangible as he observed the residents rushing between marketplaces. There was an air of enthusiasm that met the travelers as soon as they entered inside, like they had joined in some party. Is it always like this? Zallen asked, watching children run by with treats in hand. I have never been here before, Rep shrugged, equally enamored with the buzz of the people. The others had not visited before either, and Yelsa decided to get some answers from the nearest woman selling bouquets of radiant flowers. Is there a festival happening? Yelsa asked. Indeed, she said. We are sending off some of our fighters to the Elemental Rage tournament and trying to rouse them before they leave us. Our annual festival of the tournament. You do this every year? Yelsa asked, impressed. Indeed. If one of our fighters wins, we want them to come back to us with their title and talents, rather than running off to some new town that will want to woo them as a new champion, the shopkeeper explained. I appreciate your candid explanation, Yelsa smiled, then slid her a gold coin. The woman's eyes darted between the coin and Yelsa a few times, her eyes wide. I'll take 5 bouquets, Yelsa smiled. This can get you much more than that, the shopkeeper replied as she took the coin gladly. Just 5 is fine. Consider it for both the flowers and your succinct answers, Yelsa said. Her companions watched with interest as she distributed a bouquet to each of them. Zallen normally didn't care for flowers, but these bouquets were wonderfully aromatic and brought him a sense of calm, especially when they were offered by Yelsa, who was yelling at him only hours ago. What am I to do with these? Gorb asked, twisting his bouquet as though looking for a hilt to grip. Take them as a token of peace, Yelsa suggested. We have been at one another's throats for much of our time together, but I certainly want us to work together when we reach the castle of Dokran. Retrieving the Homeseeker is very important to me. I really do wish to go home. Back to the clouds? Fran smiled. Then it felt like they had all apologized to one another, though no one explicitly asked for forgiveness. What do we do now? Fran looked at Gorb. The original intent was to spend a night here, to heal our wounds and replenish our food. But it seems we are in need of neither. I feel no hunger, and the Bosnoks did me no damage. We could simply continue, Gorb suggested.
Or we could spend a day at a festival, Yelsa said.
Fran pointed to each game, staring at it from a distance to evaluate whether she would be able to succeed at the challenge.
The group stopped at one game when Fran showed intense interest. The game was to get a boy in white clothes wet with water dyed in blue ink. The boy stood about 30 feet from a barrel,
Fran said, sounding like she wanted to accept the terms. Zalan immediately checked the food stands to see if someone was hiding behind them, redirecting water in this game. He couldn't see very well beyond the lines of people getting food. Fran finally gave up when the flask she threw was redirected to dump right on top of her head, much to the crowd's roaring amusement. Fran herself seemed more light-hearted than disappointed at the outcome. She was going to try yet again, but was told she had already run out of attempts. She had only paid for 10. Fran sighed in defeat and allowed the next person in line to give it a try. A massive elemental earth user stepped forward, putting the full length of his arm in the water. Then, in the same motion he used to take out his arm, he threw a wave of water in the air and used the distraction to trap the boy by wrapping his feet in rocks. He then hoisted the barrel of water overhead and chucked it at the boy. The boy screamed in real fear for the first time, but the barrel slowed gradually to a stop a good few feet away from him. The elemental water user stopped the barrel by controlling the water within it. But the elemental earth user didn't lament. Instead, he ran forward at full speed to the shock of the crowd and the terror of the boy. The man stopped himself before reaching the floating barrel and flicked his wet arm forward at the boy. Then he roared a loud cheer in the air, to the confusion of everyone. He removed the earthly shackles from the boy's feet, freeing him to move once again. "I won!" he boomed, turning to look at the crowd who weren't sure whether to cheer or boo yet. The boy looked down at himself and saw that tiny specks of blue were strewn across his clothing from when the man tossed the few residual drops of water on his wet arm. He blinked in shock, then looked up at the thin woman running the booth for what to do next. An onlooker from the crowd called out to contestant, "But you went beyond the starting point!" "You were supposed to get him from here," the onlooker cried.
"No, the rule was that I was supposed to get him from behind the barrel," the elemental earth user said proudly, patting the barrel that was still floating next to him. He was, indeed, still standing behind it. The entirety of the crowd turned to look at the woman running the game. She was shifting her lips from side to side in thought. "Your name?" she asked. "I am Dimak," he replied. "Dimak is right. He got the boy and did not break the rules," she decided. The crowd exploded in cheers and rushed forward to carry the man on their shoulders. They cheered his name as they carried him from the game to nearby stores. "What was the prize for this game?" Zalan asked, watching with a wide smile as they threw the large man in the air and struggled to catch him as he came back down. "A bow and quiver," Fran pouted. "You do not know how to use a bow," Gorb pointed out. "Yes, well, I still wanted to win," she snapped. Gorb laughed and patted his sister on the back, thanking Yelsa for giving her an opportunity to partake in the challenge. The rest of the afternoon was much of the same, with Fran wanting to participate in all the elemental power games she could, and disappointing herself when she could not succeed. Fran never asked, but Yelsa continued to fund each of her games, clapping along with the crowd as her friend failed over and over again. Zalan found studying the way others used their power to be fascinating. In the first game, elemental water users could carry a barrel of water with their power alone, so long as they turned the barrel upside down. In another game, You were supposed to move either fire or water that was placed behind a brick wall, depending on your elemental ability. Zalin found it interesting that while Fran could create a typhoon of flames from her hands, she couldn't affect a candle placed out of her line of sight.
Fran got especially mad at that game, because Gorb was able to affect the candlelight by sending a gust of wind from above the wall, easily winning the prize of a few bronze coins. He tried to pay Yelsa to reimburse her, but Yelsa refused to take any of it, simply happy to see someone in their party succeed. By the end of the day, Zalin had not participated in any games of his own, but tried a lot of the different desserts despite his lack of appetite. He found that while the satiator's power caused him not to get hungry, he would still get full after eating a few candied fruits and flour-laden tarts. They all collapsed on their beds in a nearby inn that night, ready to fall asleep almost immediately on contact with their furnishing. "Hey, Rep," Zalin yawned from his bed next to Rep's in the room they shared. "This elemental rage tournament sounds like kind of a big deal." "Indeed. I tried telling you about this before, but you said you would be gone by then," Rep said, fighting sleep. "Yeah, I know. I'm still gonna be gone. But I think you should attend. I think you'd be a really good fighter in a tournament," Zalin said, his eyes growing heavy. "You think so? I am not much of a fighter," Rep admitted. "You saved my life a bunch of times," Zalin murmured, his eyes closed. "I think you're a great fighter." "You think so?" Rep asked hopefully. But Zalin was already asleep. Rep studied the frown on Zalin's face for a moment, before closing his own eyes. "One thing at a time," Rep told himself. Chapter 27. Morlock, the Manipulator.
The 5 travelers left Poppyville in high spirits, carrying an air of excitement from the previous day's festivities, as well as having rested in comfortable beds behind protected walls rather than camping outside. They traveled close to the river, knowing that it would eventually lead to the castle of Dokrin, that they could now see at a distance ahead of them. Fran, Gorb, and Rep were discussing the games they participated in the day before. Zalin was feeling inspired after having watched so many elemental professionals the previous day, and was spending all his focus trying to imbue his blade with lightning. Yelsa watched him work intently but quietly, kept a modest distance away to not be affected by errant sparks and shocks. He could get the lightning to stick to the tip for a good 2 seconds, but nothing as robust as the fully imbued blade Fran could summon at a whim. It was nice to see some progress, as tiny as it was. A few seconds of the tip of a sword was better than not being able to do it at all. Even in his small acknowledgement of success, he felt Yelsa watching from over his shoulder. It felt weird for her to watch him without offering advice like the others in his group normally did. "So, what are you going to do once you get home?" Zalin asked, becoming shy with her silence. "What do you mean?" Yelsa asked. "I mean, what's the goal once you're home with the Homeseeker? What next?" Zalin asked. "The goal is to go home. That is everything," Yelsa replied. "You're not planning on visiting people or anything like that? Just home?" Zalin asked, clicking his tongue as he was unable to keep the lightning any further than just the end of the blade. "Once I am home, visiting all of my friends and family will be trivial, given that they are also at my home," Yelsa said. "What about you? What are your plans for when you return?" I was gonna visit my mom," Zalin said, his voice low. "An admirable goal," Yelsa said. "What is your mother like?" A frown on Zalin's face was the instinctual response to her question. Then he took a few moments to reflect. Slowly, a faint smile crawled its way to his face. "Loving, super generous, a doctor, too. She taught me everything she could about healing others. And her smile, just the best. I felt like I could do no wrong in her company. I was supposed to visit her a lot sooner, but... Zalin trailed, a lump of guilt appearing in his chest. Yelsa looked pleased, seeming satisfied by his reply. Visiting must be nice. Where I am from, everyone is always nearby, right at home. Zalin lowered his sword to look at her. Everyone is at home? Don't people ever leave? Zalin asked. No, Yelsa replied with certainty. Zalin gave her a funny look, confused by her response. What about you? You wouldn't be here if you didn't leave, right? Zalin asked. Yelsa's face didn't show any emotion, but she cracked a few knuckles in response. Zalin raised an eyebrow at her, urging the question. Yelsa, are you really from a city in the sky? Zalin asked. Yes. I knew Gorboniface and Fran would try to convince you otherwise. Of course I am, Yelsa snapped. Why would I want to get the Homeseeker if my end goal was not to return home? How should I know? But all right, fine. I still believe you're from the Cloud City. But then why are you here? On the ground and not in the sky? Zalin asked. I did something foolish, Yelsa said in a low, shameful voice. She popped another few knuckles, and Zalin could tell he was stressing her out. He brought his voice down to prevent eavesdropping and tried to be more calming. What happened? He asked, burning with curiosity. Have you ever heard of a man named Morlock? She asked. No, should I? Zalin asked. I do not know. I hope not. He lived on Aetheria with us, an excellent archer and a master swordsman. He actually taught me how to fight. Not that it was necessary to learn in Aetheria, but he taught me everything I know about the bow. He always talked about gaining power and how Aetheria limited his ability to grow. He was not much of an orator, but he was very good at convincing people in other ways. Small, slight nudges to make you change your mind on things that you would never have considered acting upon yourself. And he... Yelsa turned away. It became immediately clear to Zalin that she was holding back tears, so Zalin turned forward to take in the sight of the castle that was now growing as they drew closer. The castle of Dokrun was more a citadel than a single building. It looked as though it had several rooms on many different floors, with points jutting out from different towers to express its grandness. It could easily house an entire town within its tall walls, though the castle was worn down from years of abandonment. Vines slid up and down rusted metal windows on many different floors, and tiny pieces of the upper towers were chipping off, giving the feeling that some of them were ready to crumble and collapse. On the highest floor, in the center of the castle, was a large circular dome that had a massive hole in it, and clear evidence of something having burned the edges of the hole while flying in or out. The dragon's lair. Yelsa had gained her composure and rubbed her arm against her nose as she sniffed. Thank you, she whispered. Just trying to take in the area, Zalin said nonchalantly, pretending not to have noticed her tears. He convinced me to jump off, Yelsa said, so quietly that Zalin almost didn't hear. He immediately lowered his gaze from the castle and looked at her. He first wanted to express bafflement that she could survive jumping off a city floating in the sky, but the look of shame and remorse on her face made him hold his tongue. He tried a different approach, giving her the benefit of the doubt. You're pretty strong-willed. How did Morlock force you to do that? Zalin asked, phrasing his question in such a way that he hoped it was a compliment. I was not forced, Yelsa corrected. I had to do it of my own free will. You see, he discovered an air elemental in our city, and its challenge was to convince someone to jump off the city of their own volition. Zalin widened his eyes. The elemental asked for its challenger to harm someone else. The challenge sounded like it would be impossible for Zalin to take on. How could he live with himself after sending someone plunging to their death? What kind of person was this Morlock that could both take the challenge and execute it? Unless Morlock wasn't a rare type of person. What if there were others who had discovered the elemental and sent people off the city like Yelsa? Was there always a looming threat of being told to jump off the city so someone else could get power? Was he the only person to find the elemental? Zalin asked, hoping to get a few answers to his questions. You mean to ask if others have jumped off my city? Yelsa asked. Kinda, Zalin admitted abashedly. I am the only one I know of, Yelsa said, with further humiliation injected into her words. She popped more knuckles. A thought popped into Zalin's head. Didn't that elemental ask for someone to get help to achieve their goal? I thought you were supposed to take on the challenge alone, Zalin mentioned. That is what I believed as well. But I thought about it further. He never told me about the challenge. Morlock convinced me without ever bringing up the elemental. I suspect that one of the conditions of the challenge was that the nature of it was to remain secret to the victim, Yelsa said thoughtfully. Is the city not that high off the ground? Zalin asked, trying to give her even more benefit of the doubt. Thousands of feet in the air. It floats among the clouds, Yelsa replied.
Zalin lowered his sword, no longer interested in trying to imbue it. He couldn't think of a good way to phrase his next question. How did he convince you to throw your life away? Zalin finally asked. Thankfully, my story is not filled with that much foolishness. He did not tell me to hurt myself. I knew I would survive the fall unscathed. That was partly why I made the jump. What? How did you know you'd survive? He gave me an artifact, the drop coin. You could fall from any height and not be in any pain. He gave it to me after a few months of training together. He made a show of how proud he was to have me as a pupil, and then lamented that I would never be able to use my abilities in combat. There are errant monsters that fly around Etheria, but he often would handle those creatures himself. In fact, killing one of those monsters was where he originally found the drop coin. He put the idea in my head that I wanted to experience a true adventure on the surface. Many of our training days were spent with him bemoaning how little use I could get out of my excellent form and abilities with the bow. Days later, I told him that I would use the drop coin to jump off of Etheria in search of real adventure. As if it were my own idea. What a foolish girl I am, Yelsa scoffed. Zalin didn't know how to reply to that. But to his relief, Yelsa had more to say. I still clearly remember standing on the edge of Etheria and looking down at the world beneath the clouds, with Morlock standing there beside me, goading me. I wanted to turn around, but his words were so frantic then. Listen to me. If you do not, then this will all have been for nothing. I thought he was talking about me, but of course he meant the long-stoking plan of bending my mind to his will. He spent so long talking about my potential. I really thought it was such a serious thing to him. I thought that he cared about me. And then I jumped, and regretted it immediately. I screamed the whole way down, and when I landed softly thanks to the artifact, I laid down and cried, knowing that there was no chance of my going back home. Oh, Zalin said, the story feeling so much more real now. The dream world wasn't just filled with random people. They had serious problems. Oh? Yelsa repeated, a sour look on her face. Is that all you have to offer? No sympathies, not promises to avenge me, just a dull, dim-witted, oh?
You really are an ignorant man. Sorry, I'm not really good with emotions, Zalin expressed. Not many are, Yelsa sighed. But at least you listen to me like you believe me. That brings me some comfort. I do believe you, Zalin said sincerely. Yelsa smiled warmly. Zalin smiled back for a moment. Maybe he could make friends in this world. Then another question came to mind. How did you know that Morlock was after an elemental's challenge? Did the elemental appear to you afterward or something? Zalin asked. If only, Yelsa scoffed. Morlock himself jumped off the city once he received the power. He was already at level 11 from his years of obsessive monster hunting in the skies around Etheria, so he had high wisdom and could easily catch himself before he hit the ground, even without the drop coin. I do not think he originally intended to see me after I jumped off, but when he left Etheria with his new power, he happened to see me curled up as he spun down from the sky with glee. He came to me to gloat. He explained that he found an elemental within the city, but would not tell me where. He could now achieve his goal to gather as many powers from all the elementals of the world. Then he ran off at incredible speed, aided by the wind at his back. He left me the drop coin, which still had a few uses. I do not think he remembered that artifact when he came to laugh in my face. It made me a small fortune when I sold it. So Morlock is out of the sky too? Zalin asked. He is, Yelsa nodded gravely.
This was years ago, and I doubt he looks like he once did. He would likely disguise himself, but be wary of anyone you see that can use air elemental power. Zalin's eyes involuntarily shifted to Gorb, and Yelsa laughed. Anyone that is a high level and can use air elemental power, she clarified. Right, I knew that, Zalin said quickly, trying to save face. Glad we reached it, Yelsa nodded. Zalin looked at her with a slight frown, trying to understand what she had just said. What? He asked. The castle of Dokran. She indicated ahead to reveal the top of the gates on a hill on the horizon. Zalin looked ahead at the massive, bygone castle standing tall above the river. Then he turned back to Yelsa. I might be bad at expressing emotions, but you're terrible at specifying stuff you're pointing at, Zalin pointed out. Noted, Yelsa said, distracted by something else ahead of them. Zalin looked forward and saw the other three companions had stopped progressing and knelt down low. Zalin and Yelsa looked at one another and lowered themselves, inching forward until they could speak quietly to their friends. What is it? Zalin asked. There is a Narg sleeping against the gate, Fran whispered. Any way around it? Yelsa asked. Not that we can tell, Rep replied. But there is a way through it, Fran smiled. We should not rush into battle a Narg, Gorb chastised. I am not talking about rushing in, Fran countered. If we lay out a plan where each of us takes a part in the battle, I think we can take it on without it dealing us any harm. Zalin took one look at the Narg and wasn't sure that he was as confident as Fran. Chapter 28. Asleep at the Gate. The Narg looked like a troll with an amphibious frog face. It wore flattened metals as armor on its body, and had spikes protruding from the back of its prodigious head. Its eyes were uncanny, small, round, and on opposite sides of its head, like a mix between a spider and a toad. The Narg had too many fingers and toes, with wretched long brown nails, giving Zalin an uneasy feeling about knowing what kind of movement the creature was capable of. Sharp teeth poked out both its top and bottom lips as it snored contentedly through large, flaring nostrils while it leaned against the castle gates. The gates weren't very wide, maybe large enough to let in 2 horse-drawn carts next to one another, with walls extending past the gate on both sides.
In one hand, laying flat on the Narg's open palm, was a spiked wooden club. The spikes were made from bones of various creatures. Zalin shuddered, thinking the bones might be a collection of previous victims. "Anything I should know about this thing?" Zalin asked immediately. Gorb was quick to nod to give him some context. "It is powerful. One bad strike and it will kill you instantly. And it can leap very long distances," Gorb said. "Maybe there's another gate we can go in through?" Zalin suggested. "And risk giving the Narg time to wake up?" Fran asked. "It won't matter if it wakes up when we find another way in," Zalin replied. "If we find another way in," Rep corrected nervously. "Look, we can overwhelm it and kill it before it even has time to stand up," Fran said. "Is that how you beat them before?" Yelsa asked. "Oh, I have never seen a Narg before in person," Fran replied casually. "What?" Zalin said, stunned. "And now you just want to pretend you're confident?" "I am confident," Fran said sternly. "Let me just think of a plan, and you can tell me if you dislike the idea." "I dislike the idea," Zalin replied immediately. "Maybe after I spell out the plan," Fran rolled her eyes. "Just look at it! That thing is easily the size of the giant gargoyle. You told me to run immediately as soon as you saw that monster. Now, you don't even recognize this one, and you want to try and take it on?" Zalin said. "Yes. This time we will not be ambushed by a creature we do not know is there," Fran said. "The best way to learn about a creature that you have not yet fought is to fight it," Gorb chimed in stoically. "You two are impossible," Zalin hissed. "Look at the size of this castle," Fran said. "It could take the rest of the day to find another way in. A wasted day where the satiator may run out on us, and we could begin to go hungry. Or we could maintain our strength and go in immediately. In addition, going off the paths between cities and castles is dangerous. More powerful monsters tend to live along the roads less traveled," Gorb added. Zalin looked at the massive castle with its many towers and thought that taking a day to survey the walls was probably a conservative estimate. It could take 2 days to find another way in. He glanced at Rep. Rep was biting his lip, his eyes analyzing the scene. Zalin sighed, unable to think of another way out. He looked upon the menacing Narg in its temporary slumber and reminded himself that all of this was a dream. He'd had plenty of nightmares before. He could take this thing on. "All right," Zalin said to Fran. "But you better give us a good plan." "Excellent." Fran rubbed her hands together in anticipation and narrowed her eyes in thought. She looked between her companions and the Narg a few times as she processed her ideas. At one point, the Narg shifted in its sleep, and Yelsa, Rep, and Zalin flinched in fear, but it remained asleep. "I have an idea," Fran said. "Yelsa takes on firing at one eye, and Zalin goes for the other with some lightning. Gorb ensures that the creature cannot reach its club by blasting it away with air and redirecting its fists when it tries to strike empty-handed. Depp works on burning the club to a crisp, so that Gorb can focus on leading a frontal assault with me. Then, he and I go for its head." "So, none of us are attacking head-on? We get to keep a bit of distance?" Zalin asked, gesturing to himself, Yelsa, and Rep. "It was my first idea. I can come up with more if you need," Fran offered. No, I like the plan. It's a good plan," Zalin stammered. "It sounds very achievable," Rep nodded. "What if the creature does not get hurt from our attacks?" Gorb asked. Zalin shuddered at the idea, not having considered it a possibility. "Then we change tactics. Get out of range immediately. I throw fire in its eyes and you use your air power to help the others run as far away as possible. Then, you and I retreat with them," Fran said. "What will we do then?" Yelsa asked. Let us decide on how to deal with scenarios that actually come to pass. As for now, do we all agree to the plan?" The travelers nodded or shrugged without any better ideas. "Very well. We will all begin our assault after Zalin lets out his first lightning strike," Fran said, smiling. She was shaking in anticipation. "Why me?" Zalin asked. "Your power has a chance to stun the Narg, giving us an extra second before it can come to its senses and rise for a fight," Fran replied. Zalin nodded fearfully. 4 of them began creeping forward as Yelsa knocked an arrow and began to take aim, readying herself to draw the bowstring as soon as Zalin was in position. The Narg snorted on their approach, and everyone froze. It didn't breathe for a moment more, and Zalin felt like he should throw lightning before it had the chance to wake up. Maybe his lack of aim would be compensated by the possibility of it being stunned. He clenched and unclenched his fist, not sure what to do, until it began breathing calmly once more. Zalin got within about 20 feet of it before he was comfortable with knowing his attack would reach its target.
Fran crawled squarely in front of the Narg to act as the first thing it would see when it woke, and Gorb and Rep moved up next to the club. They all watched Zalin for a signal. Zalin raised his hand, focused his energy, and fired at the Narg's left eye with a bolt of lightning. The Narg immediately reacted, its right eye coming open and its hand going for the club. Gorb had already pushed it aside a few feet, and Rep set the base of it on fire, sending more fires up the rest of the club. The Narg croaked in frustration and then shrieked when an arrow was fired into its left eye, blinding it. Fran ignited her sword in flames and waved it to distract from Yelsa. "You were supposed to hit the other eye," Zalin called back to her in panic. "Your lightning came and went in a flash. I could not tell which eye you hit," Yelsa snapped, putting on another arrow to her bowstring. Zalin turned around and threw another blast of lightning at the Narg's other eye, but it leapt up to its feet too quickly, and Zalin missed. Fran was charging at it for a frontal assault, sword raised high. The Narg stomped powerfully with one foot, kicking up a bit of mud into Fran's face and rumbling the earth enough to make her lose balance. As she tried to regain her footing, the Narg's fist came down toward her, and she was blasted away by Gorb's air, tumbling to the side as the Narg's fist destroyed the mound of dirt she was standing on the moment before. The Narg twisted its face in time to avoid another arrow from Yelsa. Its one eye scanned the 5 fighters around it, then focused on Rep burning its club. Rep made eye contact with it, then took a few steps back in fear. The Narg croaked angrily and then jumped 5 feet in the air, landing next to its burning club. "It's beginning to jump!" Rep shrieked in fear. "Corboniface, help him!" Zalin cried. Rep fell over from the rumble caused by the Narg landing. Gorb stumbled, but ran up with his 2 swords drawn and managed to stab the monster in its back leg with 2 deep slashes before he was swatted a dozen feet away by the annoyed creature. It looked back to Rep, who decided that enough of the club was ablaze, and began running away from the Narg. The Narg grabbed the blazing club, then released it when it realized it was too hot. It decided to use its hand as a weapon instead, raising it to smash Rep. Instead, he was zapped in the hand by lightning, and then struck by an arrow in the same area, giving Rep enough time to get out of the way of the downwards strike. The Narg turned around and croaked. "Is it time to run?" Zalin asked. "No," Fran said, having cleaned off the mud that was blinding her face. "Gorb did well to cut its leg. It is no longer leaping. I think we can continue our assault until it is dead." "It only jumped the one time. How can you be sure it's immobilized?" Zalin asked. "If it is not, then running away would be fruitless. It jumps much further than anticipated. It would be too fast," Fran said,
charging ahead with her newly flame-imbued blade. Zalin took a few steps forward to make sure he was close enough to continue firing, throwing as much lightning as he could to paralyze and distract the creature. He was in front of the castle gates now, close enough that he could run inside if he wanted to. It might even be safer within the gates than outside. He considered telling his companions to cut their losses and rush inside, but didn't want to confuse them in the heat of battle. Gorb assisted Fran as she jumped. She sailed in the air and landed on the Narg's back. It twisted itself to try to get her off as she climbed up the back to stab its throat. She appeared over the Narg's shoulder with a look of glee and her eyes flitting upward for an instant. Instead of immediately striking, her face went white and she screamed at Zalin. "Another Narg!"
She exploded, screaming as the Narg was able to throw her off its back. Zalin felt the new Narg before he saw it, the floor rumbling as it stood to full height. Zalin turned and stared as the Narg came around the wall on the other side of the castle's entry gate and brought down its bone-riddled club, crushing the gate in a single swipe, then stepping over the bent metal to assist its fellow Narg. Chapter 29. Team of Two. What do I do?" Zalin screamed, raising his sword at the creature. The new Narg was taking in the scene. The injured Narg with Fran, Gorb, and Rep on one end of the field outside the gate, and Zalin in front of it. The Narg grunted in a deep croak and began raising its club. It didn't raise the weapon to full height before an arrow sprouted from within its nose, and it squealed in surprise, looking out to get a view of Yelsa. In the moment that the frog-like monster was still distracted, Zalin threw a blast of lightning into its left eye and began running. "You are running toward me! It has not spotted me yet," Yelsa screamed urgently. "I'm running away from the thing that's going to kill me. I don't care which direction," Zalin replied, equally urgently. He heard a rumble from the fight with the first Narg happening on his right, but he couldn't risk taking a look while making distance. Then, the second Narg seemingly teleported in front of him, landing from a giant leap in between himself and Yelsa. The landing was earth-shaking, and Zalin landed face first into the ground, sliding a foot and ending up between the Narg's feet. The Narg raised a foot to stomp, when suddenly an arrow appeared at the base of its heel and it reeled back in pain. Zalin took the moment to raise his head and roll toward the planted foot. The Narg stomped down, which lodged the arrow deeper into its foot, causing it to screech with more pain. Zalin was in front of the other foot, a grotesquely shaped piece of flesh, bumpy from various warts. Zalin's first instinct was to start running again, but he was terrified that the Narg would land on top of him the next time it jumped. He decided in that instant that perhaps Fran was right, and injuring its feet would be enough to stop it from jumping. He got up to his knees, raised his sword, and stabbed downward toward the center of the massive foot, only for his blade to glance off, leaving only a tiny mark instead of breaching the rough flesh. Zalin stared in horror and realized that this was what Gorb had asked about earlier. What would happen if their attacks were useless? His strength was too low, and he couldn't do any damage with a simple sword stab. The plan was supposed to be to run, but they couldn't escape two Nargs at the same time, especially not if Gorb was too preoccupied to supply supporting speed. The Narg above him regained its senses and turned itself around to take on the archer that was causing him the most pain. In its about face, the Narg unintentionally kicked Zalin aside with great force. Zalin coughed as he was tossed a foot mid-air and landed painfully on his side. He felt a stinging in the left side of his abdomen and wondered if he landed on some sort of sharp object, but didn't have time to check before Yelsa began screaming in fear. The Narg had closed the gap between them. Zalin threw a jolt of lightning at its arm, stupefying it for a second. He had prevented it from raising its club, which should have given Yelsa just enough time to knock another arrow.
Instead, she continued screaming. She was frozen in fear. Zalin threw another bolt of lightning at the Narg, raising its club as he stumbled to his feet with his sword drawn. He ran forward as the Narg raised its club to pancake Yelsa. He saw that his lightning power had an effect on the creature, but only a little bit. If only he could use the monster's weapon against it, the same way he used the Bosnuk's mace to stop the Bosnuk from attacking Rep. But the club was made of wood. He couldn't do anything about it. His adrenaline-laden mind raced towards a solution. In his ensuing steps, he was suddenly struck with an idea. There was a chance to put his practice into action. He could do it. Zalin screamed as he charged forward. The Narg croaked as it prepared to lower its club. Yelsa screamed and covered her face tightly.
Zalin couldn't sustain lightning running through the entire weapon, but he'd perfected holding the lightning on the tip of the sword for a few seconds. The second before he stabbed toward the Narg's calf, he imbued the tip of his blade with all the power he could, then put all his weight behind it. The sword and all its lightning went deep into the tree trunk-like calf, and the Narg grunted in pain and frustration. Zalin abandoned his sword in the creature, keeping his momentum going, and continued running forward between the Narg's legs. The Narg hadn't let up its swing. Zalin grabbed Yelsa from the back of her tunic and dragged her forward a few feet as the earth shook violently from the club's impact. Yelsa screamed out in pain, and Zalin felt her body resist his pulling. She'd been struck by the immense weapon, but at least she was alive. Zalin grit his teeth and looked backward to see what had happened. One of the bones protruding from the Narg's club had gone through the side of Yelsa's leg. Thankfully, her leg was largely okay, other than the gash. She wouldn't lose her foot. The Narg looked ferociously in pain and stumbled down to one knee, the sword in its leg too much for it to continue standing. "Yelsa, shoot its eyes! Its eyes!" Zalin screamed as he shot a bolt of lightning at the creature's face. It closed its eyes in rage and roared its deep croak in anger. Zalin pulled an arrow from her quiver and began slapping her hand with it for her to pick it up. "Yelsa!" "Ah!" Yelsa screamed and fitted the arrow, then loosed it into the Narg's right eye, immediately blinding it. Zalin pulled another arrow for her, but Yelsa screamed in unimaginable pain as the Narg raised its club once more, pulling the sharp debris from Yelsa's leg. "Quick, before it attacks again!" Zalin screamed as the Narg stumbled as it tried to hold the club upward. "I can't see!" Yelsa screamed. Zalin looked down at her and noticed tears streaming over her eyes from the pain. She'd been blinded by her agony. She was in no shape to take aim at another moving target. He grit his teeth and acted quickly. "Sorry," he said as he gripped the back of her tunic. Yelsa screamed as Zalin began pulling her further away and used his free hand to let loose a series of lightning bolts towards the Narg's good eye, keeping it too blind to see them. Nevertheless, it slammed its club down at them again uninhibitedly, only to miss by a few feet. Zalin stumbled by the force of the impact next to him. Yelsa was too loud. It would get them killed if the Narg listened closely enough. "Bite onto this." Zalin placed an arrow into her mouth to stop the screaming and more effectively hide them. He continued his onslaught of lightning in the eye and dragged Yelsa away as she continued a muffled groan in torment at her injury, being pulled over the ground. The Narg was still moving too fast. Carrying Yelsa's weight was too much, and Zalin couldn't outrun it. Breathing heavily, he scanned the monster in search of a weak point. The only thing that stood out to him was his own sword. He grit his teeth, deciding it was the best chance he had. Zalin stopped to take proper aim at their stumbling opponent. Taking inspiration from his encounter with the Bosnuks, Zalin fired what felt like his remaining energy into the blade. As he'd hoped,
The blade hungrily absorbed the electricity and sent the shocking blast straight into the Narg's body from the inside. Involuntarily twisting its body, the monster halted its approach, temporarily immobilized. Finally, Zalin felt like they were far enough from the beast to stop pulling her. Yelsa spat out the arrow from her mouth and used her hands to block any sounds from escaping her mouth. Zalin let out one last bolt of lightning, then fell on his rear in exhaustion. Even with all the adrenaline, he couldn't keep up the usage of so much lightning. Despite his inability to keep up the assault, the Narg kept its arrow-free eye shut for a few more seconds. Zalin wondered if it was trying to protect itself from more lightning. After another few seconds of its eye staying close, he realized that it couldn't open its eye. He had hit it so much that it was entirely blind. The Narg tried to stand at full height, then stumbled back down to its kneeling position. The arrow in one foot and the sword in the other calf were taking their toll. "I think we're safe from it for now," Zalin whispered to her. Yelsa didn't have anything to say from under her hands, but she nodded vigorously, grateful to be done for the moment. She was blinking away the tears in her eyes to get a better view. The Narg they sat across swung its club ahead of it like a blind stick, trying to locate its enemies. But they were a good ways out of reach. Zalin finally looked over at Rep, Gorb, and Fran to see how they fared. The three of them were running over, the first Narg defeated and lying face first in a pool of mud mixed with blood, a large cut on its throat, and a fire on its back. Rep had a cut on his cheek, a line of blood washing over his jaw. Gorb had a fresh welt in his eye, and Fran was hobbling over, her foot either injured or broken. "We are coming!" Rep screamed. He threw a fireball, which dwindled to the size of a quarter by the time it landed against the Narg's neck. Zalin waved for them to be quiet, and tried his best to mime that the Narg ahead of them had been blinded. "What?" Rep called. But Gorb and Fran understood the message and signaled for Rep to be silent. Fran imbued her sword with flames and jumped high in the air, assisted by wind from Gorb, and landed with her feet on the Narg's shoulders. She buckled, hesitating because of her bad leg, but quickly regained her balance. Before the Narg could raise its hands to pull her off, Fran stabbed her flaming sword into its head, grinning from ear to ear as the Narg bellowed in pain for a moment, before its soul escaped its body. Its large body began stumbling forward in dead silence. Fran, Rep, and Yelsa both began glowing a dim white color. Zalin stared in fascination, about to ask what was happening, before the light grew to a hot white. They each exploded in a blinding burst of energy. Each one had leveled up as a result of their encounters. "That might have been useful during the fight," Yelsa said sullenly, wiping the tears from her face quickly. Zalin was shocked to hear her voice so clearly after the wound she took, then realized that it was mostly healed after gaining the level. There was a dark red cut on her leg, but nothing as critical as the open hole in her leg moments ago. There was no longer anything to be seriously concerned over. "Are you two okay?" Fran asked, looking them over. "I am now that I have healed," Yelsa said, slowly trying to stand. "I'm okay, I think," Zalin said. He lifted his tunic to see the damage done by being kicked aside by the Narg. It was a red bruise across his ribs. It stung to touch as well as to raise his hands too far above his head. He decided he would simply not raise his arms. "What a fight!" Fran laughed, as soon as it was confirmed her friends were safe. "2 Nargs? And we killed them both! I thought we were finished when the second one appeared. Imagine if there were more!" The question sent a pit of dread through the travelers, and the 5 of them took a glance at the castle gates for another Narg. The gate remained squished and silent. The group breathed a joint sigh of relief. Gorb looked over the nearby Narg, then turned to Zalin and Yelsa curiously. He didn't seem to be bothered by the black bruise on his eye after having been swatted aside by the first Narg.
How did you... Gorb tried to ask the question appropriately, then decided that he had no better way to ask. How did you survive? Indeed, how? Rep said excitedly. I could not get my sword to sever its skin. Yelsa helped out a lot by keeping it distracted. When it wanted to stomp on me, she shot an arrow in its foot, Zalin said. And then when the beast tried to separate my brain from my skull, Zalin imbued his sword and stabbed into its calf, then pulled me away from it without a thought of his own safety. But I lost about half of my leg to one of the bones on its club, Yelsa explained. And then we just kept shooting its eyes until it was blind, Zalin said. Gorb looked back at the creature, then to Zalin and Yelsa. He pointed to the sword sticking out of the dead creature's calf. You are still level 2? And you were able to imbue your blade? Gorb asked. There was something interesting in his voice. Pride? Was Gorb impressed by something Zalin had done? Just the end of it. I still can't imbue the whole thing, Zalin gave a measured response. And even with that, you were able to take advantage of the situation. And, if I heard correctly, you were able to fire arrows even when you had lost your leg? Gorb asked, a tiny smile threatening to break on his face. Only part of my leg, Yelsa corrected. She and Zalin exchanged a glance as Gorb began to smile wide. My friends, he said, with a grand smile on his face. Even the squinted black eye looked elated. Please, call me Gorb. Chapter 30. Within the Gates. The group assessed themselves before continuing into the castle. Yelsa's foot was still slightly wounded, which caused her to lean heavily on her good leg, but she insisted that she was fine to continue, eager to go home as soon as possible. Rep and Fran had no signs of injuries, leaving only Zalin and Gorb with bruises. I'll be fine, Zalin insisted, as Rep was inspecting the wound on his ribs. Once I'm home, I think it'll disappear. We do not know what happens between our worlds, Rep said. I'm pretty sure I'll just wake up. Gorb, are you fine with only one good eye? Zalin asked. He knew Gorb would be fine. He was just really excited to use the name Gorb to address him. I will not hinder our progress, Gorb promised. And I am close to increasing my level. I am confident I will heal within the castle once we finish off the dragon. Zalin didn't even realize it had been a while since he checked his own values. He tapped his fingers and inspected his experience. It was at 96. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, then realized that he'd fought a Bosnok and 2 Nargs since he last leveled up, and they were probably worth a lot of experience at his low level. Zalin made his way to the Narg he blinded with Yelsa, pulling at the sword stabbed into the calf. His weapon refused to budge as he pulled against it. He put both hands on it and pulled harder, only for it to remain in place. Fran watched him with amusement. Need assistance? She asked. Let me just... Zalin put one foot against the Narg and pulled with all his might. The sword didn't move. Fran smirked as she stepped forward and pulled the sword out with 2 fingers, placing it in Zalin's sheath for him, then making her way to the gates. Zalin went flush with embarrassment and followed. The chasm between their respective strength was very apparent. With that, the 5 friends made their way toward the crushed gates of the castle of Dokran, ready to finally step inside. So how bad was it to take down your own Narg? Zalin asked Rep as they walked. Awful. I feel so useless in battle,
Only serving to hold back the rest of you, Rep replied immediately. I tried to strike it with my sword, only for it to bounce off harmlessly. From there, the Narg wished only to target myself. Fran tried her best to bring its ire upon her by waving her flaming sword and slashing at its feet, but it only had eyes to do damage to me. It threw all manner of debris, including its burning club. It dealt me quite the blow right here on my face. Rep pointed to where the bleeding cut had been on his cheek before he gained a level. How did you end up taking it down? Zalin asked. I used myself as bait to turn the Narg away from Gorb and Fran. They took the distraction to get above the Narg and slice its throat, Rep replied. They're a good team, Zalin mused, looking at the siblings as they led the way to the castle. Indeed, they seem to instinctively know when to work together to send Fran skyward for her to deliver powerful attacks to weak points, Rep nodded. The five had arrived at the gates now, staring as far as they could beyond the crushed entrance to see if there were any other monsters awaiting them. Fran and Gorb checked on either side of the walls behind the gates and nodded back to their friends to confirm it was safe. Beyond the gates was a large set of double doors to enter, at least the size of the Nargs. The doors were slightly ajar and decaying, looking as though the weakest ember of fire from even Rep could burn them down in moments. Before they stepped inside, Yelsa knocked her bow and fired an arrow into the opening of the door, listening to it clatter inside. They waited silently for any creatures to react to the projectile. There were no noises, but Zalin didn't know whether to be comforted by that or to think that there was something intelligent inside, waiting to ambush them. As they began to move forward, Yelsa suggested a second method to ensure they would not be surprised. She turned to Gorb and whispered something in his ear. He stoically nodded and took one step in front of the group. Taking a deep breath, he blasted the doors open with a burst of wind. The doors disintegrated into hundreds of pieces, and the natural sunlight did much better to calm the adventurers, in that there was nothing waiting in the first chamber to attack them. Fran led the way, igniting a small flame to check nooks that were not as easily illuminated by the hole where the door used to stand. The entryway was massive, likely a greeting ground for those that used to come and go. There were frayed remnants of tapestries that used to hang from the ceilings, and ruined cushions and broken chairs scattered around the room. The sunlight streaming in revealed how much dust permeated through the air, the ground inside not having been disturbed for what may have been years. Other than the ransacking of what used to be set up inside, it didn't look like there was any evidence of a fight having taken place. Zalin wondered what happened to the previous residents, this castle not looking nearly as sinister as the remains of the lost city of Zagon. When Zalin stepped inside, he heard a faint squeaking coming from somewhere in a corner. He looked over to it, which drew the attention of the other travelers. Fran lit up the wall with a larger flame, and Yelsa gasped quietly, going tight. The wall was crawling with tiny, spider-like creatures, some of which hopped away at the first sign of the bright light. "Cave crickets," Zalin said, relaxing. "You know of these things?" Yelsa asked, still taut with disgust. "Sure, my mom used to get them in her basement all the time," Zalin said, turning his back to them to continue surveying the room. He began to notice just how many crickets were living in and on the walls. It was a colony. "So these are simply non-monsters," Rep assessed. "What's the difference?" Zalin asked. "You cannot gain experience from killing non-monsters," Rep answered. "Oh, so if I killed something like a horse, I couldn't even gain a single experience point?" Zalin asked. They stared at him like he was an imbecile. "Why would you kill a horse?" Yelsa asked. "I meant hypothetically," Zalin clarified. "Why would you ever want to kill a horse, Zalin?" Gorb asked, stunned. I just meant it to know if there was a way to gain experience from non-monsters, Zalin quickly replied. Do not kill horses, Fran told him. I wasn't going to, Zalin said. A horse is a majestic creature, suited very well for assisting in travel. You would kill one if you got one? Yelsa asked. No, Never mind, I don't want to kill a horse, Zalin sighed. I am glad we could convince you otherwise, Gorb said, nodding to himself. Yeah, fine, Zalin resigned himself to the misunderstanding and went back to looking at cave crickets. I find it amusing that you can withstand the sight of these creatures, but not a single roach, Fran smiled. Rep made a face agreeing with her, equally amused. These are nothing like roaches, Zalin said immediately. If I learned that the dragon was weak to crickets, I would carry these in my hands to present to it. Roaches can all die in a fire. Please do not bring any of these with you, Yelsa pleaded, disgusted by the suggestion. I'm just happy this is the only thing we found here, Zalin said. Do not speak so soon, Gorb said, pointing to the rest of the castle. There is much more to discover within. Zalin looked ahead at the dark, ominous halls ahead of them. They seemed so empty, yet foreboding.
Could anything really survive that deep in the castle? They'd have to come out to the front to get food, right? Zalin asked. Not all creatures have the same needs we do. They may be perfectly content feasting on the crickets they find on the walls, Gorb pointed out. Zalin's mouth twitched in distaste at the thought, but it made him bring up his guard once more. He shouldn't expect to be safe in the castle of Dokren. The wind blew, howling the open chambers within like a massive wolf that was one with the walls. When no one else stepped forward, Fran decided to lead the way with her flame light, the others remaining close behind and Gorb watching the rear for any surprises. Do you think the dragon will be easier to take on than the Nargs? Rep asked suddenly. I think we'll be fine, Zalin said immediately. He was only half certain, but he didn't want to delay going back home. The other travelers seemed not to dismiss his false confidence, Fran especially, who was excited to take on the new creature. Zalin didn't really believe much in the consequences of this world, the dragon included. He would simply grab the Homeseeker and go home. He didn't need to defeat a single dragon. He would defeat the entirety of this realm by leaving it behind. Surely that would be an easy affair. Chapter 31. Dokren. The group prowled forward, remaining as quiet and cautious as they could whenever they crossed into a new room. They had traversed 3 chambers so far, each one growing darker as sunlight dim and sparse. They were searching for an area with stairs, as that would lead them to the peak of the castle, where the dragon presumably resided. Rep had ignited a flame of his own, not satisfied with Fran being the single source of light in the darkened corridors. Yelsa had made her way to Fran and was clinging onto her tunic, wanting to remain close to the light that repelled the cave crickets that they still occasionally witnessed. They saw the insects less frequently the deeper they traveled, likely as the lack of food was causing it to be harder to proliferate as a species within the walls. Zalin continued analyzing what he could in the dancing shadows of the rooms they passed through, trying to put together the story of what happened to the people. There were chairs and small chambers where dozens of servants probably lived, but no sign of them. He even looked for skeletons to no avail. He suddenly realized that he might be the only one wondering. The others might have known the history of the castle and assumed he knew as well, despite their promises to treat him as a fool that knew nothing. What happened to the castle of Dokren? It looks like there used to be so many people, Zalin asked. Dokren himself is what happened, Gorb said gravely. Zalin waited a few seconds before realizing that Gorb thought that was somehow an adequate response. What did Dokren do? Zalin prompted.
King Dokrin was a decent ruler with a good kingdom. His people tolerated him in such a way that some might even say they enjoyed his rule. He was not known for saying unkind words or being unfair to others. But they were not steadfastly loyal, and he was incredibly vain. He saw others in his kingdom that had elemental powers and said that he wanted the power himself.
He said, "What kind of ruler is weaker than his people?" "Plenty of them," Fran answered cynically from the front of the group. "Be that as it may," Gorb continued, "he sent his people out in search of an elemental that would give him unrivaled strength. One finally returned with word of an elemental that he may be interested in. A dark elemental. They and the bright elementals are notorious for immensely difficult challenges. His people begged him not to accept the challenge, but he was arrogant. He could not be powerless. The challenge was severe. The elementals sent a dragon to this castle for him to defeat." "Alone?" Yelsa asked, stunned. "Indeed. An elemental's challenge must always be taken on alone. Worse yet, when Dokrin failed, the dragon remained behind. It decided that the Horde Room would be its home," Gorb said. "So people lived in the same castle as a dragon?" Zalin asked. "Far from it. The people left after having attempted to gain access to the king's treasures. But no one could touch the treasures of Dokrin, even after he died in combat with the monster. The wealth of the castle was locked up, protected by a monster that no one had access to. In addition, Dokrin was very protective of his wealth, known for setting traps to stop intruders. Even his closest advisors had no advantages in obtaining his riches. As a result, no one knew exactly how much he had. There was much speculation that he wanted an elemental power because he was running out of wealth and needed another way to keep order. They said that perhaps he died poor, but never wanted his kingdom to be made aware. No one thought it was worth the trouble to defeat the dragon. Instead, the castle's people took what they could of the castle's furnishings and left, Gorb said. Zalin took another look at the threadbare surroundings and was finally able to understand the circumstances of this setting. "How long ago was that?" Zalin asked. "I do not know," Gorb replied. "How long do dragons live?" Zalin followed up. "I do not know." "Is it possible this is the same dragon as in the story?" Zalin asked. "I do not know." "All right, good talk. Thanks, Gorb," Zalin sighed, defeated. Zalin took another glance around the hall they were walking through and could see the evidence of the place being looted by people leaving. Things that were high on the walls were left behind, but things like cushions on the chairs had been removed, and even some chairs were broken apart to be taken in pieces and sold for scrap. It didn't look like there was a tragic event that emptied the castle because it was much simpler than a major tragedy. People just left their home when it was clear that it wasn't safe to stay any longer. The empty halls felt lifeless and lonely. Everything was shrouded in such prevalent darkness. He felt a sour pit in his stomach when he realized that was the same state he felt in his own apartment back in the real world. He threw the idea out of his mind. Things were fine back home. Especially with him so close to being able to get back, he wasn't going to waste his time building regrets towards something he knew he wanted. Home was great. He would visit Mom. A tiny frown formed on his face at the last thought. Fran stopped abruptly in front, and the others looked ahead tensely to see what had halted their progress. Fran was looking up at the ceiling intently. The others followed her gaze, preparing themselves for a fight. There was nothing above them. "What is it?" Gorb asked her. "The ceiling is curving upward. I believe there are stairs there. We should go into the room on the left rather than the one at the end of the hall," Fran replied. "Very well," Gorb replied, as the others released the edginess in them, loosening their stances and breathing easier.
They opened the doorway to the new room and were pleasantly surprised to see it lit modestly by windows at the top of the high ceilings. There were stairs carved along the round walls leading to the next floor. Zalin looked up to appreciate the size of the room, then stared in shock at something floating at the top of the stairs. What? Zalin's mouth was clamped over by Gorb's hand, who was also watching the monster. The creature was a mass of torso and 2 arms floating in place at the top of the stairs. There was no head on the creature, nor were there legs to be seen. It looked like a grotesque mass of body that was desperately missing essential parts of its wrinkly form. Only a meshy, skin-like torso and arms hanging off the side. It had adjusted its body when Zalin made noise, but it wasn't clear if it was looking at them due to its lack of eyes. From just beyond the upper end of the stairs, 2 more of the creatures appeared, creeping aimlessly over the upper floor in their ominous, silent floating. Gorb hesitantly took his hand off of Zalin's mouth and looked to Fran. Fran shrugged uncertainly and looked to the others for direction on what to do. Yelsa drew her bow and nocked an arrow just in case, but shrugged her shoulders. Zalin waved for them all to lean in. "What are they?" Zalin whispered, so quietly he could barely hear himself speak. Everyone looked upward to make sure the creatures didn't move, then went back to their huddle. Each of the travelers looked to one another, waiting for some clarity on what the headless, legless creatures were. No one had any information. "Should we face them?" Fran asked quietly. "No!" Rep hissed immediately. "What if they are dangerous? What if they are harmless? We can kill them and quickly be on our way up," Fran asked. "Or they could kill us the moment they come into contact with us," Rep rebutted. "How about Yelsa fires an arrow at one of them? If we see it has no effect, then we get out of here. If it looks like we can take them on, we move forward," Zalin whispered. Rep shook his head, but the others nodded in unison. Rob wanted to get another word in edgewise, but Yelsa was already pulling her bowstring. Rep ducked his head down as the arrow sailed through the air and struck one of the monster's torsos toward the top of its body. Immediately, as though strings were cut when the arrow inserted itself, the body fell straight down and crashed into the castle floor, not moving. Yelsa fired another arrow into the inert body to make sure it was dead. It remained still. Then they looked back up at the other 2 bulbous monsters to see how they reacted. There was no change in their behavior. They floated over the edge of the stairs silently. "That was easy enough," Yelsa said aloud, not whispering in the face of what seemed like weak creatures. The 2 creatures flinched at the sound of Yelsa's voice. They both zoomed toward the party of travelers, floating with their arms extended. Behind them, 4 more creatures floated over the edge, their arms reaching forward as well. Yelsa yelped and went to draw another arrow, but couldn't get a grip on her quiver. Her fingers kept stumbling over her ammunition until she gave up and sat down, looking up at the 6 incoming monsters. "What are you doing?" Fran asked, concerned, as she drew her blade and imbued it with flame. Fran raised her free hand as if to blast them away with flame, then lowered her hands a second later, a listless look in her eyes. "What's going on?" Zalin asked, looking over toward both Fran and Yelsa. But they were gone. He was alone, sitting on a chair, his weapon gone. He was in a hospital, sitting across a room that he didn't recognize but immediately knew. He wasn't supposed to be here. There was no reality where he should be sitting where he was sitting. His heart had gone wild, and he knew nothing but dread as he looked at the room he feared. Next to the door was a patient room sign with a name written, Haya Umalasif. His mom's hospital room. Chapter 32. Thoughts and Scares. Zalin gripped the armrests of the chair tightly as he stared at the door in front of him. The rational part of his mind knew that something was wrong. He shouldn't be at the hospital. But his heart was running on all cylinders, crashing against his chest and desperately seeking an explanation. He didn't understand what was going on, and his thoughts were shrouded like he was desperately sleepy. "Hello!" Zalin screamed to the empty corridors of the hospital. There were no doctors, nurses, or patients milling about, just him and the door. "Where are—" He was reaching for names of people in his mind, maybe friends, but they wouldn't come to mind. There was only one thing that mattered right now. It was across from him, waiting. He had to open the door and visit his mom. He stood up shakily, his body feeling like it was an enormous task simply to stand up. He reached his jittering hand out and swallowed hard as it made contact with the cold doorknob. He stood frozen for a moment. His mind was flailing between wanting and not wanting to go inside. He twisted slowly and pushed the door open. It creaked, gradually revealing the room beyond it. "Mom?" Zalin asked, hopeful, as he stepped inside. The room was dark, the day overcast out the window, and the privacy blinds drawn in front of the single hospital bed in the room. He still couldn't see his mother. Zalin approached the bed much faster, his heart rate skyrocketing in fear and apprehension. He desperately wanted to see his mom's face. It would help him so much just to see her, even if she was asleep. He threw the curtains open and gasped in rage and fear. The bed was empty. "Mom?" Zalin asked, turning himself around and looking around the room for her. "Mom!" he escalated. The room was brightening itself up, the dull ambience of the hospital transitioning to blinding. "Mom! I visited!"
"Where are you?" Zalin begged, as he had to shield his eyes from the searing, hot white color enveloping his vision. When his vision cleared, Zalin saw Gorb kneeling over, panting heavily in front of the monsters that were now dead at his feet. Zalin looked around himself and saw that his companions, similar to himself, were sprawled out on the floor as though they had been struck down. Zalin looked vacantly at Gorb, his heart still pounding away unceasingly in his chest. His thoughts were messy. He had a massive headache, and his body felt like it had just run miles on end. "Where's Mom? She was supposed to be—" "What happened?" Zalin asked, sitting himself up and blinking past the lightheadedness that immediately came over him. "Where am I? Where's the hospital?" Gorb looked over at him, trying to get a hold of his breathing. The bruise on his eye was gone, and the expression on his face was distraught. "Fran? Are you okay?" Gorb asked, his voice caught in his throat. "I am alive?" Fran asked. Zalin saw wet streaks on her cheeks. She had been crying. Looking around at the others around him, they had all been crying, except for him. Yelsa laid on the ground, wiping her eyes furiously as she sat herself up. "What just happened? Why would I jump again?" she demanded, looking around the room for answers. "They were Melders," Fran replied, as the thought came to mind. "I had heard of them before, but had never seen them in person. I had no idea that they looked so grotesque. My God, that was terrible." "What do you mean?" Zalin asked sternly, not following anyone's comments. "Where's my mom? This time I went to visit, but she wasn't—" It had taken a while, but Zalin was finally piecing together the fact he was still in what he called the dream world. The stone floor was a part of the castle of Dokrin, and those surrounding him were his friends. But he was just in the hospital. "Zalin? Are you all right? I saw you dying," Rep asked, sitting himself up and rubbing his puffy eyes.
I think I'm fine, Zalin said, feeling his body for wounds. His ribs were still sore to the touch. I was at a hospital, trying to visit Mom. Visions? Yelsa asked Fran. They could not have been visions. It was too real. No, it was far too real, Yelsa said. Melders feed off of regrets. They bring out some of your worst lamentations and consume your life energy as you are enveloped in the nightmare, Fran said. Zalin felt the pang of truth in his chest at the mention of regrets. As soon as she made it clear, it was so obvious. He had never been to the hospital. He deeply regretted never having gone to visit his mother, and the exhaustion he felt down to his bones was likely the result of the Melders feeding on their energies. Did you defeat them? Fran asked Gorb. Gorb nodded sullenly, helping Fran to her feet and placing his arms around her in a brotherly embrace. A bad vision, I take it? Did you see yourself disgraced too? Fran asked, returning the hug. I saw you, Gorb said. With all your power and might, you wanted to take on the strongest monsters, recklessly so. And you died trying. Oh, Gorb. Fran leaned back and looked at him, a small, comforting smile at her lips. That is your fear? That would be such a blessing. To fight to the end. Trying. That sounds like a fitting end for me. What part of that would you regret? I encouraged Mother and Father to send you to the guild with me. Had I never talked them into it, you would be safe at home, Gorb said. I would be driven insane, smiling cordially to every suitor with half a level to his name, trying to give me a life I did not want. This is the life I want. I have already decided that I want to kill a storm elemental before I die. Show the world that elementals are, in fact, as vulnerable as any other monster. I would not mind if I died to its lightning. So long as I died trying, Fran replied confidently. Gorb's lip was trembling, not wanting to accept Fran's goals being so antithetical to his own. What did you see? Gorb asked, finally releasing her from the tight hug. I witnessed my own passing with nothing of note. A husk of an existence with nothing to offer. A life of disgrace and apathy to every ongoing around me. I cannot pass from this life without challenging something great. Otherwise, I will have never done enough. What is it you are always saying? We are going to God, Fran said, trying to place a phrase. To God we belong, and to him we shall return, Gorb replied confidently. Exactly. All of us who are living will taste death. I just hope to make my time here worthwhile, Fran said. Zalin felt like he was witnessing an intimate moment he wasn't supposed to see between the siblings, but they clearly didn't mind speaking so candidly. It made Zalin wonder about the mentions of Yelsa and Rep's visions. He looked at Yelsa, who was still calming herself down, breathing deeply to control herself while popping knuckles. You said you jumped again? Morlock was in your vision, Zalin determined, as he ran back Yelsa's comments. Please do not make me relive it again, Yelsa pleaded, before adding in a tiny voice. But yes. Why were you mentioning your mother? Rep asked. Did you see her in your vision? Why would you see my death in your vision? Zalin asked, avoiding the question. What would that have to do with you? Rep's eyes widened, and he bit the inside of his lip. If you died, it means I failed, Rep said. You just met me, Zalin said. It's only been what? Like a week? I don't see why that would be such an extreme regret. Rep looked up with a half-smile. Do not think I did not notice your dodging of my question. I may give you a more clear answer once you give me any answer at all, Rep answered. Zalin opened his mouth to counter, but nothing came.
He didn't want to talk about the hospital or his mom. Rep's half-smile grew to a full smile when he saw that he defeated Zalin with the small challenge. Gorb, if you had a vision, how did you defeat the Melders? How did you avoid falling under their trance? Yelsa asked as she looked over the 6 newly dead Melders and their uncanny forms. As you saw from the couple of arrows you fired earlier, they do not possess much strength. However, I watched as you all collapsed one by one after yelling in the presence of the Melders. Something about the sounds we create activates their powers. I attacked with a gale of elemental air. I remained silent, but even the sound of the wind I produced was enough to put me under their spell. Fortunately, my attack was enough to kill a single Melder, causing me to gain a level and kill the rest, Gorb replied. Zalin wondered if Gorb's stoic nature was the reason they survived at all. He once again registered the fact that the bruise on Gorb's eye was gone, and understood. The bright white energy that took over his vision was likely the result of the explosion of light from Gorb gaining a level. Even knowing it was a vision, he still had a hard time pushing it out of his mind. It was too real. And how would Melders know to create a vision of a hospital? They must have rooted in his mind enough to find something terrible to dangle in front of his psyche. Are there any more up there? Yelsa asked, picking up her bow from the floor and placing an arrow in place. Can we rest first before continuing to charge forward? I cannot be the only one at the brink of exhaustion, Rep said. The others agreed, sitting down and resting themselves against the stone walls of the castle. Zalin noted that there were no crickets on this end of the hall, and he wondered whether they couldn't make it this far, or if the Melders also fed off of the bugs.
Did crickets have regrets?
Gorb took watch, keeping a close eye at the top of the stairs for any more Melders, since he had been recently rejuvenated by gaining a level. As they rested, Yelsa threw a few furtive glances Zalin's way. He didn't think much of it, especially when his own vision made him feel like he needed to constantly look at things to affirm he was not in another nightmare. Zalin, Yelsa said in a measured tone. Yeah? Zalin replied. I apologize for earlier, Yelsa said, sounding as though it was difficult to express her remorse. I as well, Fran said in quick agreement. Zalin looked between them for a few moments, trying to catch up with their secret messaging. What? Zalin asked. We were overly eager to know about your experience with the mind of madness. It must have been awful. We should not have tried to make you relive those emotions, Yelsa said, Fran nodding in agreement. Oh, Zalin shrugged in embarrassment. It's fine. I get why you would be curious. Now you have a better idea of what it was like. Fran and Yelsa nodded, appreciating his quickness to forgive. Zalin saw a lingering question in Yelsa's eyes and felt compelled to share just a bit more. The mind of madness was worse. A lot worse, Zalin assured them. This time, Fran, Yelsa, Rep, and Gorb all nodded in appreciation. He answered their untold question without them having to feel guilty in asking. After about an hour of rest, the travelers stood and prepared themselves to continue forward. I have not seen any evidence of additional Melders, Gorb reported. That does not mean that they are not in hiding, Rep reminded. Zap the ceiling, Zalin, Fran suggested. It will bring out any stragglers. What if there are an overwhelming number of stragglers? Rep asked. Just a few were almost enough to kill us all. Yelsa will act fast and take them down, and we will prevent them from drawing too close. Fran gestured to herself and Gorb self-assuredly. We can be quiet and shake awake those that fall under the trance. I would prefer we came up with a more thoughtful approach, Representative said. I will leave it up to Zalin, Fran offered.
His quest brought us here, after all. Rep nodded reluctantly. Zalan's eyebrows drew close in confusion, not sure whether he would prefer another way. It might take a while to find an alternate set of stairs in another, safer room. That thought alone was enough to make the decision for him. After the vision, there was nothing more he wanted to do than wake up from the dream world. He simply hated being here, at the whims of his subconscious mind in his sleep. If he wandered around long enough, he might be caught with visions that would be too much for him to handle. He raised his hand at the high ceiling and fired a spark of lightning. The lightning flashed, but didn't make it all the way up, much less at a level that would be seen by any melders atop the stairs. Embarrassed, Zalan tried again with a larger bolt. It also didn't reach over the edge of the stairs. Zalan looked down at his hands, then up to his companions. I guess I never tested how far my power could go. It's too far, whatever the height of the ceiling is. We could always just walk up the stairs quietly, Zalan shrugged. That would risk us being unable to flee the room if we are outmatched, Gorb shook his head. I will fire an arrow at the ceiling, Yelsa suggested. I wanted you to have an arrow in place for whatever came over the side, Fran replied. We could always find another way up, Rep encouraged. The others looked at him for a moment, then turned their eyes to Yelsa. Just fire an arrow, Fran threw her hand up dismissively. Right, Yelsa pulled her bowstring and pointed above. Wait, let's think about... Yelsa fired the arrow, and it made a thunk as it hit the ceiling. Gorb blew the falling projectile out of the way, and Yelsa knocked another arrow as fast as she could.
The companions waited for a few bated breaths, then released their tensions.
That was easy enough, Yelsa said, lowering her bow. That is exactly what you said before we were swarmed and on the brink of death, Rep noted. That was before we knew there were melders in this castle. We are much more prepared now, Fran said confidently. Yeah, that was probably the worst thing we'll find in here, Zalan said, taking the lead up the stairs to Fran's surprise. He was ready to get out of this world as soon as he could.
Chapter 33. Second floor. Zalan breathed easier once he could see the top of the set of stairs, confirming that there were no more melders in the large chamber. He waved his friends forward, encouraging them to come up as well, free from any imminent dangers. The next floor greeted them with a large wooden door, holding up much better than the entryway had at the opening of the castle. Zalan hesitated before stepping through the door. The hospital room's door handle flashed in his mind. He didn't want to go through that again. Fran silently took the lead, reaching out to open the door. She signaled for Yelsa to get her bow ready and for Zalan to take aim at anything on the other end of the door. As soon as they nodded, prepared, Fran cracked the door open slowly. Looking past the open door revealed nothing concerning. It was another ransacked room with a few windows to let in light. The group traveled inside, watching the corners for any creatures that may be prowling, but they saw none. They continued moving together as one unit until a low rumbling caught their attention. They frantically got tense and spun around to assess the source for danger, only to all end up looking at Zalan. He half smiled, embarrassed, and placed a hand lightly on his abdomen. I think that was my stomach, he said. Yelsa lowered the bow she had pointed at him in reflex and smiled. Then we are all going to be hungry soon, she sighed. The artifact was nice while it lasted. We need to move quickly, Gorb said. Hunger will mean a lack of energy soon, as we lack anything but emergency rations. We will need to find where the home seeker is located before we end up becoming too hungry to progress further. They picked up their pace, moving through the room, Fran making her way to the next wooden door. Both Zalan and Yelsa indicated that they were ready, and she threw the door open. Immediately, they were met with high-pitched squeals in protest and anger from creatures on the ceiling. Zalin threw his arms up in defense as the ceiling looked to be boiling in anger, constantly in motion. "How many things live in this place?" Zalin asked, frustrated. He blasted lightning toward the ceiling, but couldn't get the bolt high enough. One of the creatures swooped down, and Zalin got a good look at it before diving out of the way. It was like a giant human-sized bat with spindly arms below its wings. The arms, though small, were tipped with claws. The one that flew past Zalin looked more scared than aggressive as it flew past. "Bats?" Zalin asked. "Razor tongues," Rep corrected. As if to prove Rep's point, a razor tongue flew by with its mouth open, its tongue hanging out and bladed like a chainsaw at the edges. Zalin tried to fire some lightning at it, but missed again due to its speed. "Do not try to fight them at a distance," Gorb said loudly, as the shrieks from above them began to crescendo. "And let them swarm us?" Zalin asked. "If they wanted to swarm us, they would have done that already. They are scared, flying haphazardly after being shocked awake. Keep your sword in hand in case any get close, but do not draw any more attention to us," Gorb replied. Zalin looked back up to the razor tongues and saw that most of them were flying into each other or screaming in random directions. Very few of them even looked in the traveler's direction, and even fewer glanced at them for more than a moment before continuing to flail and screech. They attacked one another in their fight to make it to the open windows, but once they reached their destination, the sunlight was too bright, and they would hiss and turn right back around inside. Fran cut a razor tongue in half as it tried to bite her in its aimless flight, then signaled for the rest of her companions to follow along so they could slink across the room and continue their way forward. Zalin and Rep had a very hard time taking steps forward. Each time they intended to move, it felt to them that a razor tooth was coming right at them, and they braced themselves for what ended up being a false alarm. This went on for about a minute before Fran grew restless with their lack of progress. Razor tongues were beginning to look in their general direction more often. "I will try to create a bubble," Gorb informed them. He moved his hands over them in a large arc several times until sounds began to grow distant. Zalin blinked in shock as Gorb's power created enough air rushing over them that the cacophony of hundreds of razor-tongue screeches sounded like they were coming from across a hall rather than right above them. Zalin finally made a few steps forward, Rep close behind, and the entire group began to make slow and steady progress. When they were about halfway across the room, the razor tongues began to take much more notice of the intruders making their way through the room. A few flew in closer to check, but were blown aside by Gorb's wind. The more curious they became, the more agitated the nest was growing. One darted into the air bubble at top speed from Zalin's left. He didn't have a good angle to swing his sword in that direction, so he threw a punch that way, trying to at least redirect the razor tongue before it had a chance to open its mouth. Crack! Zalin winced as the razor tongue fell to one side, bashed in the face by his fist. Zalin looked down at his hand to see how badly he'd hurt himself, only to blink in surprise when he saw was unharmed. He looked up at the razor tongue that was trying to get back on all fours, its jaw slack. "Did I just break its jaw?" Zalin asked no one in particular. "Indeed," Rep said, his voice tense as he kept an eye on the razor tongues above. "You have a higher strength than before. With enough training, you may even be able to kill one if you hit it right." "With my bare hands?" Zalin asked, stunned. "Indeed." "Then why are we being so careful?" Zalin asked the group. "There are hundreds. Just like you could take on sickly gargoyles at an earlier level, you could also take these creatures on. But this many will easily consume us all," Fran replied, though she didn't look nearly as concerned as the other travelers. She looked more fascinated,
studying the razor tongues as they passed above the air bubble. They had almost reached the end of the room now, and more razor tongues were swooping down to attempt to bite them. Yelsa was good at taking out the incoming enemies, even with the air bubble jittering her arrows on their way out. Any that could get through the arrows and the bubble were now easily dispatched by Fran. "I might be able to gain a level and kill them all if I get a few of them," Zalin offered. "Or you may lose your arm if you are so much as licked," Rep replied. "I do not think this is worth the potential dangers." "I agree," Fran said. "It was a mistake to put you up against sickly gargoyles when we did. This is not the time to test your mettle against a horde of razor tongues." Zalin nodded in disappointment, hoping to be the solution to getting out. When they finally reached to the other side of the room, it became clear that they could not simply walk out. There were razor tongues latched sideways on the doorframe, hissing at the incoming travelers and sharing their teeth and tongues menacingly. "Just blast the door down like you did the first one," Yelsa told Gorb. "No," Gorb said, breathing heavily. The effort it took to keep up the pocket of air around them was taking its toll on him. "We need there to be a barrier between us and them. Otherwise, they will simply follow us." "Then we need to kill them," Fran began, making her way to the door. "No," Gorb said once more. "We have been on the defensive this entire time. That is why they do not swarm us. They find us an interesting visitor, even if we are killing a handful of them."
If we go on the offensive, I fear they will retaliate.
"Then what do we do?" Yelsa asked fearfully.
"I do not know," Gorb admitted. Zalin looked at the door and observed about 7 razor tongues defending their exit. Then he looked back at the black cloud that was dozens of razor tongues flying past one another above them. He looked at his hands, then back to his friends. "I have an idea," Zalin said. "Rep takes on the razor tongues on the door, and the rest of us keep the horde from attacking." "What?" Rep and Yelsa asked simultaneously. "Think about it." Zalin ducked as Fran swatted aside a razor tongue that came to attack them. "We don't need to kill them. We just need to keep them away while Rep clears the way. Fran can create much bigger flames than Rep. Yelsa and I are good at firing at a distance. Gorb can redirect them. Rep can just focus on the ones at the door and let us know when it's safe to go in." "I am not ready for that. Think of something else," Rep pleaded. "We do not have time," Gorb said. "Be careful not to burn down the door." "Wait! I do not think this is a good idea. What if I make a mistake and we get hurt?" Rep asked. "Then at least you will have tried," Fran said to him encouragingly. Rep bit down hard on the inside of his lip and huffed. "Fine! Keep them off me!" Rep charged, roaring at the door covered in razor tongues. Gorb stopped supplying his pocket of air and began to redirect specific razor tongues. As soon as he dropped the bubble, the faraway screeching overwhelmed them in its sheer volume. The razor tongues were clearly angry, no longer confused. Fran took the lead, sending out flamethrower-like columns of flames at no creature in particular, scaring them with as much heat and light as she could output. Zalin joined in, zapping away bolts of lightning without considering his aim, hoping to be a beacon of fear for the razor tongues. Yelsa and Gorb took a much more measured approach. Yelsa firing at incoming enemies, while Gorb would redirect them into the mass of flame to kill them immediately. The few that could get past the onslaught of arrows and power were quickly dealt a death blow by Gorb striking them in the head or chest. The serious output of energies went on for about 30 seconds before Zalin screamed, straining himself to remain emitting his lightning. His limbs jerked involuntarily, and his head felt like it would explode. "Rep, how much longer?" Zalin called. Rep didn't reply from behind him, but Zalin could hear the cries and strikes of a battle ensuing to his rear. He threw him the fastest glance he could. Rep was slashing one razor tongue's wings off,
while fending off another with a show of flame. He was sweating heavily and looked like he was struggling. Slow progress came in the form of a razor tongue having its head cut off, and Zalin returned his focus to the larger swarm. A few more seconds ticked by agonizingly. Zalin's forearms were burning like he was weightlifting a car. Gorb fell to one knee, heaving as he tried to blast another razor tongue into Fran's considerably smaller column of flame.
Rep!
Gorb coughed, nearing his breaking point.
Now! Come on!
Rep screamed. The travelers didn't hesitate, immediately turning around and racing past the open door, jumping over the dead razor tongues at their feet. Rep was waving with one arm, beckoning them as they ran over, then strained to slam the door behind them when the last of them fell through. Rep managed to close it just as a razor tongue flew through the opening, charging directly for Zalin. Zalin blasted it with lightning, but he was far too weak and only dazed it. He shielded himself with his arms over his face, just as Yelsa was able to fire an arrow through its throat, putting an end to the attack. The 5 travelers caught their breath, no one standing upright after barely having managed to rush through the door. As much as she tried not to, Fran was smiling to herself.
What a fight,
she sighed to herself, looking at the dead razor tongue that decorated the floor.
Are we all okay?
No one said a word, continuing to catch their breath. Fran breathed deeply and went down the line of them.
Zalin, any injuries?
She asked.
I'm good,
Zalin wheezed.
Gorb? Yelsa?
I am unharmed, but exhausted, Gorb admitted.
I am mostly fine,
Yelsa said, though it was clear that her injured leg was causing her new pain after having strained herself.
Rep?
Fran asked. Everyone looked over to him when he didn't promptly reply.
I am fine,
Rep said half-heartedly, looking at the deep cut running across his arm, bleeding openly onto the floor. Chapter 34. Burden.
Rep!
Zalin jumped up and rushed over to him, looking over the wound spilling freely on the floor.
Stop the bleeding! That's a bad cut!
Yelsa hopped up and poured water over the wound as Rep bit his lip and winced in pain. Zalin took his sword and cut off the lower end of his tunic to cover Rep's wound, while Yelsa went through Rep's things to pull out proper bandages.
I am fine. We should continue,
Rep said as Yelsa began dressing the wound. You're not fine, Zalin said immediately.
But we should keep moving,
Rep said, then heard the sound of the razor tongues scratching against the door behind him.
We want to make distance between us and them,
he added. Fine, but only after we stop the bleeding, Zalin said quickly.
They may be able to smell the blood through the door,
Rep mentioned.
Whatever. Rep, you're bleeding. We don't have a place to heal nearby. Why are you being so weird about just closing your wound?
Zalin asked. Rep continued to bite the inside of his mouth and didn't reply. Once Yelsa had put a tight bandage on the wound, it changed color to a deep red. Then, Rep stood up and they made their way across the room and away from the frenzy of monsters at the door. They didn't go into the next room, instead crossing to the wall next to the door on the other side of the large, empty room. Fran stopped and sat down against the wall, Gorb following suit, and Rep stood looking at both of them in confusion.
Why are we stopping?
Rep asked. There may be any manner of monsters on the other side of that door. Fran flicked her head up to the next chamber. I presume it would be safer if we waited for you to heal some before charging forward.
I said I am fine. We should continue moving, Rep said.
The others watched Rep uncertainly, not sure how to respond to that. Rep, you were bleeding pretty bad. It's worth getting some rest, Zalin said.
I assure you that will not be necessary,
Rep said, his face inscrutable.
It is necessary. What are you saying? Zalin asked.
We should not stop our progress on my account, Rep replied. Rep, your injury may make it difficult to hold a sword, or perhaps use your fire, Yelsa chimed in. Not a concern for us, Rep shook his head. Do you have some artifact of healing that you have neglected to mention to us? Gorb asked. I do not want to be the reason we delay, is all, Rep said firmly. The blood pooling in his bandages began to make it to the surface. A slight sheen of red was now visible atop the covering. What is going on with you? Zallen asked, looking at him in confusion. If Fran was hurt like this, would you still want to push forward? Or if I was bleeding out like that, would you insist that we move forward? That question is irrelevant, Representative dismissed. Why? Zallen demanded. Because neither of you are so seriously wounded, Rep replied. But you are! Zallen's voice was rising. That does not matter, Rep claimed, matching Zallen's increasing volume. Why not? You're hurt, Zallen practically screamed. Because I do not matter, Rep shouted. The response would have been met with shocked silence had the room not echoed Rep's outburst. Zallen's face went from upset to deeply confused and a little stunned. He'd flipped in and out of the sentiment of believing he didn't matter back when he was in the real world. His thoughts were in a deep turmoil that sent him away from wanting to communicate with anyone. He never expected to hear the words said out loud, especially not from Representative. What do you mean you don't matter? Zallen asked, his voice level. This quest can be completed without me. We need not worry about my condition for this to be a success, Rep said. He was still biting the inside of his lip. Zallen was worried he'd bite it open again. So what? This quest can be done without me, too, Zallen said, keeping his voice even and calm. No, absolutely not, Rep rejected immediately. You are an integral part of the quest. You and Yelsa are here to get the Homeseeker. Fran and Gorb are here to be paid for their service in assisting Yelsa to her goal. All of that can be achieved without me. I am only along to assist, but I have now done the opposite. It's become clear that I cannot assist. You are a huge help, Zallen said, amazed he was having this conversation. He looked to his other companions for support and saw each of them nodding their heads in emphatic agreement with Zallen. Am I? In every battle I have been a burden. I could not stop a single Bosnok. I could not be more than a distraction for a Narg. I could not even take on a half-dozen razor tongues, except that one of them tore my flesh enough to get you to be concerned for my well-being. You took on hundreds, without a scratch on any of you. It sounds much more like I hold you back than help you forward, Rep replied sharply. Rep, I would be dead if it weren't for you, Zallen said, exasperated. That is not true, Rep said, deep lines of guilt on his face. The Flamestriker would have definitely killed me without you, Zallen insisted. That is not true, Rep enunciated each word with such venom that Zallen blinked in shock. Rep almost seemed angry, certainly ashamed. He felt he was so much of a burden on the group that he wasn't even acknowledging the time he clearly saved Zallen's life. Or was there something more to it? Zallen couldn't tell, and Rep looked almost manic. If you push yourself, then you might die before we get the chance to get you home with the Homeseeker so that you can heal yourself, Zallen said urgently. And the quest could still be considered a success. Everyone would get what they want, including me, who only wants to assist you to get home. The only thing I want is for you to be able to return home, Rep said matter-of-factly. You're being ridiculous, Zallen spat. Am I? We know that the satiator's effects are wearing off, and rather than rush forward to finish our task, you insist we stop for someone that has nothing to offer in the form of support, Rep said. Stop saying that, Zallen said. Then let us continue, Rep commanded. If I am the reason we cannot continue, then I am certainly holding us back. No. You know what? I'm tired. I want to rest. I want to sit here and do nothing for a few hours to make sure I catch my breath after fighting off those razor tongues. How does that sound? Zallen snapped. It sounds like you are making this up so that you may force me to rest, Rep said. Does it matter? I'm not moving. Zalon sat himself down. Rep looked down at him, his eyes narrowing, teeth grinding over the inside skin of his lip. Fine, he muttered, but we really should get moving. Rep moved to the other corner of the wall and sat alone, closing his eyes and laying his head back. Yelsa rolled her eyes. He did not even do me the courtesy of allowing me to redress the wound before sitting down, she sighed, getting up and pulling a new set of bandages from her bag. Zalon put his face in his hands, sighing loudly in frustration. He looked up sharply at Gorb and Fran. Can you believe him? Zalon asked rhetorically. Yes, Gorb nodded. He has always been this selfless. Zalon scoffed in frustration, remembering the conversation he had with Gorb about strength and compassion. Is this really strength? Hurting yourself to please others? Zalon asked. I have never known anyone like him. I am certain he would offer himself to the dragon if we told him it would assist us, Gorb said, looking over at Rep with respect. That just sounds like insanity, Zalon said. People use the word insanity to describe any manner of people they do not understand, Fran said, smiling gently. Okay, but you're actually a little insane, Zalon replied. Perhaps, Fran shrugged nonchalantly. But I do not yell at my friends when they are in clear pain. Zalon paused to take in her words, but quickly rejected them. Pain? I was yelling at him because he wasn't addressing the wound properly, Zalon protested. Not the physical pain, that was clear. He had other pain he was expressing. Regrets and shame. The feeling of being the least helpful one among so many talented people, Fran mused. I can barely hold a sword, Zalon said seriously. That did not prevent you from hurting a Narg when he could not, Fran pointed out. Be gentle with him, and you two will come to an understanding, and then we can move forward. I'm not going to be gentle with a guy that's trying to hurt himself, Zalon said firmly. Then he will only get worse, she shrugged. Zalon looked down at his feet, unsure how to react to that. Maybe she was right. Something was definitely wrong with Rep emotionally to insist on physically pushing himself this much on Zalon's part. You really think that trying to talk sense into him is doing him more harm? Zalon asked. I do. Because he believes you are his friend, your words affect him deeply. It hurts him to see you angry at him, in case you are not aware. And perhaps you believe that you can live with that, because you are so insistent that you are from another world. But I like to think you will try to make amends before going home. But I have no idea what's going on with him, Zalon said, helpless. Neither do I, Fran admitted. But I suspect you are the one most likely of us to get a response. He clearly sees himself as your guardian. He tried to make us act especially cautious for your sake during this entire journey. Zalon thought back through the days and could clearly see the pattern of Rep trying to make things easier on him. The constant questions and worries were all in respect with keeping them all safe. But with all the ideas of selflessness, he must have felt wholly inadequate when he could not fight as well as anyone else, Zalon included. What kind of guardian could do nothing when faced with tangible danger? Zalon could see the pain in Rep now. He blinked in surprise at his own assessment of his friend. Zalon could never have that same kind of epiphany when he reflected on his own emotions. Nothing was ever so clear in his own heart. I'll try to be better with him, Zalon said seriously. Good. Frankly, I would like to go and kill a dragon once you two are done bickering, Fran smiled. Chapter 35. Reconciliation. They waited a long while in the room. The wings, shrieks, and door scratches of the razor tongues soon decrescendoed and dissipated when they could no longer hear the adventurers on the other side of the door. The danger felt like it was over, save for Rep's injury. After about 2 hours of rest and waiting, Zalin asked Yelsa how Rep's wound was doing. She gave him a look. "You could simply ask him yourself," Yelsa replied. "You think he'd be honest with me?" Zalin replied. Yelsa weighed the question in her head and shrugged, deciding not to be glib. "The bleeding has stopped. I would not be concerned about going forward with him, but I do not expect him to be of much help in future rooms. He cannot assist us in any physical capacity," Yelsa replied. "You didn't tell him that, did you?" Zalin asked seriously. "And make him feel worse? Please, Zalin, we are not all lacking a heart," she said snidely. Zalin scoffed, having nothing to say to that. He looked over to Rep, who was staring at his bad arm, sulking. He sat alone in the other corner, Yelsa having tried to encourage him to join the others to no avail whenever she checked how the cut was healing. The 3 travelers next to Zalin looked to him expectantly at the news that they could continue. Zalin didn't want to be the one to apologize first, but he knew there was no better way to get this over with than to just swallow his pride, despite feeling he was in the right. Zalin stood and hesitantly made his way over to Rep. Rep looked up and regarded him with a slight nod, then went back to looking over his arm in shame. "I wanted to apologize for earlier. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Sorry," Zalin said, setting his back against the wall and sliding down to sit next to Representative. "I think I should be the one apologizing. You only wanted to make sure I was safe," Representative murmured, keeping his eyes fixed on the bandages on his arm. "I also wanted to thank you," Zalin added, ignoring Rep's self-deprecation. "For yelling at you?" Rep asked sarcastically. "Remember back when the mind of madness hit me? I don't think anyone really knew what to do. But you acted immediately," Zalin said. "I did not know what I was doing either," Rep said sincerely. "Even then, you acted immediately," Zalin said. Rep thought back to the situation, biting lightly on the inside of his lip. "You saved me from a flame striker, too," Zalin added, trying to gain momentum. "No, do not try to attribute that to me," Rep denied. "Sir Kalile saved you. I barely held my own." "I would have exploded without you," Zalin insisted. "And I think that counts as saving me. I just want to try and make sure you realize that you're a really big help. And it might be kinda sad to admit this, but you're one of the closest friends I think I have, and I really needed a friend right now." Rep smirked to himself and finally met Zalin's gaze. "It is not as though you have made a lot of friends in this realm," Rep replied. "I meant in both worlds," Zalin said. "Oh," Rep blinked to himself in thought. "You know, you may be my closest friend as well." "That's definitely sad," Zalin laughed. "I'm not even from here. How do you not have friends?" "I suppose I never made the time back home," Rep shrugged. Zalin stood up and offered Rep his hand. "Then let's both go home, so you can make more time," Zalin said confidently. Rep looked down at his bad arm one last time, and then back to Zalin with new determination. "Indeed," Rep said, taking Zalin's hand and pulling himself up. They turned to the other 3 group members to see them already standing and ready to move forward. "Splendid! No more little things to hold us back from a dragon," Franz said eagerly. "By little things, do you mean the argument, or Rep's serious critical wound?" Yelsa asked, slightly concerned. Franz simply smiled in response. With that, they finally joined back together in a group and approached the door. Fran looked back and nodded to her companions, who all nodded back, indicating they were ready to move forward. She pulled the door open, its creak sending shivers down Zalin's spine. He was suddenly worried that razor tongues would be on this ceiling, and the creaking would be enough to trigger another swarm to come after them. But after the door was open enough for him to see through, he saw that there were no creatures prowling along the walls. "Thank God," Yelsa breathed, speaking for them all. Except, perhaps, Fran, who was always prepared for another grand battle. Even though the room looked clear, they still traversed it with an abundance of caution, making sure not to make too much noise. Their eyes would scan all areas of the room quickly, confirming that nothing was living in or on the walls, preparing to pounce on them the moment they got within striking distance. There was nothing but overturned furniture, torn banners, and stuffing from cushions that were long gone. The room passed by them quietly, and Fran laid her hand on the next door, turning back to nod at the group. They nodded back, and again she drew the door open cautiously. To their surprise, shining light spilled out of the doorway. A bright yellow hue casted itself on the floor and wall of the room they were in as Fran pulled the door further open. Where Zallen expected to see a sunroom or a wall of windows, he instead saw that the source of light was sitting at the top of the room like a light fixture. They stared at it, not moving another step forward as they tried to figure out what it was. "A lantern?" Gorb asked, taking a small step forward to get a better look. Rep breathed in sharply and pulled Gorb back. Gorb instinctively pulled Fran away from the doorway as well.
The siblings ducked, thinking they were about to be hit with a weapon, then looked back to Rep, who was entranced by the shining yellow object. Fran looked annoyed that she was made to panic for a moment, but Gorb didn't seem to mind as he studied the look on Rep's face. "That is an artifact, I am certain," Rep said. "What manner of artifact?" Gorb asked. "I am uncertain. It may be a simple radiance orb, but why would they put it in this room? It looks rather plain," Rep said. "Is a radiance orb just like a torch?" Zallen asked. He was originally going to ask if it was like a light bulb before correcting himself. "Indeed. Imagine a lantern, but instead it never runs out of light to emit," Rep said. "Amazing," Yelsa said as she looked on. It sounded a lot like a light bulb to Zallen. "What other artifacts might it be?" Gorb asked, looking around the room to try and piece together evidence of what it was. The room was almost entirely empty. Eerily so. There were 2 doors on either side, and no windows for fresh air like in the room they stood in. There was no evidence of Castle Dokren memorabilia, like the banners, cooking utensils, or broken seating found in many other rooms. But there was a set of 2 human skeletons in one corner, and another human skeleton in the other corner. It may be a shadow net of some sort, an artifact that scans the area for anything crossing in, and then strikes when it senses something within its proximity. It is a trap that watches keenly like a guard, Rep said. Gorb nodded, looking to Yelsa. Yelsa took a moment to understand his gaze, then pulled out one of her arrows and threw it into the room. It clattered to the floor, basking in the brilliant yellow glow. The group looked at each other, then back to the arrow, then to Rep. "Perhaps it needs to be heavier to trigger the trap?" Rep suggested. Gorb nodded once more, pulling one of his 2 sheaths off of his back. He pulled out the sword and gave it to Fran to hold. The group stepped back as Gorb tossed the scabbard into the room, then directed his arms downward sharply, causing a burst of air to slam the sheath into the ground. The group stared at the sheath silently, the arrow rolling to the side slowly after having been touched by the power of the wind. After a few seconds of waiting, they all turned back to Rep. "I do not have a clue," Rep shrugged. "Should we continue forward then?" Fran asked expectantly. "I do not know if it is safe," Rep said. "Then it is dangerous?" Yelsa asked. "I do not know," Rep shrugged. "What if Yelsa shoots at the artifact?" Zallen suggested. They looked at him with mixed emotions. "It is best not to try and harm artifacts you do not fully understand. In fact, it is best not to touch those you are not familiar with," Rep suggested,
sounding deadly serious. Yes, that is like waking a sleeping monster that you are totally unaware of and being unable to handle it in battle, Gorb agreed. I get that you're trying to make a point, but I'm pretty sure we've woken up multiple monsters I wasn't qualified to fight in these past few days, Zalin grumbled. The difference here is that we will not do it this time on purpose, Gorb said. Zalin shrugged in agreement, and everyone turned their focus back to Rep, who shrunk under the attention. Why are you all looking at me? Rep asked. He raised his bandaged hand, as if to remind them that he was of no help. You are most knowledgeable when it comes to artifacts, Fran said simply. But I do not know what this is, Rep repeated, pointing at the room. It is either this room or back to the razor tongues, Fran said. They all turned back to the artifact on the ceiling, studying it as much as they could from their distance. For a few seconds, some put their attention on the skeletons on the floor, trying to figure out the story of how this room ended up their resting place.
Zalin peered as hard as he could at the yellow, bright light, feeling like a small sun sitting within the castle. It occurred to him how much lower this ceiling was than every other ceiling in the castle. It was a little over twice his height, where most others looked to be at least 5 times his height. After a few seconds of staring at its luminance, he let out a sigh. Can we just go inside? I'm not dealing with that razor tongue room again, he suggested, impatient. The others nodded, not wanting to have been the one to suggest it, but all agreeing it was better to just get it over with. Fran tried to walk through first, but was pulled back by Gorb's powerful arm. Instead, he took the lead. He signaled for the other 4 to wait behind him for a few moments, waiting for a trap to be sprung. When nothing happened, Gorb shrugged, picking up his sheath and Yelsa's arrow, and the others followed him inside. Again, they traveled across the bare room carefully, keeping a close eye on the artifact as it watched over them, bathing them all in the all-encompassing yellow light. Zalin looked around the room, trying to understand why nothing was inside but skeletons, but not getting anything out of his random glances at different walls and corners. When they reached the center of the room, the artifact stood directly above them. Each of the 5 looked directly up at it as they passed under, trying to glean what they could from its shine. When Zalin looked back down, he realized he must have turned himself around absent-mindedly as the door to the next room was no longer in front of him. He turned to the next wall and saw another distinct lack of a door. He blinked, checking the next wall, noticing his other companions were turning themselves around as well. The room was now a simple, blank yellow, covered in the light of the artifact. There were no more doors or windows, only skeletons and walls. Has anyone else lost the doors? Fran asked, annoyed. Zalin passed back to the other side of the room to see if the artifact played tricks on their eye. Hoping it was an optical illusion, he squinted in search of doors that only appeared at certain angles. No such luck. All the walls were bare, no matter where he stood. He pressed his hands to the wall, wondering if it was an illusion. Again, he was met with nothing but walls. Rep was staring up at the artifact, his face going from a slight fear to full horror. This is a chaos chamber, Rep determined distressfully. Chapter 36. Chamber. The 5 gathered below the yellow artifact, its monochrome yellow hue overpowering any other colors they brought in with them. A chaos chamber? What is that? Fran asked Rep. Rep was staring intently at the ceiling, then looked around them cautiously, his eyes lingering on the 2 skeletons in one corner. It is a trap, an artifact that alters the room it is placed in and causes unexplainable phenomena. We may be trapped in here, Rep said. For how long? Yelsa asked. Rep shook his head, nibbling at the inside of his cheek.
Fantastic. Fran threw her arms in the air, annoyed. Come on, Gorb. We will break down some walls and find our way out. I was thinking the same, Gorb nodded, following her to the wall where the door to the way out used to be. Rep sat himself down on the floor, pulling his knees up to his chin, shuddering. Do you know of any way to deactivate a chaos chamber? Yelsa asked. Rep shook his head, dejected. I think now would be a good time to try and destroy the artifact in that case, Yelsa said, drawing her bow. It would not be much of a trap room if all it took to escape would be destroying the brightest thing in the room, Rep murmured. Yelsa gave him a glance, rolled her eyes dismissively, then knocked an arrow and fired it at the shiny artifact. The arrow deflected off of it harmlessly. Yelsa armed herself with another arrow and tried again. And again. Zalin sat down next to Rep, while Gorb and Fran blasted their combined power against the wall. How bad is it, Rep? Zalin asked. There are many number of dangerous artifacts in the world. Whenever I would learn about them, I would be told how to avoid them. There are too many dangers involved in them to try and utilize them for yourself. A chaos chamber is one such artifact. We never should have entered this room. We may be stuck here for days. The satiator will surely lose its power on us, and we will starve. If not something worse, Rep sighed. This is all my fault. Air blasted through the room as Fran and Gorb unleashed a particularly large blast against the wall. The skeletons slumped over. This isn't your fault, Rep. These guys are higher level than you, and they didn't know any better, Zalin said. But I should have known better, Rep lamented. I studied chaos chambers. I recall them being set up near treasure rooms to catch thieves. I should have put these pieces together when we were on our way here. Hey, at least we know we're going the right way, Zalin said, shifting his head to one side to avoid an arrow that clattered down next to him. Why are you being so calm about this? Rep asked. Please do not say it is only for my sake. Zalin didn't want to admit he thought this room was the least of his worries in the dream world. He thought that would be too dismissive. But with the Homeseeker feeling so close, this really didn't seem like such a substantial problem to him. They would simply get out eventually, grab the Homeseeker, and he'd go home. This was no big deal. I'm really confident we'll find our way out, especially if we don't panic, Zalin said finally. Rep stopped biting the inside of his lip and looked up at the Chaos Chamber artifact. An arrow bounced off of it harmlessly. Then his hair shifted from warm air as Fran and Gorb tried their best to break the wall down. I see, Rep said, encouraged. We should try and assist them however we can. Right, Zalin nodded, helping his friend up and making their way to Fran and Gorb, shielding their faces from the heat let off from Fran's flames. We are not making much headway, Fran sputtered, looking at the dark scorch mark on the yellow-lit wall. Can we help? Rep offered. Absolutely. On 3. Fran raised her hand and counted off. The 4 of them put as much power as they could behind their abilities, the room shuddering slightly at the combined effort.
When they lowered their hands, they were disappointed to see very little change in the wall's shape. It looks slightly altered, Rep offered, inspecting the tiny difference in the part they attacked and the spot next to it. This will take too long, and we will lose all our energy trying to do something we do not know is possible, Gorb mentioned. Have you tried alternating between hot and cold attacks? Zalin suggested. How do you mean? Gorb asked. Like, put really hot energy in one spot, then cool it down aggressively with air, Zalin explained. I do not understand, Gorb mentioned. It could break the stone. You keep alternating, which messes up the composition of molecules or something. I don't remember really well. It's called heat fatigue or something,
Zalin replied. Fran and Gorb stared at him for a moment with narrow eyes. Nothing he said made any sense to them. Then turned to Rep for an explanation. I have not the slightest idea, Rep shrugged. Trust me, I learned it in physics. Zalin tried to calculate how to end that sentence without it sounding too far-fetched. From university? He wasn't sure whether Gorb and Fran would take it as well as Rep did. In your other world? Fran asked, a slight smile on her face. Yeah, actually, Zalin said. Again, Fran and Gorb turned to Rep. He knows things I have not heard of, Rep said, trying to corroborate. He knew how to transfer his lightning through a Bosnock mace without imbuing it. How is it you know nothing of the basics of this realm, but are suddenly suggesting you know how to make a stone wall feel fatigued? Gorb asked. Just try it, then you can make fun of me. It should take a lot less energy than just blasting away at the wall, Zalin insisted. Gorb looked at Fran skeptically, who shrugged.
Fran stepped forward to heat a single large stone piece, getting it to emanate with heat before stepping away and allowing Gorb to blast it with the coldest rush of air he could muster. They stared at it as Gorb blasted it, then turned to Zalin, disappointed. You have to do it a lot. Maybe like 100 times? Zalin shrugged. 100? Fran balked. Better than using your full power 100 times, right? Rep chimed in. Gorb and Fran looked at him in annoyance, then nodded and continued their hot and cold exchange. Zalin, feeling awkward every time they would look at him for an explanation, decided to try practicing imbuing his blade with lightning to pass the time and distract himself from their scrutiny. He was able to keep his power at his sword's tip for a few seconds longer, and was beginning to spread the energy downward before it would dissipate entirely. As frustrating as it was for it all to disappear at once, Zalin felt really good about the progress. Rep began to join Fran in heating the stone with his good hand, before stepping away for Gorb to cool it down. Occasionally, they would look over at Yelsa, who was gathering arrows from the floor to continue firing at the artifact that was deciding the single color to splay across the room. Despite the direness of the overall situation, Zalin was much happier being in a circumstance like this than being attacked relentlessly by monsters of different sizes. He especially found it better than having to ever see a roach again. Hey, Fran said, surprised. Everyone in the room turned and saw a deep crack running through the stone she, Gorb, and Rep had been targeting. Thank God. Yelsa gathered all the arrows from the floor to make her way over to the wall. Should we continue to fatigue the wall, Zalin? Gorb asked. I don't know. This is about as far as I knew this science would go, Zalin shrugged. Let me see just how exhausted this stone is. Gorb drew his sword and struck it powerfully with the butt of the hilt, and the crack spread further. The others watched excitedly as Gorb hammered away at the stone, ready to breathe fresh air after having their own recycled air warmed up and cooled down dozens of times. Gorb hacked away at the wall until the top half of it gave way, crumbling apart to the point that Gorb could drag away the pieces of the stone with his hand, creating a decently sized hole in the wall. The travelers peered into the hole, trying to understand. Fran held up her flame to get a better view of what was beyond the hole. I may have never architected a castle before, but I believe this looks wrong, Fran said, severely disappointed. Behind the hole in the wall was another wall made of stone. Zalin ran a hand through his hair, staring, dumbfounded. He had so desperately wanted a full breath of air that he realized just how thin the air was starting to feel in the chaos chamber. Fran's fire was eating away at the oxygen with her every use. No, Yelsa groaned, then repeated louder. No! We were so close to the Homeseeker! We must have been right next to it. How do we stop a chaos chamber, Rep? I wish I knew,
Rep said, looking beyond the hole in the wall with despair. "We have to get out of here soon," Yelsa bemoaned, firing at the ceiling artifact again, with no response. "Maybe we can try out power on the artifact now," Zalin asked, looking up at it. Gorob looked up. "Perhaps. But now that we know how to fatigue the wall, perhaps our efforts are better suited to focusing on breaking down this second wall." "What if there are more walls behind it?" Yelsa asked. "That used to be a door, remember?" "I think we should at least try this second wall," said Fran, as she glanced at the artifact. "Then we can know if this goes any deeper." She seemed to trail in disbelief at the end of her sentence, and Gorob and Zalin looked over to her. "Did you notice something about the artifact?" Gorob asked, hopeful. "No, but I believe I noticed something much worse." Fran raised her hand to the wall. "You've gotta be kidding me," Zalin grumbled. There was no longer a hole in the wall they all attacked. It was once again solid, unblemished stone, covered in yellow light.
Chapter 37. Chaos.
"This cannot be right," Fran said, punching the wall furiously. "I just destroyed this stone." "The Chaos Chamber repairs itself?" Yelsa asked Rep, terrified.
"I do not know. I was only told they are unpredictable and one should never enter one," Rep replied.
"There must be something we are missing. There must be another door," Gorob said, running his hand against the walls, feeling for an exit. "Maybe if we break the artifact." Fran ran to the center of the room and blasted the ceiling with a fireball as Rep tried to protest. The artifact continued to shine, unscathed. "I cannot die like this," Fran said to the artifact, enraged. "Not sitting in a room until I starve. What can be done, Rep?" "I have told you all that I know nothing," Rep said, frustrated. "I am not hiding information." I know that," Fran said, running her hand over her face. "I just wish someone had a way out for us." "I have found no doors in these walls," Gorob announced as he finished his circle around the room. "But I will press against all the stones. Perhaps one of them is a pressure plate for an exit." "Why would there be an exit in a room that is not intended to be escaped?" Fran asked sharply. "Because," Zalin blinked in surprise when the idea came to mind. He felt his mood swing strangely. He went from confident they could break the wall, to dread of being trapped, to almost manic in wanting to find an answer in short minutes. His emotions just kept swirling, no matter where he was. He ignored the unsettling nature of his erratic mind and focused on the room. There had to be a way out. Because some people would forget about this room and accidentally get trapped. They wouldn't want the castle dwellers that were intended to go through here to get stuck. If what I recall of Dokran is true, then there would not be anyone else intended to pass through this room. He prized his treasures. He was known for always walking with his jeweled crown on and his golden scepter, even in his private quarters. He never left them for anyone else to manage, Gorob said. But he stopped pushing against stones. He was curious where Zalin was going with the train of thought. Okay, that might be better, because then the king would only have this one way in. He wouldn't make multiple ways to get to his treasure room, right? So he would have to pass through here. How would he deactivate the room? Zalin asked, looking around at his friends. Perhaps from the outside, before he entered, Yelsa asked. The travelers turned to Rep instinctively. I do not know if that is possible, Rep shrugged, frustrated that they still looked to him for answers. Okay, then what else? How else could he get out? Zalin asked. Why are you ruling out the possibility to disable it from the outside? That may be the answer, Yelsa said. Yeah, but if it is, then we're dead. There's really nothing we can do if we were supposed to turn it off outside. So, we have to assume it's not the case. Then we can figure something out, Zalin said.
Right.
Fran was nodding with new conviction.
There were thieves that went to the treasure room after Dokran's death. They must have figured out how to escape. Or the only ones who escaped were the ones that knew how to deactivate it from the outside, Yelsa said, her eyes pointedly on one of the skeletons slumped against a corner. Zalin didn't want to dwell on the idea, quickly moving on. Gorb, stick to tapping every stone. It's the best idea we have so far, he said. Right. Gorb turned around and began pushing against the wall, putting as much weight as he thought was necessary to trigger a button. Rep, you and I can check this skeleton, and Fran and Yelsa check the other two. Zalin made his way. Why would the skeletons hold the answer? Yelsa asked, clearly disturbed about having to rummage through a dead body. I don't know.
Maybe this is a puzzle or something.
Either search the skeleton or think of a better idea, Zalin suggested. He and Rep kneeled over the dead body. His tunic looked like it may have been blue, but it was hard to tell when everything in this room was the same yellow color. Rep made a face, clearly not wanting to touch the body, and Zalin began patting it up and down for items or evidence of a puzzle. Rep winced, but didn't say anything in protest as Zalin began moving joints in directions they never would have turned when alive. Zalin was able to uncover 2 daggers in torn, broken sheaths and a folded parchment. All the fabric he has is torn all weird, Zalin said, looking over the dead man's clothes as he handed the parchment to Rep to unfold. The man was eating his clothes and the leather in his sheaths out of starvation, Rep said in a small voice. Oh, right, Zalin agreed, seeing the way the marks on the dagger sheaths looked somewhat like teeth marks. Rep pulled the parchment open and squinted hard at it. Then he widened his eyes, then squinted again. I believe it is a letter. It says, Rep trailed for a second. It says, he said slowly. Zalin remembered that Rep's reading speed wasn't exactly the greatest and offered his hand for Rep to place the letter inside. Rep quickly dropped the parchment, grateful to get out of any embarrassment of literacy. They shifted aside as Gorb pushed against the stones closest to them. Zalin needed to squint to read the handwritten letter, the yellow light not making it easy to make out the words. It says, I came to the Castle Dokran to destroy Hatewing and retrieve the immeasurable treasure. But I am stuck and can go no further. Perhaps I may save another, so I shall note that which I attempted to do in order to escape. The walls repair themselves, and the artifact does not react to daggers thrown at it or elemental flame trying to burn it.
I pushed against every stone in this forsaken room, trying to create an opening. There may be no way out. My last sights will be condemned to this yellow decay of light. To my son, Slawsome, I love you. I am proud of you. Live well, and do not try to cheat others like I have, else you may find yourself facing the same fate to pay off your debts. Does that name mean anything to you? Zalin looked up from the letter. Rep shrugged and shook his head. Gorb was looking at him with an eyebrow raised, clearly impressed. That is the fastest I have heard anyone read anything, Gorb said. Indeed, unparalleled, Rep nodded, excited that someone else could witness this amazing feat. Oh, thanks, I guess, Zalin said. It seems the dragon's name is Hatewing, Rep noted. And it seems this man already tried to find a way out through stone, if he speaks true, Gorb said. These two are from Nightfall, judging by their clothing, Fran called over from the corpses she was analyzing. A husband and wife by the looks of the matching rings, engraved with the name Swift, a family name, I presume. And there are no puzzles to be found in the dead? Yelsa said, directed at Zalin. There's only one thing left, in that case, Zalin said, standing up and dropping the parchment. We need to attack the artifact with everything we've got. Destroy it. And before you start with a what if, I don't want to hear it unless you have another option. Both Rep and Yelsa closed their mouths, their protests buried by Zalan's last point. Very well, let us accelerate our death, Fran said jovially, prancing to the center of the room and waiting for the others to gather around her. The others came close, everyone's focus on the shining yellow gleam. Once they were in place, nobody made a move. Zalan licked his lips. His nerves were shot. It was one thing to suggest to try to destroy the artifact, but it was another thing entirely to actually do it.
What if they were trapped here? What if the artifact was actually a means for them to get out? That didn't matter. Zalan would get out of here. He was absolutely certain. He knew this feeling of confidence might just be another mood swing, but he didn't dwell on the idea. "Shall we?" Fran asked. Even her voice was decidedly uneven. "Now!" Zalan said, wanting to start before the fleeting courage he felt fled. Everyone blasted the low ceiling with all their might, Yelsa firing arrow after arrow in support of the group. After a few seconds of this, everyone lowered their arms, exhausted. The ceiling made a single click sound. Then nothing. Zalan continued to stare at the ceiling as the others looked around the room, hoping for a change in scenery. The blank yellow walls stared back at them, unchanged. "Again!" Zalan shouted, much more confident after they were not met with a terrible disaster the first time they attacked the Chaos Chamber artifact. This time, a bit more disjointed, each of the elementally powered individuals sent their respective powers to the artifact. The oppressive yellow glow was not clouded, even by Rep and Fran's potent combined flames. Again, they were met with nothing but a small click from the ceiling when they stopped. "Do you hear the clicking?" Rep asked. "It is her arrows as they hit the floor," Fran groaned, once more dismayed at being defeated by a room rather than a monster. "No, I think it's something else," Zalan said. "Let us try once more. This time, Yelsa should not fire arrows," Rep said. "I am running out of energy," Korb said. "We spent much on the wall before, and now everything I have is going into a ceiling that is unaffected." "I do not wish to die by overexerting my energies," Fran agreed. "Please, I believe there is something more to this," Rep said. Reluctantly, they put their powers together once more with enough energy to disintegrate a Bosnock. The ceiling remained unaffected. Click.
"There it was again," Rep said. "You hear it, right?" Zalan asked the others. "What is it?" Gorb asked, trying to control his breathing after outputting so much energy. Zalan could hear how the thinning air was affecting all their breathing. His lungs never felt full. "Try our powers one at a time. You do not have to go full power," Rep suggested. Fran shrugged and threw a large fireball. The ceiling didn't reply. Zalan threw a bolt of lightning to no avail. Gorb threw a gust of air. Click. The travelers looked at one another in elated shock. Without prompting, Gorb threw another blast of air. Click. "I think it's a mechanism built into it. Someone needs to try and touch it or something," Zalan said. "It is one thing to try and destroy it at a distance, but we really should not be touching artifacts we are not familiar with." "I should be the one to do it," Rep said firmly. "No way! You don't even have 2 hands. We're running out of air here. I don't want to waste a second." "I'll touch it," Zalan volunteered. "It is too dangerous. You do not know what that artifact is capable of," Rep said. "I thought you liked artifacts," Zalan said. "Not the mysterious ones," Rep said, his voice grave. "We really don't have time to waste, though. Let me get on your shoulders, Gorb," Zalan said. "Anything is better than nothing," Gorb nodded, kneeling down for Zalan to climb up his tall back. "I really believe we should think this through.
I should be the one to touch the artifact, Rep said nervously. Quick, boost me up, Zallen said, worried he would lose his will to touch the shining yellow thing the longer Rep would talk. Gorb stood up, and Zallen reached his hands up as high as they would go, just barely able to poke the bottom half of the artifact. Nothing happened. He tried to pull it out, but it resisted. When he tried to mess with it, he felt he was able to push it in slightly. His companions watched intently, holding their breaths in silence.
Yelsa popped her knuckles.
A little higher, Zallen said, his voice strained. Gorb grunted and pushed Zallen as high as he could manage. Zallen was able to push the artifact further inside and continued fidgeting with it. When he released it, it made a click as it settled back into place. Zallen pushed hard against it, then twisted it to the side. He felt it clank past something, feeling as though he adjusted something in the ceiling. I think it's a knob or a switch. I moved something. I don't know if I— Door! Door! Fran screamed hysterically, pointing to the door that appeared. The group bolted for the opening, not hesitating in fear that this new exit would leave them. Zallen didn't have a chance to get off of Gorb's shoulders, and he was thrown upside down, his head bouncing against Gorb's back as his companions sprinted. Gorb was holding tightly onto Zallen's legs as he ran. Fran dragged the doorway open, and everyone collapsed outside, Zallen sliding off of Gorb's back as they caught their breath. They looked back at the chaos chamber, once again populated by 2 doors. Fran slammed the door shut behind her. They turned around and saw that they were standing on a bridge outside, warm with the sunlight above. The bridge led to a new chamber across the way. There was a ruckus above them, but they were so grateful to be in the soft, non-sickening yellow light of the sun that they almost didn't look up. Sunlight suddenly turned to darkness. They all glanced up to investigate, in time to see the massive dragon, Hatewing, flying above and clambering into the giant hole atop the highest tower in the castle. It was like the size of a commercial airplane, and Zallen was amazed that the tower didn't collapse under its weight. They stared at it as its tail slithered in until it was totally concealed within the tower. The travelers sat in silence, catching their breath and staring at their final adversary's home not far ahead of them.
Zallen analyzed the rooms that remained before them. About 2 or maybe 3 more rooms before they would climb the tower and face the dragon. Finally, after minutes of appreciating the open air, Fran decided to break the silence.
Well, Fran breathed, smiling radiantly toward the dragon's lair. At least we know we went out the correct door.
Chapter 38. Lacking of flesh.
The group got to their feet, after having had long enough to appreciate the fact they wouldn't be trapped inside the chaos chamber until the end of time. I ran too fast and abandoned my arrows. I left about half, Yelsa noted, looking over her quiver. And we left behind some perfectly good daggers, Rep added, thinking back on the skeleton. How did King Dokran ever make it out of there? Zallen suddenly asked. He didn't have any power, and he was supposed to be super secret. How would he be able to deactivate it by himself? Did he always go in there with a ladder or something? He always carried his scepter, Gorb said, his eyes growing wide at the realization. It took Zallen a second to catch up to his thought process. If the king always had a long stick with him, he could raise it up and deactivate the artifact without needing the assistance of something to get him to stand taller. And he could keep the solution to the room a secret, further protecting his treasure hoard. Fran shook her head in disbelief. It should have been so obvious, she said. I don't know how that could have been obvious, Zallen replied. I am surprised to hear you say that, Fran stated. You were a born leader in the Chaos Chamber. You kept supplying ideas when I think the rest of us had resigned ourselves to the chaos. I wasted a lot of our energy in there, Zallen frowned. We threw a lot more of our power around than we needed to.
No, we threw around the exact amount of energy necessary, Gorb replied, nodding to Zalan with new deference. Were it not for your idea to fatigue the wall, we would not have found that it was part of the trap. Were it not for your suggestion to search the corpses, we would not have found that our plans were folly as soon as we did. And you and Yelsa were the ones to tell us to attack the artifact outright. I mean, Rep was really the one to get us out of there with his idea at the end.
And any one of you probably would have thought of all of my ideas given enough time, Zalan replied. Rep smiled, appreciating how useful he had been in the dire situation. How much time? We may have been too exhausted to try, Fran said. Zalan didn't know why he felt so strange about taking the compliment. He didn't feel like a leader in any way, but he saw the way his companions looked at him differently. Not that they thought he should take charge, but that he was worthy of more respect than they offered him before. All of them except for Rep, who seemed to always be giving everyone he met respect that they hadn't yet earned. Zalan figured that the reason he felt strange about the respect was because of how fleeting it was. By this time tomorrow, he would be home, and none of these people would matter. Did they even matter now, if they were the equivalent of a lucid dream? Zalan had a hard time pinpointing whether this dream world had any bearing on him. Would he remember anything when he woke up? Was this place real at all? He noticed they were still looking at him, expectantly. "Let's keep moving," Zalan said, leading the way across the stone bridge. The bridge stood high above the castle, giving them a good view of the area below. The moat was running very shallow, whether by lack of care from any inhabitants or a natural decrease due to the current season, Zalan couldn't tell. The flowers could be seen from miles around, waving happily in the breeze and adding splashes of color to the otherwise green sea of grass below. The air was fresh, feeling like Zalan had emerged from a paper bag and could breathe easily after escaping the chaos chamber. He looked up, taking in the view of the tall tower the dragon just flew within. The tower was massive, rounding off in a dome at the top big enough to hold arena bouts within. Zalan could see a gleam lick the edge of the hole in the top of the tower, and wondered how much gold could be in the tower for it to shine so brightly. Zalan felt a hint of greed in his heart, excited to take down the dragon, before remembering that he definitely wouldn't be taking any gold home with him. All that mattered was whether the homeseeker was up there. The bridge ended, and Zalan stood in front of the next wooden door, very close to the base of the tall tower. They would be going upstairs and challenging a dragon soon. But Zalan was more concerned about what was in this next room. What if it was worse than a chaos chamber? He turned around and saw his companions equally apprehensive. Fran looked the most determined and nodded to Zalan. He turned around uncertainly, then put his hand on the door, feeling brave enough to pull it open. They were somewhat relieved to not see the sickly yellow color of an artifact hanging from the ceiling, and made their way inside with their usual caution. This room was littered with dead bodies, tatters of flesh hanging from decaying corpses along all the walls. The room reeked of death. Zalan pulled out his sword at the mere sight of them, and the others in his group quickly joined in preparing themselves. They made sure to leave the door open behind them. "What do you think happened to them?" Zalan asked. "How did so many people make it past a chaos chamber, but end up dying here?" Yelsa asked. "So many of them starved to death. Look at their clothing," Rep pointed out nervously. They had the same bite marks as the skeleton in the chaos chamber. "You think this is also a chaos chamber?" Zalan asked. "Not likely, without anything out of the ordinary on the walls or ceiling," Gorb pointed. "Maybe when the door opens, it activates some artifact," Rep said. They looked across the room to the door on the other end. 4 corpses sat in their way. Zalan couldn't tell if there was an artifact to corroborate Rep's guess, but he also wasn't sure he wanted to get close enough to find out. "I can handle whatever it is," Fran said confidently. Zalin continued to lead the way slowly, taking small steps and watching for whatever had killed all the adventurers scattered lifeless around the room. Fran and Rep lit a flame in their palms, brightening the room further than the sunlight granted to them by the window above. Zalin tried to imbue his blade with lightning in preparation for a battle he felt was coming, and he was almost satisfied to see he was able to cause lightning to course through the entire blade before fading less than a second later. It would have been much better to be fully powered and prepared for a fight, but it was nice to see that imbuing was within his grasp. He might even be able to manage it if he stopped thinking so hard about it. Pure focus wasn't what made him able to redirect the lightning that struck him and Rep in the lost city of Zagon when he first got his power. Something creaked behind them, and the entire group swung around with their respective weapons and powers prepared to obliterate the trespasser, only to see the door sliding softly inward, closing itself. The party remained facing the closed door. "Likely the wind," Yelsa said, sounding as though she was trying to convince herself. "Sure," Zalin nodded. "Let's just get out of here." He turned around to the darkened room and flinched when he saw a figure standing on the other end. Immediately, he raised a hand and blasted it with a bolt of lightning. It crumpled to the floor silently as the others whipped their attention back around to see what had happened. "What was it?" Fran asked. "That thing was standing," Zalin said, rushing over to see whether he needed to stab it. When they stood over the figure, Rep's light illuminating the area, they saw it was one of the dead bodies. A small black patch on its decayed cheek showed where Zalin blasted it. It was otherwise unmoving. "Are you certain you were not seeing things?" Gorb asked gravely. He didn't sound like he doubted Zalin. Instead, it sounded like he wanted Zalin to be telling a bad joke. "Yeah, it was just standing, and then—" Another creak caused them to turn their attention to the exit door. The 4 corpses from earlier were now standing guard, their arms up in defensive positions, what remained of their burned skin hanging grimly off their bodies. "Fleshless," Gorb said, now certain. "Dear God, Dokrin did this," Yelsa said, firing an arrow at one of the fleshless. It remained standing, not reacting to the arrow now sprouting from its eye socket. More and more, the dead around the room began to rise. Zalin stared in shock at the fleshless with the arrow sticking out of it. He and his companions gathered in the center of the room with their backs to one another, evaluating the creatures standing around them. "What are they? Why didn't that one die?" Zalin asked, his head racing around the room as it became crowded with the fleshless. "It is already dead," Fran said. "The fleshless are men who passed, brought back by use of an artifact. A resurrector," Rep explained quickly, holding out his sword to try and intimidate the creatures that were beginning to shamble slowly toward them. That explanation tugged at the idea in Zalin's head about this world having no consequence. There was an artifact that could bring things back from the dead. Death had no meaning in this world. It was a dream, for sure. Nothing here mattered except getting home. There were no consequences if there was an artifact to undo the loss of life. But he pushed that idea aside as quickly as it came. He needed to focus. Then he would be able to get the Homeseeker and get out of here. "Are you sure Dokrin did this?" Zalin asked, zapping 2 of the fleshless and watching them fall. His ability to stun them seemed to do wonders, especially when the remaining muscles holding them together were already so frail. "This is what he did with those that died of starvation in the Chaos Chamber," Yelsa said, disgusted. "He brought them back and moved them to this chamber. They are cursed to remain here as guardians of the dead king's treasure." Zalin looked around and saw that there wasn't a single fleshless, except that they were falling apart, their muscles reduced to almost nothing. It was very possible this was a collection of people who had starved to death. That,
added to the decay of however long they had been within this room, and they seemed like they would disintegrate with a faint breeze. Gorb seemed to read his mind, blasting 5 of them with air, enough for limbs to be torn from the body, but none of the fleshless showed any sign of having experienced any pain. They didn't care that they were now left without legs. Mindlessly, they continued their way toward Zallen and his friends. Some held weapons, and Zallen wondered if they remembered how to use them from their original lives. They look pretty scary, but I think they're really weak. If I kill enough, I could level up and destroy them all, Zallen said, zapping 2 more that were getting close. You cannot gain experience from the fleshless. You cannot kill the dead, Fran said. Great, then what do we do? Zallen asked. A fleshless had closed the gap enough for Zallen to have to block its punch with his sword. The creature was powerful, strong enough to leave a bad bruise or maybe break a bone if he didn't stop it. He cut off its head, but the body remained standing, inert. It made him feel deeply disturbed, and he kicked it away. We should run for it, Rep said. Exercise caution, Gorb said. The fleshless are more powerful if they were a high level when they were living.
Gorb blasted a column of air toward the exit, creating a bit of space for them all to run in a single-file line between the dead grabbing at them. Fran and Rep's fire had no effect on the fleshless, instead creating more terrifying creatures. The fleshless would ignite in a wild blaze, but continued to progress unhindered as their acrid stench filled the room. Zallen was able to slow them down enough with lightning to assist with any getting close enough to attack. They finally made it to the 4 fleshless standing guard at the door, and Zallen zapped 2, while Gorb threw aside the others with a small tornado. Yelsa bolted for the exit door, slamming into it with her weight and throwing it open for the others. She fired a few arrows at the feet of the fleshless, pinning them to the ground for a moment before they tore their own legs off in pursuit of the travelers. When Gorb ran through the door, last of the group, he slammed it shut with a powerful burst of air. That wasn't so bad, right? Zallen asked. The others nodded in agreement, catching their breath. They seemed pleased that they were able to pass a trap without much struggle. It would be a nightmare to try and rush back now that they were all standing and scratching at the door. Fortunately, they would leave by means of an artifact instead of back through the front door. Zallen noticed that Rep's bandages were a dark red, the wound having opened again in the battle, but Rep looked at it and shook his head. Zallen was going to say something in protest, but Rep shook his head again and pointed his finger at something in the newest room. It was another fleshless, this one much larger than the others, similar to Gorb in height. It had most of its skin, save for the left half of its face being charred to a crisp. It still had a good amount of muscle, rather than the decaying remains in the room that they had just escaped. The fleshless stared at them all, with unfocused eyes, gray skin, and a royal staff in one hand, as well as a crown on its head. King Dokrin, Gorb said, stunned. Chapter 39. Outnumbered and outmatched. The reanimated, fleshless King Dokrin stood numbly, waiting silently. Zallen saw that hanging from his hip was a white, dimly shining object. Half of it was an hourglass, and the other was a skeleton head that the sand would pour into, except there was no sand. Zallen heard the faint scratching at the door behind him, the previous room of fleshless trying to make their way in. He is alone? Yelsa asked to confirm. They say the fleshless maintain some echoes of their previous life. It must be that he preferred to be alone when he was living, Rep said. That would explain why the fleshless in the previous room remembered how to use some of their weapons, Fran said. And why Dokrin still wears his crown, Gorb mentioned. That there, at his hip, there is an artifact, Rep said, his eyebrows raised in surprise. That is a resurrector. Yelsa was right.
Dokrin was the one filling that room with fleshless for any intruders to fight. The one that has access to the Resurrector has the power over the fleshless.
Then who turned him into a fleshless? Zalin asked. The question hung in the air for a moment. Dokrin continued to idly watch them. The only part of him moving was his eyes lazily sliding over each of them. His lack of movement was throwing Zalin off. The other fleshless were always shambling towards them, but he couldn't read Dokrin at all when he just stood there. "I think he may have turned himself into this creature," Fran said, more a question than an answer. No one gave a rebuttal to the claim. It didn't seem so impossible when he had the artifact at his hip. A vain man, too attached to his wealth and need for power to allow himself to die with dignity. They looked at Dokrin as if waiting for his pale gray form to either confirm or deny the suspicion. Dokrin continued to watch them silently. "So, you said if we get the artifact, then we would have the power over the fleshless?" Zalin asked.
"Indeed."
You need not activate it. Just the simple act of holding on to it will suffice for you to take control, Rep replied. Then that's our new plan. Let's get the Resurrector from him, and we can have a small army take on the dragon together, Zalin said, the others nodding confidently. They took a collective step toward Dokrin, and he shifted marginally. They stopped, warily watching the former king for any other movements, but it seemed he had returned to observing motionlessly. Zalin took another small step forward, and Dokrin shifted ever so slightly. The travelers waited again, then took another step. Dokrin twisted his head. "This is disturbing," Yelsa muttered. "Better than him coming to attack us," Rep replied. "Let me try something. Don't move," Zalin suggested. He walked a few steps away from the group toward a wall perpendicular to Dokrin. Dokrin walked with him, remaining on an invisible line and preventing himself from being flanked. Zalin looked at his friends, who looked back at him. "I think he's protecting himself," Zalin said. "More than that," Fran shook her head. "He is protecting the door. He does not want us accessing his treasure." Dokrin turned to her sharply at the mention of treasure, but he didn't make a move against her. "Look how he does not charge at us. He knows he cannot overpower us," Fran said. "We should stop being so slow. We are only making room for him to catch us off guard." To Zalin's surprise, his companions looked to him for a response to that suggestion. They were treating him like an equal. "Right," he said to Fran. "We should put a plan together to grab the artifact." "You throw lightning at his legs. Gorb throws him off balance, and I will retrieve the artifact. Rep and Yelsa can open the door for us, and we can rush out before he stumbles in our way. If all goes well, we will have control of him and all the other fleshless before we enter the next room," Fran suggested. "Sounds good. Let's just get a few steps closer," he said quickly, not sure how he felt about the new responsibility of being an equal contributor. Dokrin continued to watch, docile, not making any indication that he understood any part of the plan passing between the adventurers. When they were a few dozen paces away, Zalin nodded to Gorb. Then he raised his hands to emit lightning. Zalin blasted the energy, and Dokrin twisted his scepter, catching the lightning at the tip of the staff, the only part not made of metal. He remained standing. Gorb blinked in surprise, but let out his burst of air, to which Dokrin adjusted his stance to withstand the wind without losing his balance. Fran was already in motion and hesitated, reaching out her hand for the artifact. Dokrin swept the royal staff under her feet and tripped her. As she gasped and fell forward, Dokrin kicked her away powerfully. She fell back into Gorb's arms, clutching her stomach. Dokrin watched them silently, returning his staff to its upright position. "Rep?" Zalin asked, looking for an explanation. "The Resurrector brings people back to a similar level.
He must have been very powerful before he passed, Rep guessed. They looked up to Dokren with a newfound understanding. I thought he was vain because he was weak, Zallen asked Gorb. Dokren stiffened at the word weak. He was vain because he lacked an elemental power, Gorb corrected. I heard nothing of his level or strength. Zallen began to inch away from Dokren to give himself room. Dokren inched toward him. Yelsa, get his eyes, Zallen commanded. On it! Yelsa pulled the arrow she had already armed and aimed carefully. She fired a quick arrow at Dokren, a perfect shot for his eye. Dokren caught it mid-air and snapped the arrow like nothing more than a twig. Dear God, Yelsa gasped. Dokren took another step toward Zallen. What do we— Keep him away from me, Zallen said, firing another bolt at Dokren, only for it to be blocked by the scepter again. Dokren took another step. Over here, Rep said to Dokren, panicking. He was waving a flame above his head to draw Dokren's attention. Dokren's sunken eyes glanced his way. Do not set him ablaze, Fran warned, finally back to her feet. He does not feel pain as a fleshless, and we do not want to fight a flaming monster. I know that. I just want to— Rep's eyes went wide as Dokren ran at him. Yelsa ran backward to keep distance as Gorb and Fran pounced forward with weapons drawn, placing themselves between Rep and Dokren. Dokren rammed through the brother and sister, easily throwing them aside. Dokren ended up with one of Gorb's swords through his back, but it didn't slow him down in the slightest. He grabbed Rep ferociously by the neck and held him in the air. Zallen acted quickly, aiming a bolt and firing at Dokren's arm, causing it to spasm and drop Rep. Rep gasped for air and shook slightly as he fell to the ground, the electric shock having passed through Dokren's arm and affecting him as well. Dokren turned his head rapidly toward Zallen, swatting another arrow out of the air as Yelsa tried to blind him once more. Zallen tried to blast more lightning at Dokren, but the fleshless ducked out of the way and ran at him like a bull. Zallen prepared himself to dive forward and snag the artifact from the king's hip. If he could grab the resurrector, the battle would be over and they'd have control over this terrifying monster. Zallen jumped, his arms reaching for the white skull-decorated hourglass, only for Dokren to leap and a foot to come down on Zallen's back and smash him into the floor. Zallen coughed in fierce pain, the air driven out of him and not allowed to re-enter as the pressure increased on his back. He couldn't see, his world filled with a mesh of black and blue, as his body tried to make out what was real from what was intense pain. He couldn't even scream.
He suddenly felt something like a hurricane on his face, and the pressure on his back released, allowing him to double over in pain and breathe. He heard a muffled scuffle happening right over him, and blows being traded. When his vision finally returned, he saw Fran and Gorb slashing quickly through the air, trying to remove limbs from Dokren's body, who was keeping a cautious enough distance to protect himself. Dokren was using his scepter as a formidable weapon, making sure to keep Fran and Gorb too off balance to get any good hits in. The occasional arrow that would come from Yelsa was ignored unless it targeted Dokren's head, and he now had a small collection of arrows sticking out of his back. Zallen realized he was being raised from the ground and looked up to see Rep pulling him to his feet. Neither Fran nor Gorb could get a clean strike on Dokren, constantly being battered aside, even with the enhancement of Gorb's wind. But Dokren was able to get more than a few bruises on the siblings with his scepter. Already, Fran and Gorb were reaching their limit from the previous rooms, and it was clear they were losing the battle. He is too powerful, Rep said. Zallen nodded in agreement, then realized that Rep was trying to suggest they change course. New plan! Run for the exit! Zallen called loudly. He and Rep ran to the door, Yelsa close at their back. They heard Fran and Gorb tossed to the ground as Dokren charged forward to block their exit.
Chapter 40. King Zalin could feel Dokrin running after him as much as he could hear his thunderous steps. He threw a bolt of lightning behind him without looking and heard Dokrin stumble for a moment as Rep's hand reached out and touched the handle. Rep grasped tightly, then had his face smashed into the door by Dokrin's decrepit gray hand. Rep cried out in pain, and Zalin swung his sword at Dokrin's outstretched arm, only to have his blade slapped aside by Dokrin's scepter, stabbing the stone floor harmlessly. "I cannot pull it open," Rep said through grit teeth, his efforts still focused on escape despite the grip Dokrin had on him. An arrow stabbed through King Dokrin's forearm, and he turned to find where Yelsa was firing from. In the moment of distraction, Zalin threw a bolt of lightning at Dokrin's feet, causing him to buckle enough that Rep's head was no longer pushed against the wooden door. Zalin swung his sword at Dokrin's outstretched hand again, this time much faster. Dokrin spotted the incoming blade and released Rep's head to dodge, and Rep was rolled aside to safety by a blast of air that Gorb supplied. "I need to be next to the door to open it," Rep said as he rolled to his feet, the right side of his face covered in blood and splinters. "You cannot open the door if you are dead," Gorb called back, rushing with Fran to engage in battle with Dokrin as he turned his focus to Zalin. Zalin took a step back, watching Dokrin's scepter closely to see how he would attack. He was right to keep an eye on it, because Dokrin immediately thrust it forward, and Zalin had only just enough time to parry it. Dokrin came with another swing from above, and Zalin held up his sword, locking the two weapons. Dokrin was handily overpowering Zalin, pushing Zalin's sword gradually to his face. An arrow inserted itself into the back of Dokrin's head, emerging from the charred side of his face, removing his bad eye.
Dokrin didn't seem to mind the partial loss of sight, his remaining eye intent on pushing Zalin's sword through its owner. Zalin screamed in frustration, pain, and fear as his sword drew within inches of his face. In a last-ditch effort, he blasted his own weapon with lightning, not thinking about the consequences as his blade threatened to meet his face. In that moment, Zalin felt the mind muscle of his elemental power respond to him like never before. He knew how to maintain the lightning in his blade for a whole of 3 seconds. He was imbuing the blade with lightning. The powerful electricity traveled up through his blade and into Dokrin's scepter, causing Dokrin to twitch and lose his hold over the locked weapons. As Dokrin lost his grip, Fran blasted between them, assisted by a burst of air behind her, and sliced wildly at Dokrin's scepter. Dokrin's weapon dropped to the floor along with his thumb. Dokrin looked at his severed hand numbly, flexing his remaining fingers, and used his other hand to ensure his crown was still on his head. Satisfied to see his kingly apparel had not been separated from him, he looked back to Zalin and his companions, twisting his head out of the way as one of Yelsa's arrows tried to take his other eye. It missed, leaving a small cut on Dokrin's ear. "That was my last one," Yelsa called helplessly. "No matter. We can take him from here now that he is unarmed," Fran called with ebullience. Dokrin turned to her as Fran thrust her sword straight at Dokrin's neck. Dokrin placed the palm of his thumbless hand in the way, and Fran cut right into it with a sneer on her face. But rather than cut all the way through to his throat, Dokrin used his hand to redirect the blade to open air next to him. Fran frowned and tried to twist her sword to pull it from his grip, but Dokrin began to slide his palm inward, stabbing himself further to get his palm closer to the hilt of the blade. Fran stared in shock as Dokrin drew close to her, his 4 fingers on the hilt of her sword. She tried to pull it away again, but Dokrin's grip over her weapon was tight, and he headbutt her forcefully, causing her to stumble back and lose her weapon. "Oh," she said, stunned as Dokrin stood over her with her blade inserted backward through his hand. Gorb came now, throwing the full strength of his weight and wind at Dokrin as he tried to cut off his head,
but was parried by the awkwardly angled sword in Dokran's hand. Zalin threw a bolt of lightning at Dokran when he got his bearings enough to time the shot, but Dokran pulled Gorb into the way and had Zalin hurt his ally. Zalin cried out as Gorb fell to the involuntary pulses in his nervous system, and Dokran kicked him aside. Dokran rushed at Rep as he grabbed at the door handle once more. This time, Rep was baiting Dokran, and he spun around to swing his sword at the fleshless being. Dokran took the attack in stride, swatting Rep's blade aside with his newly acquired sword and tackling Rep into the ground, driving the air out of him. Dokran then whipped around and looked to the last individual standing. Zalin trembled, raising his sword and imbuing it with lightning. The others thought to tell Zalin to run, but no one could think of where he should go. Dokran raced toward him, his powerful stride shaking the stones as he closed the gap. Zalin screamed and blasted lightning with one hand while swinging his power-imbued sword with the other. Zalin was able to connect both attacks. The lightning caused Dokran to falter enough to overextend his arm, and Zalin's attempt to cut off Dokran's bad arm succeeded in cutting Fran's blade at the hilt, cutting it in half. The hilt and blade fell to the floor and disarmed the king of his crude weapon. Zalin was almost proud of the feat, until Dokran used his good hand to grab Zalin by his throat.
He lifted him up and used his bad hand to punch Zalin's forearm with enough force for it to release Zalin's grasp on his sword. Zalin couldn't get any air. He flailed his legs, desperately trying to kick the king that was draining him of life. He thought to try and kick the resurrector from Dokran's hip, but he was far too high. Fran appeared then, jumping onto King Dokran's back and holding onto an arrow to keep herself steady. She pulled out the sword lodged into the king's back and immediately swung to decapitate him. Before Fran could complete the full arc of her swing, Dokran deftly used his free arm to loop a few fingers into Fran's tunic and flung her over his head, smashing her into the stone floor with a crack. Both the arrow she held and sword clattered far away from her. "Fran!" Gorb screamed desperately. Fran looked faint, the pain from her fall overwhelming her senses. Zalin, similarly, was starting to lose his grip on reality. He tried to claw and punch weakly at Dokran's face as the king's grip tightened on his throat. He tried to fire lightning from his hands, but it only caused Dokran's grip to decrease slightly instead of fully release. Zalin was still unable to get a gasp of air. The lightning would also travel up Dokran's arm and deal searing hot damage to Zalin's already pained throat. As he slapped weakly at Dokran's head, Zalin brushed against Dokran's crown, and Dokran's remaining eye went up sharply for an instant before returning to Zalin. An idea smashed into Zalin like a truck. All the talk of vanity and echoes of the previous life of the fleshless barreled through Zalin's mind, and he put all his energy into one last plan. His vision fading, he reached out to King Dokran's head with a shaky hand, grabbed the crown, and threw it as far across the room as he could. The jeweled headwear clattered to the floor, and Dokran immediately moved to feel around his decaying, thinning hair with his free hand. Dokran's pupil went tiny as soon as he felt the lack of his kingly adornment. King Dokran threw Zalin aside instantly, bounding across the room like a hound after prey to retrieve his crown.
"Gorb, keep it away from him!" Zalin croaked as soon as he got his first breath, his voice almost gone. Gorb, not understanding what just happened, threw all the force of wind that he could against the crown, just as Dokran dove for it. The king smashed into the wall, manically patting the floor for the crown before noticing it being dragged to the opposite corner by the wind. Dokran got back up on all fours and raced toward it, his total focus on retrieving his crown. Gorb had nowhere else to send the crown but up, and grunted in painful exertion as he launched the gold headwear into the air like a bottle rocket. It flew up high and clanged against the ceiling. Gorb strained, his face going from dark red to purple as he tried to keep the crown afloat, but the constant stream of energy being emitted was too much. "I cannot hold," Gorb said, his voice almost lost in his exertion. Gorb let out a breath, and the crown began to free-fall. Dokrin jumped to grab it, and Zalin grit his teeth, preparing to be killed as soon as Dokrin was whole once more. But, to his surprise, the golden headpiece abruptly stopped out of the fleshless king's reach, a few feet above his outstretched arm at his full jump height. Dokrin continued to reach upward, smashing against the wall and waiting for the crown to fall. But it remained in place, swinging slightly above him. Zalin's vision returned enough for him to see that it was hanging on an arrow that had just been shot into the wall. He turned, stunned, to Yelsa. Yelsa was breathing hard, pulling Fran over her shoulder as best she could, but struggling under her injured leg. Fran was staring at Dokrin with a mix of amazement and disbelief.
Zalin saw the sword that Fran had been holding earlier was still abandoned on the floor, but not the arrow. Yelsa must have grabbed the arrow from the ground and used it to keep the crown out of Dokrin's reach in a moment of quick thinking. "Quickly!" Rep whispered, dragging the door open. The travelers watched Dokrin, not moving, to see how he would react to the open door. He continued to powerfully slam his fists into the wall. He was desperately trying to force the crown to continue its descent, even clawing at the stone in an act of pleading for it to allow gravity to resume its course. Zalin and his friends took this as a good sign and got moving. Gorb ran over to help Yelsa carry Fran from the room. Zalin rushed over, picking up the spare sword from the floor and rushing to the exit. Before running to the next room, everyone turned to Dokrin one last time. He was hopping repeatedly, despairingly trying to nick the side of the crown with enough force to bump it off the arrow. "Should we pull the resurrector from his hip now that he's distracted?" Zalin whispered. "I am not getting anywhere near that thing," Yelsa replied quietly. The others agreed through their silence, Zalin included. Gorb breathed in deeply, then twisted air in a manner that rolled the king's scepter to his feet. He kicked it into the next room. They looked at him strangely. At some point, he may have realized he could use the scepter to get the crown off the wall. "I hope to prevent that," Gorb explained quietly. "But what about my broken blade that was left within?" Fran asked. "He could use that to extend his reach easily." "Or the arrows in his back?" Yelsa asked. "I suspect, in the same way that he preferred to keep the company of his crown and scepter, he would not want to use lesser items to retrieve his royal item," Gorb suggested, as Rep shut the door behind them, the king jumping like mad to try and retrieve his crown. Chapter 41. Stairs. Zalin looked up at the newest room they entered. They were at the foot of a giant spiral staircase leading to where the dragon and treasure lay. He was breathing laboriously, rubbing at the throbbing wound in his bruised neck. He looked around at his friends, trying to get a feel for how well they fared. They were down to 4 swords, 1 for each swordsman. Gorb's second sword had been given to his wounded sister. Yelsa was out of arrows, an empty quiver hanging at her hip. The right side of Rep's face was washed in a purple mesh of bruises, specks of blood, and multiple little splinters running along his cheek up to his eyebrows. Rep smiled at him, happy to have escaped the fleshless king, but his smile couldn't extend to the right side of his lips. Zalin noted with gratitude that Rep's wounded arm hadn't gotten much worse, and it looked like he could manage himself pretty well. Gorb looked worse off than Rep, bruises running up and down his arms after being battered by the king's scepter. There was a dark, burned patch at the back of his left ear where Zalin's lightning had struck him,
and his face was red with strain. He was breathing the hardest, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. In his current state, he wouldn't be missing his second sword. Fran was laying flat on the ground, but smiling widely at the spiraling staircase above her. Her leg was a mess of colors and at an unnatural angle after being slammed off of Dokran's back. Despite the look of her wound, each of her breaths seemed to be filled with joy. Yelsa sat over Fran's leg, raising and lowering her hands multiple times as she tried to decide what to do to heal it. She was the best off, with only a mostly healed wound on her leg. She looked up to Zalin at a loss. "We should not have come here," Yelsa said sadly to him. Fran's smile widened, her face exuding exuberance as her friends tried to assess their situation after Yelsa's grave words. "Nonsense!"
That was the greatest battle I have ever fought, she said proudly. She laughed as she remembered the last few minutes.
"What a fight!" "Fran, your leg is broken," Yelsa exclaimed. "And we still won," Fran said, as if Yelsa had issued her a compliment. "Won? We could barely lay a scratch on him," Rep said. "And yet we emerged victorious," Fran said to Rep's consternation. "She means we beat King Dokran because we were able to successfully get out of his chamber without him killing any one of us," Gorb said, his eyes still closed. "Absurd! We barely won," Rep said. "We barely survived," Fran corrected, holding up a red and purple finger to make her point. "But we handily won." The sound of two stomachs groaned simultaneously. It didn't take long to realize that no one had the power of the satiator within them anymore. "Time to eat our little rations," Rep said, pulling out what little food he packed for himself from his pocket. The others followed his lead, already missing the sensation of not being hungry for days at a time. Between mouthfuls of date fruits, Yelsa went over to Rep to redress his wound. In the meantime, Fran decided to recount the battle. "Remember how you stood up against him when he was charging at you at the door? You tried to pull a feint against impossible odds. Very impressive, Representative." "Yes, well, I was just trying to stay alive," Representative said. But he had gone bashful over the praise, focusing on his pained arm in embarrassment. "And Zalin, I saw you imbue the entirety of your blade. Amazing," Fran said. Zalin looked at the sword he was still gripping with knuckle-white intensity. He relaxed his hand and admired the fact that he was, in fact, able to hold some electricity through the blade. He was really learning how to control his power. It was almost a shame that he would be leaving this world so soon. The searing pain around his neck made it clear that almost a shame was the most he felt.
Fran was still raving over the battle as Zalin reflected on his new capabilities.
"Did you see how I got his thumb off? No one else could get a good slice in, but I just flew in and disarmed the Mad King. That leap was magnificent. Thank you, Gorb," Fran said. Gorb scoffed, but a slight smile mingled with his stoic expression for a moment. "And who could forget Gorb and Yelsa's splendid finish, launching the crown mid-air and pinning it out of reach? What a move!" Fran laughed. "I do not believe I have ever given you the credit you deserve for being such a marksman, Yelsa. Truly an unparalleled archer." Yelsa cracked a grin for a moment, but then looked back at Fran's grotesque, fractured leg and returned to her frown. "Lucky that you happened to slap the crown off the king's head, right, Zalin?" Fran looked up. Zalin made a face, uncertain how to reply, but Gorb spoke on his behalf. "That was no accident. He deliberately threw the crown off when he was at the brink of death. Did you not hear him order me to keep it away from the king immediately?" Gorb asked. "Right," Fran said, her eyes widening as the point registered. "Zalin,
Perhaps your otherworldly knowledge is more worthwhile than you let on. How did you know to do that? I saw him react when we mentioned his treasure, and there were times he touched his crown during the battle. I thought if those echoes existed, then maybe the vanity of royalty stuck around too. He wouldn't want to be separated from his crown, even if he was fleshless, Zalin explained. Amazing. I wish I could have thought of that, Fran said, her smile unwavering. But it was a good battle all the same. Oh, what a fight, right, Gorb? A good fight, but a terrible situation, Gorb replied. How are we to take on a dragon in this condition? We do not need to take it on, Fran exclaimed. The others looked at her in confusion, except for Zalin, who knew where she was going with this. She grinned, looking between them.
The purpose of our quest is to retrieve the Homeseeker.
We can simply steal it and run out, no battle necessary, Fran said.
Because that went so well this time, Yelsa grumbled. Dokrin was ready for us, but Hatewing will have an entire horde to keep track of. He will not notice the loss of one measly artifact. We should be able to sneak in, get the object, and sneak out, Fran said. You do not want to fight the dragon anymore? Rep asked cautiously. Oh, I would love to fight the dragon, Fran said immediately. But I seem to have a broken leg, Gorb is completely spent, Zalin is a mite shy of losing his neck, and I think your arm is still in disrepair. So, another time perhaps. Another time indeed, Rep replied graciously. How do we know that there are enough treasures in the room to keep him distracted? I recall Gorb mentioning that there was speculation that Dokrin was running out of wealth before his death, Yelsa brought up. No way, Zalin shook his head with certainty. Did you see how Dokrin, as a rotting corpse, reacted at the mere mention of the word treasure? He's got something significant up there. The others nodded in agreement, even Yelsa coming around to the idea. We are forgetting one thing, Yelsa said. None of us have ever seen the Homeseeker before. We have no idea what the artifact looks like. Fran's smile fidgeted, then descended. She acknowledged. That does pose a problem. It is a golden artifact, cube-shaped, with black-colored corners, Rep said. The others looked at him in shock. Even Gorb opened an eye in surprise. How do you know that? Zalin asked. Rep looked at him in surprise. Madam Hikma told us, Rep said. She did, Zalin asked, having forgotten every aspect of the conversation between him and the woman of wisdom. It felt like ages ago to him. You do not recall? She told us about it right before she told us that we would have to get it from Castle Dokrin, Rep said.
Zalin stared at him with a blank face, none of this resonating with him. Right before she said we would have to face a dragon, Rep continued slowly, trying to spur the memory in Zalin's mind. Zalin shook his head slightly, not recalling any part of this conversation. Right before she said we would need an elemental, Rep prompted, almost desperate to see recognition. Zalin's eyes lit up. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well, to be honest, I still don't remember any of it except for the part where she told us to get an elemental, and then we borrowed a bunch of books, Zalin said, embarrassed. That is a lot to forget, Rep said, concerned. Zalin recalled having faced the mind of madness, and the melders that messed with his mind, and thought that might have something to do with it. Traumatic experiences, and blocking out information in his mind or something. He didn't really care. Yeah, I guess, he shrugged non-committally. Do not be ashamed, Fran said to Zalin. Rep has a very good memory when it comes to the artifacts he has heard of. He has always been like this since... There was a slight thump on the other end of the door to King Dokruhn's chamber. The travelers looked at one another nervously.
Perhaps we can continue this conversation from the top of the stairs, Gorb said, getting up immediately to carry Fran. Yeah, Zalin picked up the scepter from the floor and handed it to Yelsa before he made his way to the base of the spiraling stairs. What do you want to do with this? I am not throwing this back in there, she warned. I thought you might want a weapon, Zalin said, nodding to her empty quiver. Yelsa peered at him for a moment longer, then shrugged. Thank you. Though I am not very good at hand-to-hand combat, Yelsa admitted, as she followed him up the stairs. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure this will be hand-to-wing combat, Zalin replied, smirking. That was awful. Send him back to the fleshless, Fran groaned at his joke. She was clinging to Gorb's shoulders, her injured leg held tenderly. I would kick you were it not for my better judgment. The adventurers made their way up the stairs for the next few minutes, often stopping to take a breather on what felt like the infinite ascent. They were in much better spirits now, feeling as though the worst was behind them. Zalin had a slight giddiness welling up in his stomach, with him being so near the homeseeker. Throughout their way up, they heard random skittering along the walls. Zalin couldn't see anything, but it always put a pit of disgust in his stomach whenever he heard it, like there were some large bugs living in the walls. When they were resting on the stairs about halfway up the tower, they heard an eerie creaking sound echo through the stairway. They looked at one another for a moment, then came to the same dreaded realization that the creaking was the sound of a door opening. They peeked over the side of the stone stairs. King Dokran stepped within, his crown returned to his head. He looked around slowly, almost confused. He stepped around in a circle a few times to get a better view of the area. He knelt down, poking lightly at something on the ground. Fran breathed deeply, as it occurred to her that he was examining the date pits they had spat out on the floor. Then Dokran looked straight up. All of the travelers flipped back to the stairs and pinned themselves flat. He is searching for us, Rep whispered, terrified. They heard him take another few steps, but no one dared put their head back over the edge and get caught. After a few more sounds of Dokran's feet scraping the stone floor, Zalin decided to chance the peek to see what was happening. He inched his head over the edge of the stairway and looked down, the others watching him with silent intensity. Zalin's eyes went wide in fear. King Dokran began to shamble slowly up the stairs.
Chapter 42. Castle and Dragon.
He's coming up the stairs, Zalin hissed urgently. The others immediately dragged themselves to the edge of the stairs to confirm. They watched in horror. As soon as they reached over the edge, they witnessed Dokran stepping up another stair, then inspecting the area slowly before taking another step. He is moving slowly. I do not think he knows we are here, Fran guessed. Then let's get out of here before he finds us, Zalin said. Gorb and Yelsa immediately moved toward Fran, who raised her arms for them to pull her up to her feet. Yelsa assisted Fran onto Gorb's back. Quickly, they rushed up the stairs. Zalin and Rep occasionally tried to help Gorb up steps, but he would refuse with a quick shake of his head. Yelsa kept a close eye on Dokran's ascent. He is slow, but he is consistent, Yelsa assessed. How far are we from the top? Gorb asked, breathless. Maybe 1/4 is left before we reach the top, Zalin shrugged. Gorb intoned, disappointed. Do you want one of us to help carry Fran? Rep asked. No, Gorb said firmly. Rep and Zalin exchanged a glance, then looked back at his reddening face and slackening steps. Are you sure? Zalin ventured. He does not trust you to carry me, Fran dismissed them. He thinks you will drop me right on my foot, as if my broken leg can get worse. It definitely can get worse, Gorb said, annoyed. Zalin supported by pulling up on Gorb's tunic at every step. Gorb scoffed in annoyance, but didn't say anything to the gesture. Rep joined in, and Gorb was able to move faster without totally exhausting himself of what little energy remained. Yelsa kept her eye over the edge, slightly shaking as Dokran continued his slow steps forward. "What are we going to do if he gets here before we reach the top?" Yelsa asked nervously. "Kick him back down," Fran said confidently. "We will arrive at the top before he is anywhere near us," Gorb assured her.
"But when we get to the top, will we just go straight in?" Yelsa asked. The question got no response, compounding Yelsa's fears. Zalin had no idea what the plan was anymore. Would they be able to sneak up on the dragon if they had to rush into its chamber? Would Hatewing be watching the door? How long would the Homeseeker take to activate? What if it took so long that the dragon was able to burn it to a crisp before he got out of there? Would Zalin be stuck in this world? Zalin shook the thought out of his head. He needed to focus on getting out of Dokran's path instead of hypotheticals. The occasional skittering in the walls still made Zalin feel nauseous, but nothing was as serious as Dokran on their tail. Sweating, sore, and fatigued beyond belief, they arrived at the large double doors at the top of the tower. They were made of metal and totally intact, as opposed to most of the wooden doors below. The companions took a break for a few seconds, Yelsa watching over the center of the spiral staircase the entire time, hoping to God that Dokran would turn himself around on a whim and leave them alone. Dokran took another step up. "Now what?" Yelsa asked, dread in her eyes. "Do we even know if the doors are unlocked?" Zalin asked. They looked at one another nervously. If they were locked out, there would be no chance of getting inside before Dokran arrived. Rep took nervous steps toward the door and laid his hand on it, then pulled away sharply. "What? Is it primed with a trap?" Yelsa hissed, terrified. "No. It is very cold," Rep said, running his hands together with a small flame, then reaching out once more. He pulled on the handle, and it slid open quietly, just enough to know they could pass through, but not enough for a dragon who was watching the door to see. The group looked to one another, elated. "What do we do now?" Rep whispered, stepping to the stairs to look over the side. Dokran continued his ascent. He was about halfway up the stairs now. "We should slow him down so we can think," Fran said. "How?" Zalin asked. "The same way you did the first time. Throw off his crown and send it all the way back to the bottom of the stairs." "Gorb, do you think you can manage it from here?" Fran asked. Gorb was still catching his breath, but he crawled his way to the edge of the stairs. "Perhaps. It was a little out of my range before, but I have not tested my distance after gaining a level from facing the Melders," Gorb said. "Blast the crown off his head and send it down the center of the stairway. That should give us a lot more time. And if he tries to come back up before we have a plan we are confident in, just send him down again," Fran said. "Right," Gorb acknowledged, raising a trembling, tired hand as he targeted Dokran. Gorb breathed in deeply. The slight quiver in his hand ceased entirely as he put his whole focus into his next attack. He breathed out smoothly and flexed his hand. The royal garb on the fleshless Dokran shook impressively in the wind. The crown flew up and off his head, then was quickly blasted down the center of the stairs by another gust of air. Dokran caught it before it was out of reach. Quickly returning his crown to his head, Dokran looked up sharply. His normally unfocused gaze had a manic rage in the one remaining eye. He was able to catch the travelers by surprise, making eye contact before they could pin themselves back against the floor. He made no noise, only staring for a moment, then began bounding up the rest of the stairs, 2 at a time. "Oh no!" Yelsa stammered. "What now?" "Inside! Now, let's go!"
Zalin said, no longer keeping his voice low in the heat of pursuit.
But what if the dragon sees us?
Yelsa protested. I really don't think we have a choice. Let's move, Zalin ordered. Gorb pulled Fran back up onto his back and stumbled his way through the door that Rep pulled open. Yelsa was ahead, but she hesitated, and Zalin ran through first.
Yelsa immediately followed, then Gorb and Fran, and finally Rep, who slid the door shut behind him.
He pulled his weight against the door, trying to keep it totally shut in case Dokran tried to pull it open. Yelsa caught onto this and immediately looked down at the scepter in her hand, then pushed it through the pole handles, locking it tightly. Rep nodded to her, and they took a step away from the door, hoping it would be enough to stop the powerful king. Zalin made a tiny noise, but covered his mouth before shouting anything. The chamber was massive, like a circular arena perfect for holding fighters and an audience. It was covered in mountains of treasures of all kinds, whether gold, jewelry, or splendid weapons. It was enough to sustain someone for at least several lifetimes, and Zalin could see how it could easily maintain a kingdom of hundreds or thousands. Throughout the hills and valleys of this gold were several artifacts. Zalin could recognize a satiator on a pile, but others just stood out as clearly artifacts, like a green glowing ring. Behind all the marvelous wares ahead of them was a massive creature. Hatewing lay sleeping on the other end of the domed chamber, the orange glow of the sunset streaming in from the hole above. The dozing monster was easily the size of a commercial airplane, maybe larger. It was colored mostly black, with hints of purple running through its hide, natural stripes running from its eyelids to wings. Its body was covered in black iridescent scales that reflected different colors as it slowly breathed in and out. Zalin wasn't shocked nor began yelling because of any of these aspects of the chamber. Rather, something much more disgusting had joined them in the room. Roaches. They were crawling around the room with their hideous, hairy legs and uncanny mandibles. They stuck to walls, and some were crawling around and pruning scales from Hatewing's hide. Zalin shuddered and kept his hand clamped over his mouth.
His friends were examining the room in silence. Yelsa was equally disturbed by the presence of roaches in the room.
Is that where the little patters outside the walls came from? They are all over this tower, Yelsa whispered, disturbed.
Just ignore them, Rep advised quietly. We just need to find the Homeseeker.
Zalin and Yelsa stifled a scream under closed mouths as a roach skittered right across their path, racing through the room for roach reasons. Ignore them, Zalin spat sarcastically in a hushed voice. Better to face them than the dragon, Yelsa said quietly. They slowly began to move across the room, doing everything in their power to keep the dragon in a state of slumber. Fran was set back down on the ground so Gorb wouldn't breathe as hard. Gorb, Rep, Zalin, and Yelsa tiptoed across pieces of gold and treasures. They scanned the area for the Homeseeker, hoping that it wasn't buried under the small mountains of gold, as it would be impossible to locate without making noise in that case. The closer they drew to the dragon, the more anxious they became. There was an unspoken agreement that communication would be silent from then on. Rep waved at them, signaling to ask whether they noticed something ahead. They followed his finger, only to see he was pointing directly at Hatewing's face. Zalin, Yelsa, and Gorb looked to one another in confusion, then back to Rep for a more clear explanation. He made the shape of a square, then pointed back at Hatewing. Zalin peered closely and blinked in surprise as he recognized that among a few gold coins just ahead of the dragon's nose was a golden cube with black corners. The Homeseeker. The four looked at one another in fear and hesitation. They looked back at Fran, who was still peering over, and then widened her eyes in recognition, a smile forming on her face. She raised her hand and pointed to herself, trying to volunteer to be the one to go retrieve the artifact.
They quickly dismissed her, Gorb looking embarrassed as he had to explain to her through miming that her leg was not fit to be sneaky. Fran frowned in disappointment. They then looked to Gorb. Gorb gestured to his height and size to try and display he was far too big to travel there and back undetected. Zallen waved his hands around, miming that Gorb could bring the artifact over with his elemental air power. Gorb signed something back, but the group looked confused. Frustrated, Gorb spoke in a barely audible voice. "Too far, and too near to the dragon. Enough air to move the artifact would be enough to nudge the dragon and wake it up. And we do not know whether my power can activate it, leaving us stranded," Gorb explained quickly. Zallen pursed his lips and nodded. They looked to Yelsa next, but she shook her head adamantly in fear, waving her arms side to side in a quick, urgent fashion. When they looked at Rep, he pointed to the bad bandage on his arm. Zallen was going to try and protest, but had a sinking feeling that it wasn't a good idea to force someone who didn't even believe in himself. When they finally gazed at Zallen, Zallen stood tall, ready to grab the Homeseeker and get out of there. Until he flinched and stifled another scream when a roach passed his peripheral. Gorb shook his head gravely and turned back to Yelsa. Her leg wasn't so bad that she couldn't be discreet. She was just scared. But even her fear didn't cause her to scream, like Zallen. That wasn't a good enough excuse. After a series of back and forths of head shakes and head nods, Yelsa finally breathed out in frustration and reluctantly nodded. She looked over to the Homeseeker right in front of the dragon's closed maw, then back to them with derision in her eyes. She gestured a series of signals to tell them that if the dragon woke up after she had her hands of the Homeseeker, she wouldn't wait. She would use the Homeseeker immediately and save herself. Zallen swallowed hard, unable to discern whether or not she was being serious. Yelsa began to slink her way across the room as Gorb and Rep knelt down to try and minimize their presence. Zallen refused to sit while in the same room as roaches that he couldn't kill with impunity, so he remained standing with one hand firmly over his mouth. Yelsa made smooth strides, stretching her way over pieces of gold to make sure she didn't clink anything together. The roaches were climbing the piles with wanton disregard and making plenty of ambient noise, but Yelsa didn't want to add to anything and accidentally cause Hatewing to awaken. Yelsa was halfway across the room when something crashed loudly behind her. She whipped her head back in fear and anger, looking to the three men for an explanation. They, in turn, also looked back to see the source of the noise coming from behind them. Fran was staring at the entryway, where another series of smashes lit up the room in a dangerous amount of noise. Dokrin was smashing against the door with enough force to both create massive noises and shift the piles of treasure closest to the door. His blows against the door bent the scepter inward, and the door cracked open a tad before it was stopped by the bent shape of the scepter. The dead king tried to push his fingers into the door to no avail. The travelers collectively looked back at Hatewing to see it slowly raising its head, an eye opening in a bleary, sleepy state. It looked around at the roaches, then quickly pinpointed Zallen and his companions throughout the room. Zallen couldn't tell what color eyes it had. Its eyes were rapidly changing in color, cycling like a pinwheel between a number of hues. "Oh, dear God," Rep said in fear. "Hatewing is an elemental dragon?" Gorb asked in shock. Hatewing's eyes narrowed in on the companions. Then
It roared, shaking the room and all its inhabitants with the force of a small earthquake. "No, no, no! Go back to sleep!"
Yelsa pleaded as she rushed back toward Zalin and his companions. "Well," Fran said loudly as he used her sword to lift herself to balance on her good foot. "At least I get to face off against a dragon."
Chapter 43. Hatewing. "Run! Run!" Yelsa cried.
"I will battle Dokrin over taking on an elemental dragon. Just get me out of here." "What's an elemental dragon?" Zalin asked, backing away from the hulking creature as it embodied the entire chamber and spread its wings. Its black visage took over all the light entering through the hole in the ceiling, causing the room to feel like it had become overcast in seconds.
"Bad! It is very bad," Rep said, backing away from it and heading to the door. "But what is it?" Zalin asked, more urgently. "Normal dragons are known to breathe fire from their mouths, able to emit enough to engulf a building in moments," Gorb stated. "But elemental dragons have no set element that they breathe. They cycle between elements like lightning, fire, ice, water, and others. There is no guarantee. But if you watch its eyes, you will know which element it will produce," Fran said excitedly, as she hopped her way forward, the only one going away from the entry door. Gorb placed a hand in her way and made a face. "We are leaving, Fran. Do not force me to fight you. I am almost completely exhausted of all my energies," Gorb said. "I would normally agree that we should leave, but I do not believe we can." Fran flicked her head back to the door. Rep and Yelsa were pulling powerfully against the bent scepter stuck in the door, but couldn't pull it free. Yelsa was sweating, and Rep was gnawing at his lip in their efforts. "It will not budge," Rep called desperately. "What do we do?" "Guys," Zalin called, his focus on Hatewing's eyes. The eyes stopped on a color. They're blue. Like the sky. "What does that mean?" Hatewing was breathing in, the sound of it like a giant balloon sucking all the air out of the room. Its light blue eyes looked upon them with rage and malice. "Run away! Get behind something!" Rep screamed, scrambling toward the nearest tall pile of gold.
Zalin looked around and did the same, diving under a small pile of artifacts and goblets near him. Something white flew overhead and crashed into the door, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Zalin found himself shivering. He twisted his neck to see the door was frozen solid, with shards of ice sticking out. A few roaches dead and frozen as well. "Gorb and I are fine. Everyone alive?" Fran's voice came. "I'm good," Zalin called back. "Alive," Rep replied. "Get me out of here!" Yelsa screamed. Zalin saw that roaches on the wall were skittering all over the place now, racing up and down walls in panic as the violence commenced. He still couldn't help but flinch when they got close, the immediate danger of the elemental dragon not enough to overtake his disgust toward the creatures. He zapped one that got too close, killing it before it could try to bite him in the frenzy of energy sweeping the room. "Gorb, can we jump out the window and you catch us with your power before we hit the floor?" Rep asked. "No. I am almost completely drained of energy. I will lose consciousness if I try to slow even one of us, much less all of us at once," Gorb said. "What about the moat?" Yelsa said, feeling brilliant. "There is not enough water," Rep replied. "We saw it from the bridge. It was almost dry." "Maybe it's higher at other points in the moat," Yelsa said, sounding desperate. "A fall from this height would kill you even if you fall into water," Zalin called back. "Are you sure?" Yelsa asked, disheartened. "Dark blue," Zalin boomed. "What?" The sound of Hatewing sucking in air overpowered the room, making it clear that Zalin was talking about the newest color of its eyes.
It blasted out a torrent of water, washing hundreds of pounds of gold and water in the general direction of the travelers. "Up! On the piles!" Gorb demanded. The 5 adventurers had to put themselves in an exposed position above the piles they hid behind in order not to be swept away.
They held on as the deluge smashed against the stone wall with enough force to kill them instantly. Zalin watched various tools and weapons in the horde get crushed like soda cans in the wake of the fast flow of water. Hatewing roared in frustration at not having killed the travelers and watched them as its eyes began cycling once more.
"I think we have to fight it," Zalin announced uncertainly. "Finally, someone says it," Fran said confidently. "An elemental dragon requires multiple members of your party to be over level 10, Fran. We will not stand a chance," Gorb said to her. "According to whom? Those who are too scared to try? There are no set rules for how powerful one should be to kill anything," Fran declared confidently. "Fran, please do not agitate it," Yelsa pleaded. "What more could be done to agitate it? It is already attacking with intent to kill. We should return in kind. Hit it with lightning, Zalin," Fran ordered. "On it," Zalin replied. "I will get in close to attack with flames," Fran said. "You are in no state to move that fast," Gorb cried. "Then assist me," Fran screamed back. "I am not going to lay down and wait for Hatewing to decide on the best way to kill us when I can be doing something. Either assist me or go hide in a corner." Zalin was breathing in deeply, concentrating as much power as he could into his next attack. Hatewing's eyes stopped cycling at an orange hue. It swung its wings to buffet them all with air as it breathed in. Zalin fired the largest bolt of lightning he could muster, about an inch thick. Hatewing twitched, barely singed by the attack, and continued to breathe in menacingly. "My lightning barely scratched it," Zalin said, as he hopped off his pile of gold to get behind cover. "Better than not affecting it at all," Fran replied jovially. Hatewing's mouth erupted in an incinerating wall of flame, headed right for Zalin. "Excellent," Zalin heard Fran say, as he tucked himself down tightly beneath the gold.
"Fran, get down!" Gorb screamed.
Zalin felt the heat intensify to an unbearable degree, immediately breaking him out in sweat. Then, suddenly, the heat felt like it was swept away. He heard Fran laughing maniacally. He peeked his head out from behind his shelter to see Fran redirecting the wall of flame with her elemental ability, hysterical at the display of her own power. Gorb was holding her upright, allowing her to focus on the task of shifting the fire. "Yes, you are powerless, Hatewing," Fran goaded, as she twisted the fire into the ceiling where it dissipated harmlessly. Zalin, Rep, and Yelsa watched in awe. The fire would have reduced them to ashes the moment it came in contact with them. But Fran was enjoying changing its direction. Zalin couldn't help but take pleasure in seeing the roaches that were on the ceiling burn up. Hatewing finally stopped its onslaught, looking over its adversaries with its multicolored eyes. Its black and purple eyelids narrowed, confused as to how everyone was still standing. It roared loudly in frustration, swishing a wing at them and sending a dangerous amount of gold flying their way. Zalin ducked back down under his pile of gold and waited for the attack to subside before he got up to dive behind the next closest pile of treasure, hoping to be able to do more damage to the dragon the closer he got. "I will find some arrows," Yelsa said in frustration, finally quitting her attempts to open the frozen door. "I am coming to assist you, Zalin," Rep called from behind him. It seemed the entire group had agreed to fight the dragon now, no other choice making itself clear. Zalin threw another bolt of lightning at the dragon's wing, trying to aim for a joint to do enough damage to stop it from sending another burst of air at them. The wing twitched, and the dragon looked at him in annoyance. It took a massive stomp toward them to shake them off balance. Then it retreated a step furtively.
Look how it keeps its distance,
Fran pointed out. It has never had to deal with close combat encounters. It relies on its elemental power. What does that mean for us? Rep asked, having just caught up to Zalan's shelter of gold. I have no idea, Fran admitted. Hatewing's eyes were a shiny yellow. It reminded Zalan of the elemental that granted him his lightning power.
Yellow! Gorb called out. I think it's lightning!
Zalan told his friends. Stay away from anything metal and water.
Everything here is metal and water, Yelsa screamed, stepping over a puddle that was left from the dragon's second attack. As Hatewing breathed in, Zalan felt all the hairs on his head and neck begin to stand, the air feeling charged. He was certain the next elemental blast would be lighting. He stood up, intending to redirect it like Fran did. Rep pulled him aggressively to the floor. She has trained to manage large columns of flames for years. You cannot redirect the same amount of lightning, Rep told him. I took on lightning from the sky, Zalan countered. Accidentally, and you would have died if we were not there, Rep said back. A thunderous crack boomed across the chamber as Hatewing emitted an electrical, destructive wave. Zalan got a different idea at that moment and held one arm away from him and one arm on Rep's back. Rep looked at him, confused, but remained put so long as Zalan was kneeling behind the pile of gold. The rush of lightning grazed the pile they sat behind and traveled through to Rep and Zalan. Zalan pulled the energy out of both himself and Rep. Wincing, he channeled it within him and threw it toward the ceiling, leaving them both unscathed. Thank you, Rep said as soon as the blast died down and he understood what Zalan did. Everyone all right? Zalan called. Gorb threw us into the air for a few seconds. We are fine, Fran called from her pile on the other end of the room. There was no reply from behind them, where Yelsa should have been.
Yelsa?
He got me, Yelsa said, her voice overwhelmed with pain. But it is not so bad. Do not come back from me. Find us a way out of here. Zalan nodded and threw another bolt of lightning at Hatewing's face. Hatewing's eye blinked in annoyance as Zalan's bolt made contact with its lower jaw. Zalan blinked, his battles with the Nargs and Dokran coming to mind at that moment. Hatewing's eyes cycled as it decided on its next elemental attack. I have a plan, Fran said. I have an idea, Zalan called at the same moment. The monster's eyes landed on an ominous, shining white color. It breathed in deeply, and each of the allies ducked down, not sure what was coming. A blinding light exploded above them like a flashbang, harmlessly passing over them. It occurred to Zalan that elemental light must have been part of the monster's cycles. Fearfully, he wondered what else the dragon would throw at them that he hadn't encountered before. Each of the allies stood back up, looking at one another. Fran looked uncertain. My plan was to get it to shoot fire at me in hopes I could send it back to its open mouth, Fran said. But to be honest, I do not think that will actually work when I cannot rely on what power will emerge. Is yours any better?
Chapter 44. Plan.
Rep, can I borrow your sword? Zalan asked. Rep immediately handed over his sword, not a moment's hesitation. Any idea you have is much better than my lack of idea or ability. Take everything you need, Rep said earnestly, watching Hatewing's eyes for its next attack. Sky blue! Ice! Gorb called, pulling Fran off their pile of gold and huddling behind it. Zalan and Rep followed suit, Rep opening a small flame in his palm for them to share as the temperature dropped drastically throughout the room. The dragon had struck the pile of gold that Zalan was hiding behind previously, filling it with spikes of ice and ruining it for any further shelter. Zalin and Rep looked to one another in fear. The dragon might target them next.
We should move,
Rep said, panicked. Right, Zalin agreed, immediately hopping over their pile and rushing to the next one closest to them. They were about 30 feet from the dragon now. Zalin decided not to throw lighting at it and draw its attention, trying to keep a low profile before executing his plan. Fran had no such hesitations, throwing a series of 5 small fireballs from behind her pile of treasure on the other side of the arena-like room, about 20 feet from the dragon. Hatewing seemed to be annoyed by the attack, similar to how it reacted to Zalin's lightning attacks. But Zalin's attacks would leave tiny, dark marks on the dragon's black hide, where Fran's left no such evidence. The dragon was fully immune to flame. Hatewing was ignoring Fran's attacks where it had mild reactions to Zalin's.
This does not seem to be working,
Fran said, a permanent smile on her face throughout the battle.
What is your plan?
Gorb, I need you to send me upward and into the dragon's face. I'll imbue these 2 swords with lightning and drive them into its eyes. I think the lightning will do a lot of damage.
Once it's blind, we won't have to worry as much about the elemental blasts, and we can get the Homeseeker and get out of here, Zalin explained quickly.
Sounds good. I will draw its attention away from you,
Fran said.
I am completely spent of my energy, Gorb called back. I cannot send you flying so far. You will have to get closer.
Zalin peeked his head over the pile of treasure he was hiding behind, nervously analyzing the dragon as it stared into Fran's soul with bloodlust.
How much closer? Zalin asked, concerned.
Get within 5 feet, and I will send you up,
Gorb said.
So close?
Rep asked.
He intends to jump into the dragon's face. He is not concerned about a distance like that,
Gorb replied.
Right,
Zalin said in a small voice, looking queasily at Rep.
You do not have to do this,
Rep said.
Think of another way, and I'll try it.
Right now, getting its eyes is the best idea I've got, Zalin said, peering over the side just as Hatewing's eyes decided on the next attack.
Green eyes,
Fran said.
Have we seen that before?
Rep asked, already losing track.
No, just get down,
Fran called. Hatewing breathed in deeply, held the breath for a tiny moment, then unleashed a hurricane of air into the room. Roaches, gold, treasures, and artifacts flew all over the place. Zalin shielded his face with his arms and still felt something small strike against his forehead. Rep was hit with a golden statue of Docrin and pinned under it, but it did well to shelter him from the rest of the items flying through the air. The wind died down, and Zalin stood up to assess the room. The next pile that he planned to run behind was reduced to a puddle of gold coins. He looked back to Rep and moved to help him out from under the statue.
You are bleeding,
Rep said, shocked. Zalin felt warm fluid run down his cheek. Whatever struck his head cut him deep.
I'm fine. Just push hard to get this up,
Zalin said.
Depp and Zalin shoved against the statue, but it hardly budged. Zalin pressed hard, putting all his weight behind the statue, but still couldn't move it at all. Rep was trapped. Go on, take out the dragon's eyes, Rep said. I can't leave you like this. What if it shoots water again? You'll drown. Zalin immediately protested, trying to push the statue again. Do not give it the opportunity. Take out its ability to see, and we may find that it gives up immediately, Rep said. You're not just asking me to abandon you because you don't think you're worth it, right? Zalin asked. Rep grinned, his mouth a bloody red. He'd cut open the inside of his lip from biting it again. We do not have time to discuss my motivations, Rep said. Go! Hurry, before it decides to drown me!
The look on Rep's face gave Zalin a drive of confidence. Rep was normally so nervous in these situations, but now he seemed at ease, trusting Zalin to leave him behind and save them all. It made Zalin really believe that he could do it. He peeked his head above the pile of gold he was using as shelter.
Gorb,
Zalin called.
ready. Just get in close and jump as high as you can,
Gorb said.
Got it,
Zalin said, feeling adrenaline coursing through him. But his legs wouldn't move. He trembled too much to stand. The dragon was the largest creature he'd ever witnessed. He swallowed in fear of how massive it stood above him. It could bite him in half, or throw a roach at him with enough velocity that it would break his neck. And he was supposed to run toward the thing. He confronted the idea the only way that he could think of. This isn't real. None of this is real. This is all a dream, Zalin promised himself, pumping himself up. He finally sprung up, fueled by his self-assuredness. Yellow eyes! Stay down! Hatewing wishes to deal more lightning, Fran called just as Zalin stood up. Zalin groaned and knelt back down, placing a hand on the statue that was holding Rep down in order to redirect any electricity away from them. He suddenly remembered that there was another member of their party. Yelsa, are you okay? Zalin called.
I am in pain and not looking forward to the next burst of lightning,
Yelsa's pained voice replied.
But I have located some golden arrows. Perhaps they will be of use if I survive this next attack.
As if in response to Yelsa, Hatewing unleashed the nerve-shattering lightning into the room, electrifying everything. Again, Zalin spent a lot of time pulling lightning from himself and Rep and throwing it away from them. He felt fully covered in the lightning as he did this, as though he was imbued with power just like he did with his sword. The sensation made him feel like it was possible to imbue more than just weapons. When the attack subsided, Zalin immediately shot up.
Zalin,
Gorb said, breathing painfully. He had used his power to help Fran and himself avoid the lightning attack again.
Hurry!
He was clearly on the brink of total collapse. Zalin began running right at Hatewing, both swords brandished. He screamed as he charged, stumbling over wet coins and treasures. Hatewing watched him intently, its eyes spinning through its vortex of colors as it glared at its oncoming enemy. Zalin got a few good strides in and was able to close the gap between them while maintaining his footing. He was so close that if Hatewing decided to lunge forward, he could have swallowed him whole. But Fran seemed right that Hatewing had no interest in close quarters encounters, and even took a slight step back as Zalin approached. Hatewing's eyes turned fully orange, and it began inhaling menacingly, all its attention on Zalin.
Now, Gorb, now!
Zalin screamed. Zalin leapt up in the air with all his might and felt dread in his heart as he began falling back down. Then Gorb's air blasted him upward several feet, sending him clean above the dragon and on a direct course for its face. With seconds to spare, Zalin imbued both blades with as much lightning as he could. The arcs of light exploded around him, dancing around the treasure room with erratic intensity, washing himself and the dragon in dancing, jagged shadows. Zalin knew this would be the best chance he had, the only chance. He raised both swords above him, aiming carefully to stab both eyes simultaneously. Hatewing blasted a torrent of flame at him, and Zalin was scared that he would fall as a small pile of ash. The burst of fire suddenly split down the middle, totally redirected by a loudly laughing Fran behind him.
Get him, Zalin!
Fran screamed assertively, a manic smile on her face as he descended upon the massive creature. Zalin roared a battle cry, and Hatewing's eyes went wide with fear as this one human was able to get past all of its attacks. Its eyes diluted from orange back to its multicolored shine as its fire was expended. Zalon swung both his arms down with as much force as he could muster. Both lightning-imbued swords crashed into Hatewing's eyes, and neither of them did any damage. Zalon's confidence was swept away in a moment of harrowing dread as Rep's sword scratched lightly at the open eye and his own sword broke in half against the other eye. Hatewing blinked in annoyance. The eye he hit with Rep's sword went a slight hue redder with pain, but Hatewing showed no indication of not being able to see out of it any less than before. The attack was a complete failure. His combined strength and wisdom wasn't enough to do any real damage to an elemental dragon. Zalon smashed into Hatewing's nose and rolled off the side, trying to stab his sword into the dragon to act as a handhold, but instead slipping off and crashing into the floor, landing on his stomach. Zalon groaned, dazed and in pain, as he heard Fran and Rep hollering at him frantically. He couldn't piece together the words they said, and raised his head to try and get a feel for their concern, when suddenly his back exploded in pain, the air driven out of him. His right arm felt like it was on fire, and his left arm was stuck, sticking out in front of him. He was surrounded by a black canvas. It took him a second to understand that the canvas was one of the dragon's claws around and on top of him. Hatewing had pinned him to the ground.
Chapter 45. Execution.
Zalon struggled under Hatewing's claw, but the slightest movement sent pain spiraling through his body. His arm was almost certainly broken, and he couldn't move an inch from under the claw. He looked at his friends to see how they were doing. Rep was staring at him in horror, his mouth bloody and his arms lacking weapons. He held a small flame in his good hand to try and intimidate the monster, but it was clear it was more to comfort Rep than anything. The statue remained heavily on top of him, pinning him into place and leaving him at the mercy of the next attack from the dragon. Still closest to the frozen exit, Yelsa was finally standing, limping heavily on one leg, as the other had gained a nasty black streak running through it. She had a few golden arrows in hand, but she was trembling too much to nock any arrows. Tears flowed freely from her face as she popped her neck in consternation. Gorb was passed out atop a pile of gold. The exertion of sending Zalon flying up in the air had been too much for him, and he lost consciousness. It made Zalon feel so much worse. Even with Gorb putting everything he had to support him, Zalon still failed. Fran's smile had disappeared, though she was instead filled with sheer determination. The joy of the challenge was gone, and all that was left was focusing on everyone's survival. "It seems its eyes require significant strength to break through," Fran said with a set jaw. "Any other ideas, Zalon? The idea to attack the eyes was well thought." Zalon coughed painfully in response. He spat up blood. "It was worth asking," Fran said, as though he had responded intelligibly. Hatewing stared her down as she limped forward, using the sword she carried as a crutch. Zalon knew its eyes were cycling its random attack, but he couldn't see its face. Fran stared up at it, not a hint of hesitation in her stance. Even the few roaches that raced across her path didn't cause her to pause. One even stopped to bite her bad leg, but she somehow ignored it. Zalon, feeling otherwise useless, zapped the roach with lightning with his outstretched hand, relieving her of the small pain. "Well?" Fran boomed, once she was right in front of the dragon. "Hit me with your claw!" Fran threw a firebomb at the dragon's leg, the same one pinning Zalon to the floor. Zalon understood immediately that she was trying to coax it to remove its weight from Zalon's body. He wasn't even sure he'd be able to stand up if the claw came off of him. He felt utterly broken. "Hit me! Show me the strength of an elemental dragon!" Fran boomed, beating her chest defiantly. Zalon noticed that the largest mass of roaches were on the dragon's hide,
and above them on the ceiling. They were scampering atop one another, trying to escape the massive exchange of elemental abilities thrown about the room, but not having the brain to find an exit. It made his already dire situation feel that much worse. Surrounded by that which he hated. "Fire!" Rep said. Zalin was confused, until he realized he must have been talking about Hatewing's eyes. "Fire again?" Fran scoffed. "Show me everything you can do!" Hatewing roared its ocean of flame right atop Fran. It was a tornado of heat, enough to burn Zalin's face into a bright red, even with the distance between him and the fire. He was certain Fran had perished under the burn. It had to be too much output for her to redirect, and he couldn't hear her laughing. The flame continued for 5 agonizing seconds, then stopped. Fran stood tall and, with one arm, threw a gigantic column of fire back at Hatewing's open maw. The flame was so large, it consumed the entirety of Hatewing's head and hit some of its back and the ceiling behind it. Several roaches fell to the floor and began skittering toward Zalin and his friends. But even with Fran's fire striking Hatewing's exposed mouth, it did no significant damage to the dragon.
"What does it take to hurt you?" Fran shouted, throwing another fireball at the dragon's leg. "I should have sent the flames deeper, destroying your innards rather than targeting your mouth." Hatewing roared in her face in response, enraged at her refusal to die. Gorb had slightly regained consciousness, rolling himself upright but unable to stand up.
"Fran," he called weakly, "get away from it!" "Come on," Fran demanded, ignoring Gorb and goading the dragon further. "Give me something real." "Fran, anything other than fire and you will die," Gorb begged. A small unit of roaches were rushing to Fran and Zalin. Zalin panicked and painfully dispatched them with lightning from the arm that was pinned pointing away from him. He had to twist his hand at agonizing angles just to land good strikes against them. Fran continued to ignore them as Zalin took them out for her. She was dead set on getting Hatwing to raise its claw. "Are elemental attacks all you can do? Are you so weak that your limbs are useless?" Fran challenged, throwing more fire at its leg. It was becoming clear that the dragon was totally immune to fire. Zalin could feel the dragon's scales against him. They felt like metal armor, tightly linked together. It was unlikely that any of Zalin's friends were powerful enough to break into the skin. He started to believe there was no such attack powerful enough to do any damage at all. Zalin felt helpless. He didn't want to die. The moment felt too real to him. He confronted the idea with real consideration. This may not have been a dream world at all. These people were so genuine, and the pain he felt was far too real to be a part of some ephemeral dream. He was here. He had to live through this. He desperately didn't want to die. He didn't want his friends to die either. "Fran, get everyone out of here. You can melt the door and you might be able to escape," Zalin said. "Ha!" Fran scoffed, the smile returning to her face.
"And miss my chance to kill this thing? Never. To try to escape is to guarantee our death. Dokrin and the other fleshless lie in wait for us. The Homeseeker is our only way out." Zalin felt she was right, despite his wish that there was some other way. He suddenly realized that the Homeseeker should be very close to him since it had been resting at the foot of the dragon. He looked around as fast as he could and saw it nestled at the base of a nearby pile of gold, blown away by the dragon's elemental and wing attacks. "Fran! Blue eyes! Water! Get away!" Gorb screamed. He raised his hand to cast wind and pull her away, but only a slight breeze grazed her clothing. He had no more real power to supply. Fran raised her sword high and stabbed it powerfully into the ground. She kneeled down and gripped the sword with one hand,
then sent a blaze of fire toward Hatewing as the dragon breathed in.
"Try me. I can take it," Fran said.
"The Homeseeker! Grab it and use it! Get them out of here!" Zalin tried pointing to the pile it was in, but his hand couldn't twist that far under the claw.
"I am not leaving anyone behind," Fran said. "We can beat this thing."
The waterfall dropped upon her, but her powerful fire turned a significant amount into steam before she was hit with the full force of the flood. What was left of the water washed over her like a downpour of rain, nothing near the deadly amount that came out of Hatewing. Hatewing roared once more at the sight of Fran alive, pressing more weight into Zalin's body. He screamed in pain as his arm felt like it was being torn off in the adjustment of pressure. Fran tried to stand up, but withered and fell back to her sword. She had been using too much of her elemental power, and now she had reached her limit. Her arms were trembling in exhaustion. Still, she held a grin proudly on her face.
"You might as well give up, Hatewing," Fran said, breathing heavily. "I have you beat."
Hatewing loomed over her confidently, recognizing her fatigue. Its eyes spun menacingly, cycling to the next elemental. "Grab the Homeseeker. Get everyone together and use it on me," Zalin pleaded.
"We can all go home alive." "What if the dragon comes with us?" Fran asked.
"The Homeseeker would send it home. This is its home," Zalin said. "But what if the Homeseeker takes too long to activate, and the beast has ample time to target all 5 of us with a direct attack?" Fran said.
"It is not worth the risk."
"It's the only idea we have," Zalin screamed. "You can't take another hit."
"Please, Fran, retreat," Gorb agreed.
"I am surprised I took this many hits, in all honesty," Fran said sincerely. "Then why do you keep asking for more?" Zalin balked. "Because every attack it directs to me is one that you all survive. If I can draw its attention away from you long enough for you to figure out a way out of here, then I will succeed." "I already gave you a way out of here. Use the Homeseeker," Zalin begged.
"It may work, but I do not have the energy to stand, Zalin," Fran said, granting him a simple, sincere smile.
"Fran, move! It is going to attack!" Rep screamed. Hatewing began breathing in deeply, its eyes a bright yellow. Lightning. "Fran!" Gorb yelled.
"This was a glorious battle,"
Fran said, looking back to her brother.
"Thank you for bringing me here. I could not imagine a better way to spend my time."
A golden arrow deflected off of Hatewing's nose, a small attempt from Yelsa to try and distract it. The dragon didn't falter, staring menacingly at Fran as it filled its lungs. "Fran, get out of the way! I will pay you triple, quadruple. Just stay alive!" Yelsa begged. Fran looked up at Hatewing as it stopped breathing in. She was beaming with pride, a single tear sliding down her face. "Zalin!" Gorb was desperate now, tears freely streaming down his cheeks. "Zalin, you brought us here! Stop this! Tell Fran to move!" "Fran, please!" "I'm begging you!" Zalin screamed.
"What a fantastic battle,"
Fran whispered, a wide smile across her lips. A moment later, Fran was buried in a direct blast of lightning.
Chapter 46. Free.
"No!" Zalin screamed as the lightning blasted into the floor where Fran stood. The entire room shook powerfully as the thunder echoed through the room. When the attack was finally over, Fran's body lay blackened and inert on the floor, her sword remaining where it was in the ground. Fran was dead. Hatewing let out a full, deep, prolonged roar of victory at finally vanquishing the most annoying of its intruders. It raised its head high, crying to the heavens about its vicious kill and how powerful a creature it was. The roaches raced around the room, too dim to realize that the roar was not directed toward them.
Zalin stared in shock, barely able to breathe. It was too much for him. Someone was dead. She died trying to protect him. She was a good person, and she died. Good people weren't supposed to die like this. Not so young. There was so much time. Zalin felt like he should have done something different before she died. Zalin's heart felt worse than the rest of his body, even as he was still pinned by the dragon's claw. An odd string of words came so clear in his mind. He should have been there for her. Gorb let out a visceral, guttural cry of anguish, trying to throw things at Hatewing in his rage, but too weak to get anything thrown far enough. Hot tears blinded him. Nothing he screamed was intelligible. He pounded the pile of gold, lamenting his sister, and becoming otherwise catatonic at the witnessing of her body. Zalin looked up to the others and saw Yelsa laying her back against the pile of gold closest to the frozen door to the chamber, crying. She had the most energy of them all, but looked as though she had completely given up. She had no idea how to proceed when Fran was dead, and had no ideas as to how they would escape. Rep was staring intently at Zalin, full of remorse. "I am sorry, Zalin. I never should have brought you here," Rep said from under the statue.
Zalin remembered that Rep said the same thing when he was getting his elemental power.
"I asked for this," Zalin said. "I never should have decided to come here. I should have taken you seriously." "You misunderstand. I never should have brought you here," Rep said with added emphasis. Zalin didn't have the brain capacity to understand right now. Fran was still so close to him. Gone. Dead. Hatewing's wings began beating up and down powerfully. For a hopeful moment, Zalin thought the dragon had decided to fly off after killing Fran. But instead it was doing a sort of victory dance by sending hundreds of gold pieces and treasures at the remaining survivors. Gorb was struck mercilessly by small gold coins, and Rep was able to use the air to free himself from under the statue of Dokrin, crawling away before it tilted back over. The wind subsided. Rep tried to pull himself to his feet, but he was far too tired to carry his weight. Instead, he began to crawl, using one arm and two legs, making painfully slow progress, grunting with every inch of movement. "I am coming, Zalin," Rep said through grit teeth. "The Homeseeker," Zalin said desperately. "Get the Homeseeker and save yourself!" Rep looked to the artifact, further shoved into a mountain of gold after the dragon's most recent attack, then looked back to Zalin. "I will retrieve it and throw it to you. Best that one of us survives," Rep said apologetically. "I'm not leaving without you," Zalin protested. Rep pulled himself another foot forward. "I will activate it and throw it to you. You either will have to touch it and be sent away, or not touch it and allow the artifact to leave us all without anyone benefiting. Who knows where it will go if not touched when active," Rep said simply. "That's not fair," Zalin said. "None of this is," Rep agreed. Rep suppressed a tortured sob as he pulled himself forward by his good arm.
Sweat was pooling on his forehead, and he scrunched his face, trying to concentrate on moving forward. Zalin could do nothing but watch, incapable of the simplest movement to try and assist. Worse yet, pain kept dancing through his body as Hatewing continued to aimlessly complete its celebration above him. The claw was ruthless, either tearing a hole into his arm or getting close to pulling it all the way off. The pain signals he got from the arm seemed to indicate both. It was all too much. Rep's advancement was far too slow. It would take him a whole of 2 minutes to get across the room to the Homeseeker. It could take even longer to get the artifact to Zalin,
as Zalin was pretty sure that Rep's arms would be in too much pain for him to make a decent throw. Zalin agonized ambivalently over the decision of whether he would even claim the Homeseeker if Rep threw it at him. What would it mean to go back home if he left these people behind? He would leave them all to die, just to go back into his own world and remember the nightmare of this world for the rest of his days? Another consideration hit him then. What if he didn't remember this place at all when he got home? He had the most incredible experiences of highs and lows in this world. Would it all be lost on return? He didn't want to think about it, but he had to when considering if he would go home. The alternative came to mind. If he didn't use the Homeseeker, he would die. He would never get to visit Mom. He would never be able to try and make things better in his own world, clean up his home, his life, and make his mother proud. The choice was clear. He had to use the Homeseeker. He had to go home. Hatewing had stopped its gloating and refocused on the remaining adventurers. It noticed Rep crawling slowly and decided that he would be its next target. Zalin watched helplessly as Hatewing's attention turned to his injured friend.
It watched Rep with slight amusement, knowing that none of its remaining enemies posed a real threat to it. No one had the energy or impulse left to attack it.
"No! No!" Gorb screamed angrily. Zalin looked his way to see roaches crowding around Fran's body, inspecting it to see if they had found a free and easy meal. "Stop them! Rep, stop them!" Gorb pleaded. Zalin threw out a bolt of lightning and killed one. The other roaches didn't seem to mind the death of their comrade and inched closer to Fran, preparing to dishonor her remains. "Yes, thank you, Zalin. Do not allow her to be desecrated. She deserves so much better. Keep attacking," Gorb said gratefully. He tried to throw a blast of air, but only pathetically shifted the roach's antennae. Zalin continued to throw lightning, feeling as though this was the only thing he could do in his trapped state. Roaches fell dead around Fran's body, though Zalin didn't relish watching them die, only fearing that he would run out of the energy necessary to keep her body protected. Hatewing peered over at Zalin, curious at seeing so many small bolts of lightning being emitted from its claw. Zalin looked up at it in fear that it would attack him. He noticed that its eye color was not spinning rapidly, instead sitting as a frozen explosion of color. It snorted, amused, having completely forgotten about the pinned human, and returned its attention to Rep. "It cycles once more," Gorb announced gravely. The dragon's eyes began spinning, putting its full attention on Representative Gorb. Tried to stand up and was able to get to a kneeling position, looking at Representative with guilt. "I cannot stop it," Gorb said to Representative. "Stop what?" Representative asked, as he dragged himself another foot forward. He was deliberately ignoring the dragon. He knew he would die at the next blast, but he would not let it scare him to immobility. He would try to the end, just as Fran did.
Roaches began to take interest in him as well, and Zalin put effort in keeping them away from both Fran and Rep. He had lost count of how many he killed, but it had to be dozens at this point. They littered the floor. Rep kept moving. "Ice," Gorb announced the element that Hatewing's eyes had landed upon. "It was getting a little hot in here," Rep said, finally acknowledging the incoming danger. "No, please, no," Zalin begged, as Hatewing began breathing in powerfully. All his sincerity went into his pleas. Not Rep. He couldn't stand to see Rep killed as well. "God, please, no!" Rep winced as a roach bit into his ankle, pulling him to a stop. Zalin screamed in fear of losing another friend. Hatewing's inhale continued.
Zallen zapped the roach at Rep's foot, hoping that somehow, now that he was free, he would be able to escape the attack. Hatewing's in-breath stopped for a moment, before emitting its icy breath of death. "Zallen?" Rep asked. Zallen began glowing a dim white, increasing in intensity. He didn't even notice it happening. The only thought Zallen had was that the last shot of lightning had been too much for him, and he was losing his vision. Just as Hatewing decided to exhale its deadly attack, Zallen's body exploded in a blinding energy.
Chapter 47. Broken Dragon. Zallen felt many things happen at once that he didn't fully understand. The first was the new sensations running through his body. He felt strangely relieved and realized that the claw was no longer holding him down. He was free from Hatewing's grip and had more than enough strength to stand up. He hopped up as fast as he could to escape from the dragon before it put its arm back down. As he ran, he grabbed one of the swords that he used to attack Hatewing earlier, it having fallen away from him when he crashed into the stone floor. The second thing he noticed was the distinct lack of ice engulfing Representative Zallen was certain that his friend would be frozen by now. But instead, Hatewing had targeted the ceiling for some reason. Hatewing had decided to deliver a combination between an attack and an odd roar. Shards of ice fell from above him, and Zallen shielded himself as best he could, taking a few light cuts in his arms. He was surprised by how little his arm hurt, when he was pretty sure it was broken only moments ago. Now it only felt very sore, like he needed to give it some rest, and it would be fine. The floor was littered with dead roaches, none of them still standing after the sudden explosion of power emanating from Zallen. He was originally rushing toward Rep to help him escape the dragon's next attack, but a deep squeal came from the dragon, and he couldn't help but see what was happening. When Zallen turned, his eyes grew wide and his jaw dropped. Hatewing was missing an arm, part of its jaw, and half a wing. The same arm that had been holding Zallen down had been obliterated, revealing a fleshy red interior to the otherwise black and purple scales on Hatewing's hide. Its head was swinging around in pain as it cried out with its unnerving sounds. Zallen stared in amazement as he realized the bizarre roars he was hearing was Hatewing experiencing pain. Zallen struggled to pull his attention away from the scene, but he soon overcame his astonishment and turned to assist Rep to his feet. "What happened?" Zallen asked him, as they both stared at the elemental dragon. "You happened," Rep said, surprised that Zallen hadn't already picked up on it. "You gained a level." Zallen's eyes went even wider. He was told by Fran and Gorb that gaining a level at close proximity could be enough to kill a giant gargoyle, but he never expected that it would do this to a dragon. How did he even gain a level when he was pinned down? The answer revealed itself at his feet. In killing the series of roaches, Zallen had gained enough experience to go up a level. He hadn't even meant to do that. If he realized he could, he would have done it much sooner. He could have saved Fran. Suddenly, Hatewing let out a new, sharp cry. A golden arrow was protruding from its exposed flesh. Yelsa was making her way across the room, tears freshly brushed from her cheeks, and the determination in her eyes. "We can hurt it now," she announced confidently, firing another arrow into what little remained of Hatewing's arm. "Kill it!" Gorb demanded vociferously. "Show it all the mercy it showed Fran!" Zallen threw a bolt of lightning at the exposed part of the dragon's jaw and got a slight exhilaration at seeing the elemental dragon squirm in pain. He could hurt this thing. He threw more lightning as Yelsa increased her firing of arrows. Even Rep was able to blast fire far enough to do a slight amount of damage, but it did the least damage of all. Hatewing's menacing aura had disappeared.
It no longer commanded the treasure chamber. Instead, it now looked like a terrified creature inching itself away from the incoming travelers. It tried to open its wings and escape, but with only half a wing, it couldn't even get a good enough flap to lift its body anymore.
Its eyes weren't spinning with intent to attack, and the party took it as a good sign to continue their onslaught to the open wounds.
"Get me in closer," Gorb asked Zalin. "Please."
Zalin wanted to ask why he would want to get closer. Gorb had the least energy of any of them. But Zalin decided not to slow down Gorb when he was in such a sorrowful state. Rep nodded to Zalin to allow him to go to Gorb. Rep knelt down in place, unable to stand on his own. Zalin reached out a hand and Gorb pulled himself up, putting almost all of his weight on Zalin. Zalin strained under his large companion, but did his best to move them toward the dragon. He didn't think he would be able to hold Gorb up at all, but his gaining a level must have given him just enough strength to support.
"Keep firing at it. Do not let up," Gorb said. "Kind of difficult with you on my back," Zalin muttered. "Please," Gorb begged. "Yelsa, we can strike it together." Zalin grunted and did his best to join Yelsa in her continued assault against the creature. Hatewing was backed against the wall, slamming into it and causing it to shake. It made low, quick roars at the travelers, sounding somewhat like barks. It was trying to get them to back off. The damage they were doing to Hatewing was rather minimal. Though they had the monster backed into a corner, Zalin couldn't imagine how they could kill the creature with all these little pot shots. Against any other creature, they may have stood a chance. But the elemental dragon was only showing that it was in pain, not anywhere near death throes. "Are we sure we should get this close?" Zalin asked. Gorb, Zalin, and Yelsa were within striking distance of its claws now. All it had to do was lean forward and slam them once, and they would all be dead. But Hatewing continued to smack its tail and body against the wall behind it, trying to flee the pain. "I suspect this is the first time anyone has ever damaged it," Yelsa said, firing another arrow.
It has never felt pain before. It does not know how to react. Perhaps we can also show it what death feels like, Gorb said intensely. The dragon's eyes finally went from fearful to a panicked spin, cycling between its multiple colors. It held a new anger in its face, but its body still tried to escape the situation. "It's choosing an elemental attack," Zalin warned. "We should back off." "Perhaps we can stop its attack if we do not give it time to breathe," Yelsa said with a confidence that surprised Zalin. "I thought the same thing," Gorb agreed. Zalin still felt a little nervous about moving forward, uncertain as to how much weight he should be putting behind their confidence, but felt like Yelsa would definitely back down if she thought she was in real danger. The three continued, Hatewing roaring all the while. Rep remained behind, too weak to keep up with their pace. Nonetheless, he dragged himself forward, determined to not be left totally behind. "2 arrows left," Yelsa communicated. "Save one," Gorb instructed. Hatewing's eye color landed on orange. Fire. It immediately began breathing in deeply. Yelsa fired an arrow at its wounded wing, and the breathing faltered, but didn't stop. Zalin threw some lightning at its jaw, but it shifted its face to block the attack with its protected side and continued breathing. "Guys?" Zalin asked nervously. "Keep moving," Gorb said, his face defined by revenge. "It's going to kill you," Rep called in fear. "Hide behind something. We can kill it over time." "A few more steps," Yelsa assured him. Evidently, Gorb and Yelsa were on the same page about something. Zalin picked up his pace, looking up as the dragon stared them down. It could even smack them with its massive head now, pancaking them all. Zalin realized this thing must never have seen battle before.
It could deal with all of its fights from a distance before, and never learned the use of its sizable claws and body as legitimate deadly weapons.
Hatewing shifted from nervous to confident as it neared the end of the preparation for its attack. Yelsa drew her bow and aimed at the wound in the dragon's jaw. Zalin looked at the dragon and Archer nervously.
"Tell me when,"
Yelsa said to Gorb.
Gorb breathed in deep and stopped at the same time Hatewing stopped inhaling. The room was silent for a pregnant pause. Zalin could hear his heart pounding loudly within him. The dragon began to open its mouth, and Zalin leaned away, facing the mouth of death with fear. Fire sprouted from the dragon's mouth, aimed straight at the trio. Rep tried his best to redirect it, but could barely shift the embers that rained down. His efforts would only be enough to delay their deaths with the sheer volume of flame at the tongue of the dragon. "Now!" Gorb shouted. Yelsa unleashed the arrow, and Zalin was surprised to find how fast it flew in the air. There wasn't an ounce of resistance as it cut through the air, assisted greatly by Gorb's last desperate application of his elemental wind. Gorb used so much of his remaining power that he no longer held himself up at all, and he and Zalin fell down under his weight. The arrow drove quickly through the underside of the exposed flesh beneath the dragon's jaw. Without any armored hide on the creature's exterior, there was nothing to prevent it from burrowing deep into the creature. It went straight for the brain. The fire that was being emitted by the dragon stopped, but the fire that had already reached them burned them greatly. Zalin, Yelsa, and Gorb were filled with maddening pain, but kept their focus on the dragon above them. As much as pain blinded them, they wanted to see what the abrupt stop to Hatewing's attack indicated. Rep, Zalin, Gorb, and Yelsa all began to glow a low, dim white. Zalin looked at his glowing arms, stunned. "Did we just?" Zalin asked, amazed.
"We did it," Gorb said, looking skyward with a tear rolling down his face as the four of them reached the zenith of the brightness, collectively gaining a level for killing an elemental dragon. Chapter 48. Sorrow. Zalin watched in awe as the hulking monster collapsed, rumbling the chamber as it fell into its final resting place. They had killed an elemental dragon. They had somehow survived the ordeal. Zalin was almost certain the day would end with either he and his friends laying dead in here, or him having to make the impossible decision to use the Homeseeker and run away. What was even more baffling to him was the fact that he had come out unscathed. All the injuries that had been piling up as they made their way through the castle were healed by him gaining 2 levels. The whole thing was almost a success. Almost. Zalin looked back to Gorb behind him, but found that he had already rushed across the room and was hovering over Fran's body. He placed a hand over her eyes, tears brimming on his own. Yelsa and Rep made their way over to the grieving brother. Rep placed a hand on Gorb's shoulder. Yelsa grabbed a cape from among the treasures and shrouded everything below Fran's neck in the brilliant fabric. Zalin made tiny steps in their direction, slow to join the 3 of them. He was very uncomfortable with death, never having confronted it like this before. When Zalin was close enough, he heard Rep murmuring something. He listened intently, trying to make out the words. "To God we belong, and to Him we will return," Rep continuously repeated. Yelsa was nodding her head in agreement. Gorb was trying to hold back sobs, struggling not to be so loud. Small, pained noises kept escaping from his quivering mouth. "We won the battle," Gorb stammered quietly to his sister, choking back tears. "We won, thanks to you. And it was such a glorious battle, I assure you." Zalin noticed that even in death, Fran was smiling slightly.
As damaged as her face was, it remained an epitome of encouragement. Rep, Yelsa, and Gorb all had tears rolling down their cheeks.
Never before had Zalan believed that his lack of ability to cry was a detrimental aspect of his life. But now it felt out of place to not have any tears. This was the most appropriate time to cry, but his eyes felt nothing. They felt wrong, like he was deeply broken. A distant, quiet thudding came from the entrance to the chamber. It was constant, like something trying to break into the room with a significant amount of force. Zalan looked up at the door as the others continued to look over Fran. King Dokran was still trying to break into the room, and may have succeeded by now, had it not been both barred by the scepter and frozen shut. Zalan blinked, an idea forming in his mind as he thought of the fleshless king. What if we bring her back? We can bring her back, right? Zalan asked. Rep looked at him slightly, and Yelsa and Gorb had gone silent. We can get the Resurrector from Dokran and bring her back, Zalan suggested, becoming excited over the prospect. Zalan, Rep said quietly, we're all healed, and we could take him while we're all fresh. It would be on our terms, Zalan said. Zalan, Rep said, with a hint of force. And I gained 2 levels, right? I should be stronger. I bet my lightning will stop him in his tracks now. Zalan continued, rambling. Enough, Gorb said quietly. He looked up at Zalan, his eyes red. Zalan, Fran is dead. Yeah, but... Zalan looked around at the others for support, but found none. The Resurrector. Bringing Fran back as a fleshless is no way to live. It is a shell of a life, with no past faculties, and she would be beholden to whoever brought her back, not a free woman, Rep explained gently. But... Zalan's mouth twitched in confusion, his momentum lost. What about another artifact? There is no way to bring someone back from the dead, Yelsa said sincerely. But... Zalan's head twitched uncomfortably. What do we... Rep shook his head at him. It reinforced the idea that this world was real to Zalan.
Death was real. Permanent. No longer was he in denial.
It made him grateful that he was almost done with this world. He wanted to escape the pain. He just wished he was going to leave his friends under better circumstances. Zalan looked back down to Gorb, whose eyes still lay upon his sister. Gorb, I'm so sorry, Zalan said sincerely. Gorb shook his head, denying the sympathies. I am the one who should be sorry. We always knew death was an inevitable outcome to our excursions. Fran welcomed it, saying that she would rather die in the service of her goals than in the safety of her own home. Gorb choked, his mouth trembling and his words caught in his throat. The others waited patiently for him to continue. But I still could not agree to it. This is exactly how she wished to die, but I still am heartbroken. How is it that I can be selfish at a time when my sister achieved everything she wanted? She would be thrilled to know that her sacrifice saved our lives. Yet I still... Then he broke into more tears, leaning over his sister in pain. Rep and Yelsa joined him in his sorrow, their eyes and cheeks wet with their own tears. Though Zalan felt the pain in his heart, nothing shone on his face. Again, though no one made him feel this way, he felt humiliated by his lack of emotional expression. The loss of Fran hurt so much, but he had nothing to show for it. Minutes passed in this way, each person expressing their grief and condolences for Gorb. They sat with him as long as he needed, willing to remain there the whole of the evening if he wished. It took almost an hour for Gorb to gather the strength to cover Fran's face with the cape. He looked up, wiping tears from his eyes and smiling at the others.
Thank you, my friends, he said sincerely. Of course, Rep said, finally taking his hand off of his companion's shoulder. Anything for you and Fran, Gorboniface, Yelsa said cordially. No, Gorb snapped immediately. You are a dragon slayer, Yelsa.
An elemental dragon slayer? I have never even heard of one before. You have no right to call me by the name reserved for the weak. Without your killing blow, we may have died of exhaustion before we were able to overwhelm Hatewing. My killing blow would have amounted to nothing were it not for your elemental backing, Yelsa said. We all deserve credit for the dragon's defeat, Gorb nodded. Rep looked as though he had mixed feelings at the claim, but said nothing to rebut Gorb's words. He wrung his hands uncomfortably. It was a glorious battle, was it not? Gorb said. The words sounded awkward coming from Gorb, but it was immediately clear that he was channeling Fran's sentiment to them. Yelsa joined in. I thought we were done for, until Fran was able to single-handedly redirect an elemental dragon's flame. What a display of power! I thought she was insane, Zalin cracked a smile. Everyone else was keeping their distance from this thing, and she wanted to charge in head first. And she was laughing the whole time. I really thought she lost it. But she saved my life. And in turn, you saved ours, Gorb pointed out with pride. I certainly thought we would all share a grave, but you had the foresight and memory to gain a level right under its claw. Such quick thinking was a brilliant turnaround to your original plan. That was totally accidental. I just tried to keep roaches off of Fran and Rep, Zalin admitted, feeling necessary to also add, I hate roaches. For that, I am grateful for both of your efforts, Gorb nodded to Rep and Zalin. Me? Rep asked, confused. I do not believe I did anything. Do not be a fool. You focused both Hatewing and the roaches on a simple, slow-moving enemy. I was hardly moving atop a pile of gold, and would have likely been the dragon's next target had you not stepped in when you did. And had that happened, who knows if Zalin would have been able to reach or protect me with his lightning, Gorb said seriously. Rep, if you had done nothing, you would not have gained a level along with the rest of us, Yelsa reminded him. I suppose, Rep shrugged, not fully accepting their explanations as fact. They sat quietly around the shroud for a minute, looking around the room shining with gold, and ignoring the massive dead dragon taking up so much space. Gorb breathed deeply, nodding to himself and looking at the others. We should gather spoils of the battle, Gorb gestured to the fortunes around them. Right. Rep stood up to retrieve the Homeseeker from under a pile of gold. Zalin and Yelsa sat watching him, and Gorb watched them, interested. What are you waiting for? Gorb asked. The Homeseeker, Zalin said. I forego any spoils and wish to use them as payment, Yelsa replied. Nonsense. There is more than enough to cover your payment and for you to still have a fortune of your own, Gorb said. I have no need of money where I am headed, Yelsa said. They do not have money in Etheria? Gorb asked, somewhat facetiously. Of course they have money. It is a city, after all. But home has everything I need. This gold will be little more than a souvenir, Yelsa replied. Would it not be able to be traded for whatever your currency is? Gorb asked. You almost sound as though you believe Etheria exists now, Yelsa said, smirking. Gorb shrugged noncommittally. Very well. I will take some funds so as not to be rude, Yelsa stood to gather coins. Not just funds, Gorb said. Search for artifacts. Yelsa waved her hand at him dismissively. What about you, Zalin? Gorb asked. I don't think I'll be able to take anything with me where I'm going, Zalin answered sincerely, a nervous smile on his face. He wasn't sure if he still sounded crazy to Gorb whenever he mentioned coming from another world. What about you? Don't you want to go and get some money? Well, Gorb hesitated.
His eyes floated over Fran's shroud. Zalin picked up the meaning quickly.
He wasn't ready to leave his sister's side yet. I can get you some coins if you want, Zalin offered. Gorb's head perked up, a curious expression on his face. Do you really have no interest in such riches? Gorb asked.
I told you, riches are cool and all, but I don't think I'll take any money with me when I go back to my world, Zalin said.
Gorb peered at him curiously. Even now you insist you are not of this world? Gorb asked.
Only because it's true, Zalin shrugged.
Gorb scoffed. Very well. For my sake, take some gold in your pockets, just so I know you will be rich, even if you are lying to me.
I'm not lying to you,
Zalin said, though he wasn't offended. Gorb was being too sincere to Zalin. He just wanted to make sure his friend was taken care of. Just gather funds for my sake. As a fool blinded by grief, Gorb suggested. Zalin shrugged in acceptance. He couldn't say no to that. And because you offered, go and find me some artifacts. Gold is nice, but I want some real treasure, Gorb said.
Chapter 49. Dragon Horde.
Rep approached Zalin with the Homeseeker in hand. The golden cube with black corners, about the size of a brick. There was an extrusion in the center of the top of the cube, looking like an obvious button to push to activate it. On every other side of the cube was a rounded cut about the size of a wedding ring, making the Homeseeker look as though it was intended to be a keychain to Zalin.
I got it. Can we talk before we use it? Rep asked Zalin, slightly nervous. Not yet. I need to look for artifacts for Gorb. Last request, then I can leave, Zalin said, also a touch nervous at the prospect of traveling home. I see. Do you need any assistance? Rep asked. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Zalin picked up a rhombus-shaped piece of gold and inspected it. Like, is this an artifact? Not that I know of, Rep shrugged. Zalin threw it over his shoulder, and Rep flinched as it landed. Maybe we should not throw the things that we are unfamiliar with, he suggested anxiously. Zalin nodded in agreement. They made their way across the room, Zalin and Rep lining their pockets with gold as they went from pile to pile in search of anything interesting. They passed by Yelsa, who was inspecting a goblet with mild interest. I remember seeing a green-looking ring when we walked in, but I have no idea where it is, Zalin said, brushing aside gold coins. That may be a ring of range, a very powerful artifact for extending one's elemental power's distance. But I suspect it was lost in the battle, whether buried under ice or just out of place in a way that would take us far too long to locate, Rep said. What's the hurry? We could find him some really cool artifacts, Zalin suggested. It is important for us not to delay Fran's burial, Rep said solemnly. Right, Zalin immediately agreed. Zalin dug through some more gold, feeling strange that he was casting aside literal fortunes to look for artifacts in between.
Any one of these small piles of gold would be enough to last someone an entire lifetime, and he was throwing it all away, save for the few handfuls he had in his pockets, for Gorb's sake. What about that? Zalin pointed to something interesting looking in the next pile, not wanting to touch it this time. It was a curved silver stick, about as long as a sword, but way too curved to be a regular melee weapon. Rep looked over at it and raised his eyebrows in surprise.
Yelsa, Rep mentioned. I think that's a bright burst bow. What? Where? Yelsa's head snapped toward him eagerly. She rushed over to the gold pile and held up the silver stick. Can it be? I thought they were just legends. What's special about the bow? Zalin asked. It was missing a bowstring.
Yelsa held it out in front of her and pulled at the air where the string should be tied. Miraculously, a string of light appeared, being pulled by her finger. When she pulled the string back, a tiny arrow made of light appeared. She fired it, and the arrow traveled forward a few feet, then disappeared. "It is incredible!" Yelsa looked astounded at the bright burst bow. The bowstring faded away into nothing a moment later. "Wow! So, infinite arrows?" Zalin said, impressed. "But it doesn't seem the arrows go very far." "No! Well, yes. The bow relies upon the light that is being cast upon it for its strength. Here, watch. Rep, can you cast a flame for me?" Yelsa asked. Rep nodded and emitted a large, bright flame from his palm. Yelsa stood in the glow of the light and pulled at a bowstring that appeared once again, a much larger arrow than before, shining into place. When she let it loose, it went all the way across the chamber, lodging into the wall for a second before disappearing. "Wow," Zalin said, even more impressed. "Amazing," Rep agreed. "And there is very little darkness when daylight comes down on Aetheria." "This is a very good find," Yelsa said, smiling at Zalin in thanks.
Let's get something for Gorb now, Zalin suggested, continuing to look through piles. After a few minutes of searching, they found a satiator. Yelsa and Rep seemed to think it was a good enough treasure for Gorb, but Zalin thought they should give him something else as well. For a few minutes more, they continued their search. Gorb was waiting patiently, without complaint. "What's that one?" Zalin asked. "A wind wand. Allows you to cast a small amount of wind," Rep explained. "Oh, so this might be pretty worthless for Gorb," Zalin decided. "You could take it for yourself in case it gets warm back home," Yelsa suggested. "I won't need it," Zalin shook his head, thinking of the overhead fan he used to stare at in his apartment. He thought of how wind would be of little help to him and Gorb. But then he wondered how powerful the wind was. Maybe Gorb could use it when he was depleted of his energy. "On second thought, let me try it out and check if it's worth his while," Zalin said, whipping the wand in the air. "Wait, Zalin," Rep said, holding his hands up weakly. The chamber was filled with a light breeze gently wafting over the companions and various piles of gold. Zalin felt the cool air and shrugged. "I guess I can let Gorb decide if he wants this." Zalin flinched as something felt odd in the wand. It was disintegrating in his hand, dropping as dust on the gilded floor. He stared at the remains of the artifact in embarrassment. "Great job," Yelsa said sarcastically. "I was trying to tell you," Rep said apologetically. Zalin sighed to himself and continued searching for more artifacts. After a few more piles of gold, they found another item of interest. "This metal glove looks pretty cool." Zalin kicked it over lightly. "That is a bone gauntlet," Rep said, nodding at it with interest. "If you wear the gauntlet, then you can break someone's bones as soon as you strike them with it. But while you wear it, your body is very vulnerable." Everything not covered in the gauntlet can be broken by something as simple as a direct punch. Zalin thought it over. Sounds like it's worth it for him to decide if he likes it. Let's get him one more thing, then we can all go home. Zalin picked up the gauntlet, making sure not to hold it in a way that it might accidentally slip on. He and Rep went to one pile, while Yelsa searched the one next to it. "Oh, that thing looks interesting," Zalin said, pointing to something cast on the floor by one of the dragon's wind attacks. It was a black, cloud-shaped object with primary colors spinning around the edges of the cloud. As soon as he knelt down to pick it up, Rep froze up and stared with wide eyes. Zalin, be careful," Rep said, holding his hands up very slowly and shaking slightly. "That is a stormcaller." "So it's an artifact?" Zalin said, standing and raising it to get a better look, causing Rep to recoil.
Be careful,
Rep snapped. Zalin turned and assessed his friend's nervous stance. What does a stormcaller do? Zalin asked seriously. This artifact summons an elemental to your location, Rep said. Oh, cool. So you can get a new power with this, Zalin asked. Then it suddenly hit him why that would be a bad thing. They barely survived a storm elemental when they went to seek it out in the middle of a desert. He couldn't imagine the devastation an elemental creature would cause in a small, enclosed space like the treasure chamber. No, that is the worst part of this artifact. You cannot even ask the elemental for a new power. It visits when called, then returns to its home, Rep said. So, this is just if you want to go through 2 natural disasters back to back? Zalin said, suddenly feeling very sweaty in the hand holding the Stormcaller. Indeed, Rep said. Okay, how do I make sure I don't use it? What activates this thing? Zalin asked, looking at it with his eyes only. The rest of his body was rigid with fear.
I have no idea, Rep admitted, his voice on edge. Oh, Zalin replied, his hand outstretched. I suggest you gently return it to the floor where it was sitting before you picked it up, Rep offered. Right, Zalin said. He didn't move. Rep's fear had made him statuesque as well. Yelsa made her way over, looking between the two of them in amusement. What game are we playing? She asked. This is a Stormcaller, Zalin said, trying to point with his lips and eyebrows. Oh! Yelsa took a slight step back. Do not activate that. I think I'm doing pretty well at leaving it turned off so far. But I would also like to put it down now, but Rep said he doesn't know how this thing is activated, Zalin said. I see, Yelsa said. She stepped away further to try something. She drew her bright burst bow and looked up toward the hole in the ceiling. She weighed something in her head, bobbing it from side to side for a few seconds, then nodded to herself. Rep and Zalin watched her with their eyes alone, sweat rolling off of Zalin's face. She stepped into a spot where the fading sunlight shone brightest through the opening in the ceiling. Here we are, Yelsa said, plucking the Stormcaller from Zalin's hand. She pulled on the bright burst bow, and both an arrow appeared as well as a string tying the Stormcaller to the arrow of light. What are you— Wait! Rep threw out his arms as Yelsa quickly pointed the arrow to the hole in the ceiling and fired, shooting the arrow and Stormcaller toward the outside. The arrow disappeared long before exiting the chamber, and the Stormcaller continued with all the same momentum. The three of them watched it sail outside the ceiling and out of sight. Rep and Zalin looked back down to Yelsa. What was that? Rep asked, stunned. Better that the elemental arrives way out there than in here, Yelsa shrugged. What if you activated it? Rep said. Then it's out there and not here, Yelsa said. But what if— I think now's the time to go home before something starts happening while we're still arguing about it, Zalin suggested. Rep and Yelsa looked at one another and both scoffed in a quick truce, dropping the subject. They briskly made their way back to Gorb, who looked more calm, though tears were still making themselves known in his eyes. He scrutinized the three of them, then threw a weak burst of air at Zalin's waist. His pockets jingled. What was that for? Zalin asked. I wanted to hear how full your pockets were, Gorb said. It sounds as though you gathered a good amount. What did you find for me? I got you some gold, assuming you did not go to gather any yourself, Rep said, placing a gold-lined pouch at Gorb's feet. Gorb nodded in appreciation. And we got you a satiator and bone gauntlet. Zalin placed the artifacts at Gorb's side. Was there anything else of interest? Gorb asked, curious. We found a Stormcaller, Zalin admitted. I hope you did not touch it, Gorb said. Yelsa fired it outside, Rep answered, giving her a glance. She did? Gorb said, first looking stunned, then not being able to help himself and smiling at Yelsa.
What good decision-making. I think I would have done the same. What inspired you to do that? I can think on my feet occasionally, Yelsa said, a bit self-conscious. I suppose so. Gorb smiled warmly at her, then clapped his hands together. Well then, are we done here? That depends on him, Rep said. All eyes turned to Zalin.
Chapter 50. Goodbyes.
Are you prepared to go home?
Rep asked Zalin. Yeah, I'm ready, Zalin said. We came all this way, right?
You misunderstand. Are you fine to go home? Will you be fine once you return?
Rep asked. Zalin could feel what Rep was getting at. Was he really ready to go home and face reality once more? It felt like months ago that he was being visited by his cousin Ash. His apartment was a mess. His life was a mess. At the time, he pushed back against visiting his mother, but he saw there was some truth to it. He should visit her. It had already been too long, and there was no point in delaying further. I think I'm good to go home, Zalin answered. Perhaps we can discuss it in private, Rep suggested. Zalin noticed that Yelsa and Gorb looked incredibly confused by the conversation. At first, he thought it wouldn't be an issue to confide in them as well, even if they were a little out of context. How bad would it be to tell them everything right before he left them behind in this world? But he knew he would be a little more reserved when he was around Gorb and Yelsa. Rep was the first person he met in this world, and he had never felt looked down upon, judged, or even questioned by Rep. He could easily share all he needed to with this one friend. Sure, let's chat in private, Zalin said. Just a minute, if you do not mind, Rep told Yelsa and Gorb. You had better not use the Homeseeker without us, Yelsa said, trying to make the situation feel a bit lighter. I promise not to, Rep agreed, smiling. Zalin and Rep stepped aside, making their way to stand behind one of the taller piles of gold. Zalin felt nervous and awkward, not sure exactly what they would be discussing, but feeling like it was necessary to go over this nonetheless. Rep stopped and regarded his friend with a small smile. How do you feel? Rep asked. I'm feeling okay, I guess, Zalin answered honestly. Not feeling the best after what happened to Fran. As would be expected, Rep nodded solemnly. She will certainly be missed. And you feel comfortable going back home, even in the state you are in? Do we really have an alternative? Zalin asked, looking toward the frozen entrance to the room. The fleshless King Dokran still occasionally beat against the door from the outside. Indeed, we do, Rep said. We could give the Homeseeker to Yelsa and Gorb and escape on our own. We know the way out, and we know what dangers face us. We could avoid Dokran by hiding until he comes in to inspect his treasure, then escape without his knowledge. We could race through the other fleshless before they can think to attack. Use our knowledge of the Chaos Chamber in order to escape it in the same moment we enter it. Blast haphazardly at the razor tongues until we rush past them. Then we are free to go home. You really thought this through, Zalin said, surprised. I was constantly thinking of how we could run away in case it was necessary, Rep explained without shame. Okay, but what do I gain by remaining behind? Zalin asked. We would have more time to ensure that you are sound of mind and repaired before you are back in your world to face your own problems, Rep said. Zalin found the word repaired to be out of place, but understood the sentiment. He looked away from Rep in thought, not very enthused about having to stay behind for mental reasons. Think carefully, Zalin, Rep said. I will not push you to choose something you do not want. But I have seen the way you cannot help but sleep with a frown. I've seen your lack of tears even when you are distraught. How you avoid the topic of your mother. Well, you avoid the topic of this inspiration you keep talking about, Zalin countered immediately. Rep smiled gently. Zalin felt deeply embarrassed. His temper had flared so quickly at the mention of his mother.
It was such an obvious act to let him know that his mind was not yet in its best state of being.
But he really didn't want to discuss it, even with Representative. I do not wish to speak of my experience with inspiration because of deep shame I feel, Representative answered honestly. But I feel that you do not wish to speak of your mother out of fear. Fear of what might happen if you confront something in your reality. Yeah, well, it might just be better to confront that by going back to reality, instead of chatting about it in this other realm. I know what I'm doing, Zalin said, sounding bitter. He knew Rep didn't deserve any of his unpleasantness, but he couldn't help it when discussing the topic. Indeed, I believe you know yourself better than I know you, Rep nodded. I just hope for what is best for my friend. Zalin's features softened. Rep really was his friend at the end of the day. There was no reason to be harsh with him. Are you going to be okay? Zalin asked him. I just feel like you invested a lot in me, only for me to leave you like this. It is like you said before. This was always the intended outcome, to get you home. I am here to assist you in whatever capacity you need, so long as you are in this world. I only hope that my involvement has made your time here easier instead of worse, Rep said. I know I have things I need to work on, but you definitely need to fix that inferiority complex, Zalin pointed out. My being inferior? Rep asked, not understanding the phrase. You think you're inferior to everyone. You deserve to see yourself better than you do. And I know you probably think that would be an arrogant thing to do, but you can believe you're good at something without believing you're better than anyone else, Zalin explained. Rep reflected on the idea, nodding to himself slightly. I will take that into consideration, Rep promised. They looked at one another for a second longer. Zalin felt determination rising within him. I think I'm set to go home, Zalin told him. Very well, if that is what you wish, my friend. Rep nodded with a big smile. They began to walk back to Gorb and Yelsa in much higher spirits, ready to be done with the exciting, yet harrowing adventure. The giant dead dragon towered over them, and Zalin looked upon it with a surreal sense. Somehow he had been a part of the massive monster's death. Didn't we complete the elemental challenge to kill the dragon? Zalin asked Rep. An elemental challenge is to be completed on one's own. The dark elemental will grant none of us its power, Rep said. Figures. Rep and Zalin stood in front of Yelsa and Gorb, light smiles on their faces. What is the verdict? Are we finally allowed to return home? Yelsa asked, somewhat facetiously. I grant you the permission, Zalin said, bowing his head regally. Oh, thank the Lord, Yelsa said, rolling her eyes. Is this the last we will be seeing of you, Zalin? Gorb asked. Well, Zalin was about to say that he would visit his friends, but trailed as he realized there was no way for him to conduct a visit. It would be a one-way trip. Yeah, I guess this is it, Zalin shrugged. In that case, Gorb finally stood from Fran's body and stepped toward Zalin, looking down on him with a pleased grin. He held out an arm to shake. It was an honor to make your acquaintance. Zalin tried to take his hand, but Gorb gripped his forearm and pulled him in for a hug and patted him on the back powerfully. While it hurt Zalin, it was the most camaraderie he had ever felt before, and he returned the man's grasp with as much strength as he could muster. It was an honor and a privilege to meet someone from another world, Yelsa told him, as soon as he was able to breathe again. Gorb's grip had been tight over his lungs. Same goes to you, Zalin said, suddenly feeling very bittersweet about the business of leaving the realm. Will I ever see you again? Gorb asked Yelsa. She looked a little flustered. Perhaps if you ever come to Etheria, Yelsa said, I would be glad to host you. If it ever decides to exist, then I will promise you that I will visit as soon as I can, Gorb quipped. Where will the rest of you be going? This takes us all home, right? Zalin asked.
My home is with my parents, Gorb said. I hope to be able to take Fran with me using the Homeseeker, and I will bury her in the cemetery behind my family home. In the case my sister does not come with me, I will use my newly acquired gold to fund an expedition. We will retrieve her body from this castle, and then bury her back home. I shall be in the skies in Etheria, Yelsa said, ignoring the skeptical smirk Gorb gave her. My home is in the guild, Rep said, handing the Homeseeker to Zalin. Right. Zalin looked down on the Homeseeker in his hands for a few seconds, then looked up at the companions surrounding him. Thank you all. I think I really needed people like you in my life right now, and you all really helped. I would think that taking on the castle of Dokrin might have been a tad more difficult had you been on your own, Gorb joked. Right, Zalin smiled. He had meant his gratitude in a different sense. Are we all ready? I am done with the world beneath the clouds, Yelsa said, placing her hand on the Homeseeker. I am ready to return. Gorb placed one hand on the Homeseeker, holding Fran's shroud with his other. Ready, Zalin, Rep said, placing his hand on the artifact. Let's go, Zalin said, pushing on the button-looking extrusion to activate the artifact. The Homeseeker began humming as its power flowed through them. Each of them began to glow with a slight tinge of black as the Homeseeker ran its course. Gorb was pleased to see that Fran's shroud was surrounded by the black coloration as well. She would go with him. It took a full 15 seconds for the hum to reach whatever pitch it targeted before remaining a constant, comforting sound.
Zalin took one last look between his friends. I would say, see you around, but... With a loud pop, they warped away to their respective homes. Chapter 51. Home Sought. Zalin felt before he saw. He was lying in bed. Before he opened his eyes, a huge smile stretched its way onto his face. He had successfully survived the other world. He could get on with his life. He made it. Home. Something that delighted him further was that his memories were still with him. So clearly he remembered all the events of the other world. Rep and his other friends, his amazing powers, the adventure he went on. He even felt the familiar weight of his phone in his pocket. He'd forgotten about the sensation until now. He opened his eyes and sat up. His heart skipped a beat. The room looked familiar, but not in the way it should have been. Zalin? Rep asked, stunned from his cot. Rep? Zalin said, a dread sinking quickly into his heart. Zalin slapped at his hip, feeling for his phone. Dozens of gold coins shifted in his pocket. His eyes went wide. He stared at Rep with consternation. Rep, why are you in my home? He asked seriously. You are in Journey House, Rep replied. Why are you in my home? Zalin repeated, not having registered the first response. Oh, Zalin, Rep said, feeling saddened for his friend. Journey House isn't my home. This isn't... I'm not... The Homeseeker was supposed to take me home, Zalin said. It was only then he felt the artifact in his hand, still gripping tightly to it. He first looked at it with surprise, then glared at it. Ah, the artifact can be used more than once. Otherwise it would have faded away. That is good to know, Rep said, trying to calm the situation by changing the subject. Zalin looked up to Rep, then slammed the button on the Homeseeker, listening to it hum as it prepared to send him home. Rep looked to his friend with a heavy heart. Zalin was desperate. He was surrounded by the black glow, staring at Rep with a hint of fear as he suspected that it wouldn't work a second time either. With a loud pop, Zalin disappeared from existence, then reappeared moments later, re-entering with another reality-warping snap of noise. Zalin was laying down once more, then shot up, first looking to his hand to confirm he still held the Homeseeker. I'm still here, Zalin said to himself. Indeed, Rep agreed sadly. Why am I still here? Zalin asked Rep,
looking lost, confused, hurt. I do not know. Rep shook his head. But I got the Homeseeker. I did what I was supposed to. But this isn't my home, Zalin said, almost in anguish in his confusion. This gave Rep an idea. He thought about it for a second, then decided to share. This is the closest thing to your home in this world. The Homeseeker brought you to the place it considered to be your home in this world, Rep said. This isn't my home. Nothing here could be my home, Zalin shouted. Rep remained silent, not having anything more to say. Why am I still here? Zalin asked more adamantly. Rep lowered his gaze, ashamed that he did not succeed in the quest to take Zalin home. Why am I still here? We got the Homeseeker, Zalin said, his confusion boiling into more fiery emotions. We can figure this out, Rep assured him. We just did. We went on the big adventure, and I got the Homeseeker. That was supposed to... Fran died. Did Fran die for nothing? Zalin exploded. Maybe we can ask Madame Hikma why you were... Madame Hikma? Zalin asked sharply. She lied to us. She said this thing would take me home. Zalin waved the artifact in front of his face. Maybe it is limited to a certain location, like your last known home. We should ask her if... Go back to the lady that lied to me so that she can lie to me again? Zalin balked, now openly yelling in frustration. I know you are upset, but... I'm supposed to be done with this place. Zalin threw his arms open to display the room. I completed the task. We did the glorious battle. I'm done.
Why am I still here? Again, Rep turned to silence. I can't believe this. Zalin swung himself off the cot and began pacing back and forth in the guild. I can't believe I'm stuck here. I don't want to be here. I want to be home. I can't believe this. Rep watched his distressed friend, wishing there was something he could do to help. Fran died for nothing, you know. She sacrificed herself to get me back, and look at me now, huh? Fran was a good person, risked everything. Dead for nothing, Zalin said. Do not say she died for nothing, Rep said in a small voice. Yeah? I seem to remember her being dead at the end of our journey, and here I am back at the beginning of the journey, Zalin snapped. She saved our lives, Rep reminded. We wouldn't have had to go to the castle of Dokrin if Madame Hikma didn't send us there. I wouldn't have needed my life to be saved if I wasn't in the castle. And the only reason Fran was there was to help us get me home. I'm still here, Zalin yelled, pointing a finger to the ground in rage. Yelsa got home. Remember that Fran was hired by Yelsa to send her home. She succeeded in her task, Rep said. Yeah, well, what does that matter if I'm stuck here? Zalin said without thinking. The immediate disappointment on Rep's face made Zalin pivot immediately. He wanted to be on the winning side of the argument. He was too agitated to pull back any of his claims. How do we even know that Gorb and Yelsa ended up home? Yelsa was from Aetheria. How are we supposed to know that the Homeseeker works to get people back into the sky? It got us back home, Rep shrugged. Both of us? Zalin asked, unnerved. In a way, yes. If it is incapable of sending you back to your world, then perhaps this is the best it can do, Rep suggested. That would be just great, huh? This thing could take everyone home, but me? The guy that came from a totally different dimension is the only one that doesn't get a trip home, Zalin spat.
Zalin, please. Let us converse with Madame Hikma and seek her guidance. Continuing to yell at me will not help you get home, Rep said.
Yeah, nothing you've done has helped me get home, Zallen agreed with venom.
Rep looked genuinely hurt, his eyes casting downward and his jaw shifting uncomfortably. He was chewing at the inside of his lip, but offered nothing in response. Zallen's heart turned quickly in an emotional burst. Something stirred inside of him, something sinister. "You know what?" Zallen said, feeling remorseful after that last barb. "You're right. We should go talk with Madame Hikma." Rep looked back up at him. He waited for a second longer to see if Zallen had anything more to say. It occurred to Zallen that Rep expected an apology, but Zallen wasn't willing to give one when he felt he was right. He was stuck here because he was coaxed by Rep to take advice from this Madame Hikma character, and now he was being encouraged to go back. Rep seemed to accept that Zallen had no apology to offer. "Madame Hikma will know how to tell us to proceed. Perhaps there is some attribute of the homeseeker we must activate in order to go home," Rep said, feeling at least a bit assuaged now that Zallen was willing to go to the woman of wisdom. "Yeah, I think I really need to go see her," Zallen nodded in agreement. Zallen had reached a breaking point within himself, everything from his heart to his brain feeling like it was roiling in flame. He knew this world was real, and that meant that it had to have consequences. People died here and didn't come back. People couldn't deceive others and get off without any retribution. Zallen needed to make sure Madame Hikma couldn't get away with continuing to spread her false hopes to the masses. Her lies and betrayals of innocent people, desperate for help. Zallen would be the one to enact the consequences on this woman, who seemed gleeful to send them on a wild goose chase and get Zallen's friend killed.
Zallen clenched his fist tightly, as he had fully transitioned into a state of rage, ready to exact revenge on Madame Hikma for what she had done. Rep was looking at him with concern, not able to read the strained expression on his face. Zallen tapped his index finger to his thumb 3 times, calling upon his stats one last time before he dealt an act of justice to Madame Hikma. He wanted to know exactly how much damage he could deal her in this realm. Level 04. Strength 04. Wisdom 05. Experience 00. Element lightning.